Chapter 74. Just now, Yang Zishi's attention had been completely diverted by the 10-year survival grass that the medicine shop owner had taken out. Now, hearing the young man's words and thinking of what the young man had just said in her ear, the blush on her cheeks did not even have time to fade before it turned even redder. A youth of her age talking to her about that matter made her extremely shy. However, what the young man had just said was her personal privacy. Other than her, no one else knew about it. Aunt May, what he said about your situation just now, was it also correct? Yang Zishi softly asked the woman behind her. When she saw the latter nod, she looked at the youth and said, "We're going back to the Yang family now. You can come with us." The instant her gaze landed on the youth, Yang Zishi sheepishly withdrew her gaze. The youth's words had broken her privacy, causing her to feel a little ashamed. "I have one condition," Donghuang said. Just as the middle-aged woman frowned and was about to flare up, Yang Zishi asked, "What conditions?" "If I can cure the Yang family chief's poison, I want the 10-year survival herb in your hands, of course. If you can't decide, I can follow you back to the Yang family and let the person with authority decide." "I can decide that." A glimmer of hope appeared in Yang Zishi's eyes. "If you can cure my uncle of the poison, the 10-year survival grass is just a small matter. The Yang family will definitely not mistreat you in other aspects. I only need the 10-year survival grass," Donghuang said. In a moment, Donghuang brought Fu and followed Yang Zishi and his servant out of the medicine shop to the Yang family. Although the Yang family was a grand family, its mansion was much smaller than the mansion of the other grand family, the Wu family, which Donghuang had visited before. Of course, he could understand this. After all, this was the capital of the western ridge of the Chu King, and not the capital of a prefecture. The reason why the Grand Wu family estate occupied such a large area was not only because it was a prefecture capital, but also because the Wu family estate was also the governor's residence of Guangling Prefecture. As the #1 family of Guangling Prefecture, the governor's household of Guangling Prefecture, the Wu family's residence in Guangling Prefecture was naturally not shabby. Miss Zishi. After entering the Yang family mansion, the people they met along the way, whether they were maids or Yang family branch disciples, all respectfully bowed to Yang Zishi. "Up ahead is my uncle's residence." Very quickly, Yang Zishi and his servant brought Donghuang and his servant to the Yang family chief's residence, a spacious courtyard. Currently, there were 3 people standing in the courtyard: a middle-aged man, a young man, and an old man standing respectfully behind the young man. The middle-aged man was wearing a loose gray robe with golden edges. He was pacing back and forth in front of a room in the courtyard. His face was full of solemnity, and it was obvious that he was somewhat restless. The young man appeared to be in his early 20s. He wore a brocade robe, and his face was handsome yet cold. There seemed to be an innate arrogance between his brows. It was not difficult to see that he was a disciple of an extraordinary family. As for the old man behind the young man, he was just an old servant by his side. He had white hair and a skinny face, but his eyes were bright and full of expression. Third uncle. Yang Zishi walked into the courtyard first and bowed to the middle-aged man who was pacing in front of a room in the courtyard. Zishi. Hearing the voice, the middle-aged man looked at Yang Zishi with a kind smile on his face. "Have you retrieved the 10-year survival grass?" Yang Zishi nodded. "Sister Zishi." At the same time, the young man's gaze also fell on Yang Zishi. The cold expression on his handsome face disappeared at this moment and was replaced by a warm smile. However, in the face of the young man's warmth, Yang Zishi only greeted him coldly, "Young Master Sure." It was obvious that Yang Zishi not only disliked this young man, but even repulsed him. However, the young man did not seem to mind, and the smile on his face did not change. That was until he noticed Donghuang, who had followed Yang Zishi in. Donghuang was dressed in a robe whiter than snow, and his handsome face completely outshone the young man. In particular, Donghuang's cold aura was like the first bloom of a lotus, giving off a mysterious and ethereal feeling. Whether in terms of appearance or aura, The young man paled in comparison to Zhou Donghuang. He was completely crushed. Sister Zishi, this is? The young man looked at Zhou Donghuang, his eyes flashing coldly. This was the first time he had seen a man so close to Yang Zishi. Yang Zishi was the woman he fancied, and it was not easy for him to get so close to Yang Zishi. Therefore, his cold eyes revealed a threatening look. However, Zhou Donghuang ignored it. Third uncle. At the same time, Yang Zishi glanced at Zhou Donghuang and introduced him to the middle-aged man. This is Medicine Master Zhou, whom I brought back from outside. He is here to treat eldest uncle. With that, she introduced the middle-aged man to Zhou Donghuang. Medicine Master Zhou, this is my third uncle, the third master of the Yang family, Yang Yinchong. Medicine Master Zhou. Yang Yinchong looked Zhou Donghuang up and down, his face full of surprise. It was not difficult for him to see that the youth before him was at most 16 or 17 years old, not much older than his niece, Yang Zishi. However, at this age, even if he had studied medicine, he would at most be an inferior-level medicine master. But he knew his niece well, and she was not a rash person. Since he had brought Zhou Donghuang back, it meant that he had to have some redeeming qualities, so he greeted him with a smile. Medicine Master Zhou. Zhou Donghuang nodded slightly in response to Yang Yuncheng's greeting. Puffed. A burst of mocking laughter resounded without any warning. It was the young man, standing at the side, looking at Zhou Donghuang with a mocking smile. Kid, at your age, you are at most an inferior-level medicine master? You are just an inferior-level medicine master, and you dare to talk nonsense about treating Patriarch Yang? Do you know that Patriarch Yang's illness is not a minor illness, but that he has been poisoned? Now, I've already invited Medicine Master Xiao, one of the top 10 medicine masters of the Chu royal city, to treat Chief Yang and detoxify him. There is no need for you here. You may leave. Medicine Master Xiao? Yang Zishi could not help but exclaim, then looked at Yang Yinchong. Third uncle. Is Medicine Master Xiao inside, treating eldest uncle? Yang Yinchong smiled and nodded. Medicine Master Xiao has been away for more than a year, and has just returned today when he was invited here by young Master Shi. Although Medicine Master Xiao is not the best medicine master among the top 10 medicine masters in the Chu royal city, he is the best at treating poisons. In terms of treating poisons, even the superior-level medicine master of the imperial court may not be able to compare to him. With him around, there is great hope for Big Brother's poison. At this point, Yang Yinchong paused, then smiled bitterly and said, if even he can't do anything, then there is no way to cure Big Brother's poison. Hearing Yang Yinchong's last words, Yang Zishi's expression became solemn, and he muttered, there will be a way. Medicine Master Xiao will definitely find a way. Kid, did you hear that? At the same time, the young man looked at Zhou Donghuang with a mocking smile and said, if even Medicine Master Xiao can't cure Patriarch Yang, then as an inferior-level medicine master, there is no way you can. However, whether it was just now or now, Zhou Donghuang did not even look at the young man. Even if the young man continued to mock him, Zhou Donghuang ignored him. You dare to ignore me, Shi Yu? Seeing that Zhou Donghuang was ignoring him, Shi Yu's expression turned ugly. He, Shi Yu, was the first young master of the Tycoon Shi family, the successor of the Shi family's next patriarch. Even the patriarch of the Grand Yang family had to address him respectfully as young Master Shi. Creak, just as Shi Yu was about to explode in anger, the door to the room in front opened, and an elderly figure walked out slowly. This was an old man in a gray robe of medium build. Although his hair and eyebrows were all white, he looked like he was only 40 or 50 years old. Medicine Master Xiao. Seeing the old man come out, Yang Yinchong hurried forward and asked with a serious expression, can the poison in my big brother be cured? Yang Zishi, who had followed Yang Yinchong, looked at the old man with clenched fists, her eyes filled with anticipation. Shi Yu glanced coldly at Zhou Donghuang, then walked towards the old man. Third Master Yang, I can't tell what kind of poison Patriarch Yang has been poisoned with, but the poison is extremely terrifying. Moreover, It has already permeated Patriarch Yang's entire body. In the past 6 months, if it wasn't for the 10-year survival grass, Patriarch Yang would have died 4 months ago. The old man shook his head. Furthermore, the constant supply of 10-year survival grass has caused Chief Yang's body to develop a strong resistance to it. At most, he can take 1 or 2 10-year survival grass, and it will not have any effect on Chief Yang. 1 month? Chief Yang can only hold on for 1 more month. Prepare for his funeral. The old man sighed. What? Yang Yuncheng's expression changed. He had not expected such an outcome. Yang Zixu's face turned extremely pale, and her body went limp, almost collapsing to the ground. Luckily, the lady behind her caught her in time. Just then, Donghuang made his move. He walked past them and entered the room that the old man had just come out of. HM? The old man was taken aback and looked at Yang Yuncheng doubtfully. Third Master Yang, who was that? Chapter 75. An inferior-level medicine master? Hearing Shi Yu's words, Medicine Master Zhao's expression changed, and he looked sternly at Yang Yuncheng. Third Master Yang, was that youth really there to treat Chief Yang's illness? Medicine Master Xiao. Yang Yuncheng was a little embarrassed. After all, if he were Medicine Master Zhao's shoes, he would definitely be unhappy, but he still nodded in the end. After all, that youth was someone his niece, Yang Zixi, had brought back to treat his big brother. He could not possibly chase after him and chase him away now, could he? Although he did not think that the youth could cure his big brother's poison, since the old man before him could do nothing, there was no harm in letting him try. Medicine Master Xiao, that Medicine Master Zhou who just went in, is quite capable. Just then, the middle-aged woman behind the young girl spoke. Oh, Medicine Master Xiao was so angry that he laughed. He looked at the woman with interest and asked, Then I'd like to hear just what kind of ability does that 16 or 17-year-old kid have? Medicine Master Xiao, you are an intermediate-level medicine master. So if I may be so bold as to ask if you can tell what illness I have just by looking at me? The woman asked. Previously, in the medicine shop, the youth in white had only taken a few glances at her to be able to tell that she had an unmentionable illness, and he had even described her condition clearly. She had not even heard of the top 10 medicine masters of the Chu royal city having such ability. How could he tell what illness you have just by looking at you? Medicine Master Xiao said calmly. Unless it's a visible illness, even the superior-level medicine master of the imperial court would not be able to tell with just a few glances. Are you trying to tell me that kid who just went in was able to tell what illness you have just by looking at you? Medicine Master Xiao said with a mocking smile. That's right. The woman nodded seriously. He just looked at me a few times and was able to tell. Ridiculous. However, Medicine Master Xiao did not believe her at all. After looking at her as if she was an idiot, he looked at Yang Yuncheng and said, Third Master Yang, from today onwards, I, Xiao Chun, will not step into the Yang family, nor will I have any cooperation with the Yang family. Even if someone from the Yang clan dies of illness in front of me, I won't help them. With that, Medicine Master Xiao snorted coldly, flicked his sleeves, and left. This, Yang Yuncheng smiled bitterly. Sure you, is this what you want? Are you satisfied now? Yang Zixu's eyes were filled with anger as she stared at Shi Yu. Her face was filled with hostility. If not for Shi Yu fanning the flames and stirring up trouble, Medicine Master Xiao would not have been so hostile toward the Yang clan and even threatened not to work with the Yang clan or treat the Yang clan anymore. Sister Zixi, how can you blame me? Everything I said was the truth. If you hadn't brought that kid to the Yang family, Medicine Master Xiao wouldn't have met him. Shi Yu shook his head. Young Master Shi, you can't blame Zixi for this. Yang Yuncheng sighed. After all, she doesn't know that Medicine Master Xiao is here. After sighing, he began to console Yang Zixi. Zixi, don't take it to heart. Medicine Master Xiao has never worked with the Yang family, and even if he wanted to work with other families, he wouldn't be interested in us. As for the Yang family not seeking him for treatment, there are plenty of medicine masters in the Chu royal city, so it's fine even if they don't seek him out. Third uncle, you don't have to console me. this is indeed my fault. Yang Zishi sighed, but there was a hint of hope in her eyes. Because, as one of the top 10 medicine masters of the Chu royal city, Medicine Master Xiao had actually said that even the superior level medicine master of the imperial court would not be able to detect a person's hidden illness just by looking at the surface. Didn't this mean that even the superior level medicine master of the imperial court would not be able to detect her minor illnesses with just a few glances? That medicine master, Zhou, should be quite capable. I just don't know if he has a way to cure eldest uncle's poison. Although this was what she thought, Yang Zishi did not have much hope, because Medicine Master Xiao had also said that eldest uncle's poison had already entered his vitals. At this thought, Yang Zishi's face was filled with disappointment, and there was a look of pain and indignation in the depths of her eyes. She had lost her parents when she was young, and it was eldest uncle who had raised her. In her eyes, eldest uncle was no different from her father, except that they addressed each other differently. Because of this, ever since her eldest uncle had been poisoned half a year ago, she had been unable to sleep at night, and her body had also developed the minor illnesses that the youth had identified. Let's see if he has a way. Just as Yang Zishi led the woman behind her into the room, and Shi Yu and Yang Yincheng were about to follow, two hurried voices suddenly rang out, causing them to subconsciously stop in their tracks. Third Master, I heard that young Master Shi has brought Medicine Master Xiao over. What's the situation? Third Master, Medicine Master Xiao is the best at curing poisons among the top 10 medicine masters of the Chu royal city. Does he have a way? Accompanying the two voices were two old men. One was fat, and the other was thin, but their facial features were extremely similar. The fat one slimmed down, and the thin one slimmed down. They were almost exactly the same. Head elder, second elder. Seeing the two old men walk into the courtyard, Yang Yincheng hurried forward to greet them. The two men were the Liu family's head elder, Yang Ping, and second elder, Yang An. They were twin brothers, and at the same time, they were level 5 adepts of the Qi gathering, second only to the patriarch of the Yang family. Greetings, elders. Just as Yang Ping and Yang An were staring at Yang Yincheng, Shi Yu spoke up. Medicine Master Xiao is unable to cure the Yang family chief's poison. Only then did Yang Ping and Yang An notice Shi Yu. But before they could greet him, their expressions changed at Shi Yu's words. Even Medicine Master Xiao, who is said to be as good at curing poisons as the superior level medicine master of the imperial court, was unable to cure the Yang family chief. Didn't that mean that there was no way to cure the poison in the Yang family chief? Just then, Yang Yincheng spoke up. Head elder, second elder. Medicine Master Xiao said that Big Brother has consumed too much 10-year survival grass and has developed a resistance to it. After 1 or 2 more 10-year survival grass, the 10-year survival grass will be useless to him. Hearing Yang Yincheng's words, Yang Ping and Yang An's expressions darkened even further. Does the heavens really want the Yang family to become a preeminent family again? After a moment, Yang Ping recovered and sighed with a bitter smile. Two elders. At the same time, Shi Yu continued, Medicine Master Xiao not only said that he was unable to cure the Yang family chief. Before he left, he even said that he would never work with the Yang family in the future, and that he would not treat anyone from the Yang family. Even if someone from the Yang family died in front of him, he would not care. Yang Yincheng frowned slightly. He had not expected that Shi Yu would still be fanning the flames at this time. Of course, Shi Yu was the first young master of the Tycoon Shi family, and even Yang Yincheng did not dare to offend him. Therefore, although he was displeased, he did not say anything. What? What's going on? Hearing Shi Yu's words, both Yang Ping and Yang An's expressions changed once again. When they understood the ins and outs of the matter from Shi Yu, their expressions became even uglier. Preposterous. A youth of at most 16 or 17 years old, at most an inferior level medicine master, how could he have the ability to cure the Yang family chief? I used to think that Lady Zishi was quite reliable, but how could she be so muddle-headed in this matter? With that, Yang Ping and Yang An walked into the room where the Yang family chief was staying. Immediately, Yang Yincheng and Shi Yu, as well as the old servant behind Shiryu, followed. Inside the room, an old man who looked to be in his 60s or 70s was lying on the bed, and he was the current chief of a Yang family, Yang Yunji. The old man's face was thin and wrinkled, and it was impossible to tell that he was only in his 40s. Yang Yunji was only 47 years old this year. Zhou Donghuang stood in front of the bed and looked at Yang Yunji calmly. After a round of diagnosis and treatment, he already had a very clear understanding of the situation in Yang Yunji's body. The patriarch of the Yang clan had been poisoned by a snake. Moreover, this snake poison was left behind by an extremely rare venomous snake. Patriarch Yang, you've been poisoned by the venom left behind by the Dachira snake, Zhou Donghuang told Yang Yunji. Shameless boasting. Just as Zhou Donghuang finished speaking, an elderly voice rang out in the room, and two old men, one fat and one skinny, entered the room one after the other. The person who spoke was the fat old man who had walked in first. First elder, second elder. Seeing the two old men, one fat and one thin, Yang Zishi hurriedly saluted them respectfully. Miss Zishi, how could you bring such a young boy back to treat the family head? Now, you've offended Medicine Master Xiao. Yang En, who followed behind Yang Ping, looked at Yang Zishi and frowned slightly. Although we can look for other pharmacists to treat our family. But what if someone was accidentally poisoned? Medicine Master Zhao's specialty is detoxification. His ability to detoxify is unparalleled in the entire country of Yunyang. Today, the Yang family has offended him, and this is undoubtedly a huge problem. As he spoke, Yang En's tone darkened slightly. Before Yang Zishi could speak, Fu, who was standing behind Zhou Donghuang, could not help but burst out laughing. This medicine master Xiao that you speak of, he can't even detoxify your chief's poison, and he dares to say that he's an expert in detoxification? What a joke. Just as Yang En was glaring at Fu, Yang Ping looked at Zhou Donghuang unkindly. Boy, after our chief was poisoned, there are no snake bites on his body. On what basis do you say that he was poisoned by a snake? Chapter 76. If you haven't heard of it, then I can only say that you are ignorant. Zhou Donghuang had not intended to bother with the head elder of the Yang family. But seeing that he could not stop once he started talking, Zhou Donghuang looked at him disdainfully and said calmly, the Dachira snake was a very rare venomous snake. The Dachira snake was different from other venomous snakes that poison people by biting them. It breathed venom through its nose, causing people to unknowingly breathe it in and be poisoned. As Yang Ping's expression changed, Zhou Donghuang looked at the Yang family chief, Yang Yunji, who was lying on the bed, and said calmly, I can cure the snake venom in the Yang family chief. As soon as Zhou Donghuang said this, the entire room fell silent. Even the head elder of the Yang family, Yang Ping, who had been prepared to reprimand Zhou Donghuang, shut his mouth tightly at this moment. He looked at Zhou Donghuang in disbelief, his eyes shining with suspicion. This young man said that he could cure the poison in the Yang family chief? Medicine Master Zhou, is this true? Yang Yinchong, who had just entered the room, heard Zhou Donghuang's words and was the first to recover from his shock. He asked Zhou Donghuang with a serious expression, if my young master says he can cure it, naturally he can. Fu, who was standing behind Zhou Donghuang, said impatiently when he saw that there was still someone questioning his young master. In his eyes, his young master was like a god, omnipotent. Someone doubting his young master was an insult to his beliefs, and he could not tolerate it. Medicine Master Zhou, please cure my uncle. Yang Zishi looked at Zhou Donghuang excitedly after she recovered. Although they had not known each other for long, it was not difficult for her to see that Zhou Donghuang was not someone who spoke without thinking. Medicine Master Zhou, can you really cure my poison? Yang Yunji, who was lying on the bed, tried hard to open his eyes, and there was a rare glimmer of hope in his dim gaze. I don't want to repeat what I said a second time. Zhou Donghuang glanced at Yang Yunji, then looked at Yang Zishi and said, I need 36 2-inch long pure gold needles. The thinner the better, and they must not be bent at all. Prepare them in 3 days. I can completely cure the snake venom in his body in 10 days. Zhou Donghuang said. Before Yang Zishi could say anything, Yang Yinchong looked at Yang In and said, Second Elder, you're in charge of the family's gold shop. Please prepare the golden needles that medicine master Zhou mentioned. All right, Yang In answered and left. Although he didn't really believe that this young man could cure the Yang family head's poison, even medicine master Xiao couldn't do anything about it. He could only try his best. Ah Fu, pen and paper. When Fu took out a pen and paper and handed it to Zhou Donghuang wrote down the names and quantities of a bunch of herbs and handed it to Yang Zishi. Gather all of these herbs within 3 days. After I detoxify the poison in your Yang family head, I'll need to use these herbs to boil soup for him to drink. With this medicinal soup, when the snake venom in his body is completely cleared, it will also be the day his body recovers to its peak. Zhou Donghuang said, I'll take care of it. The head elder of the Yang family, Yang Ping, took the prescription from Yang Zishi's hands and left without looking back. This concerned the health of the Yang family head and the rise and fall of the Yang family. Even if he didn't really believe this young man, he was still prepared to follow his instructions and give it a try. If it worked, everyone would be happy. If it didn't work, he could settle the score with the young man later. In 3 days, I want to see how he will cure the Yang family head of the poison. Sure Yu, who had followed Yang Yinchong into the room, snorted when he saw that everyone in the Yang family believed the young man's words. He turned and left the Yang family with his old servant. Medicine Master Zhou, are you staying far from the Yang family? If not, why don't you stay here for the next 3 days? Yang Yinchong looked at Zhou Donghuang and asked. He had brought this up because he was worried that the young man in front of him might not be able to find him after making such a big promise. If the young man was willing to stay, he would undoubtedly believe what the young man had just said. I just arrived in the Chu royal city and am temporarily staying at an inn, Zhou Donghuang said lightly. Zhou Donghuang said lightly. That inn is quite a distance from here. Yang Yunchong's eyes lit up, and he took advantage of the opportunity to extend an invitation. Medicine Master Zhou, why don't you get someone to check out of the inn? The environment of the Yang family's guest rooms is much better than that inn's. Yang Yinchong stared at Zhou Donghuang. That's good. Zhou Donghuang nodded. Seeing Zhou Donghuang agree so readily, Yang Yinchong could not help but feel excited, because this also meant that the young man was most likely someone with real ability. Otherwise, he would not have agreed to stay in the Yang family. Zishi, go with Anime to arrange a guest room for Medicine Master Zhou. Next, Yang Yinchong left the task of arranging Zhou Donghuang to Yang Zishi. Yang Zishi now saw Zhou Donghuang as her uncle's only hope. She warmly brought Zhou Donghuang to the guest rooms and specially arranged the best courtyard for Zhou Donghuang. Medicine Master Zhou, you said you just arrived in the Chu royal city? You're not from the Chu royal city? Yang Zishi asked curiously. No. Zhou Donghuang shook his head. Medicine Master Zhou, I see that you're only 1 or 2 years older than me. Why don't I call you Brother Zhou? You don't have to call me Miss Yang, just call me Zishi. Yang Zishi smiled. Zhou Donghuang nodded slightly. To him, it did not matter what he called her. Brother Zhou, how should I treat it? Thinking of the unmentionable illness that the young man had mentioned, Yang Zishi asked shyly. Her cheeks had once again turned bright red, and her lovely appearance was pitiful. It's just a minor illness. When the golden needles are ready, I'll give you a few injections, and you'll be cured, Zhou Donghuang said casually. Zhou Donghuang said nonchalantly. However, you still need to adjust your work, rest, and mood to ensure that it doesn't relapse. As for you, Zhou Donghuang's gaze quickly fell on the woman behind the young girl. Tomorrow morning, come and get the prescription. Take it according to my prescription for 3 days, and your pain will lessen. Take it for a month, and your unmentionable illness will be cured. Zhou Donghuang said. Thank you, Medicine Master Zhou. The woman thanked him profusely, her face full of joy. Anime, you go ahead. I'll stay here and talk to Big Brother Zhou. The young girl said to the woman. Yes, Mississippi, the woman acknowledged and left. After the woman left, The young girl was about to kneel before Zhou Donghuang, but Zhou Donghuang stopped her in time. He frowned and asked, "What are you doing?" "Big brother Zhou, I want to thank you for curing my uncle." The girl said, "You don't have to thank me." Zhou Donghuang shook his head. "I helped cure Chief Yang of the poison only for the sake of your family's 10-year survival grass. It was not for free." "Big brother Zhou, let alone one stalk of 10-year survival grass. Even if it were 10 stalks, the Yang family would not be able to repay your kindness." The young girl said seriously, "You saved my uncle, which is equivalent to saving the entire Yang family. If her uncle were to die from this poison, the entire Yang family would be reduced from a grand family to a preeminent family, losing its former glory." Of course, she did not care whether the Yang family was a grand family or a preeminent family. As long as her uncle was safe, even if the Yang family was reduced to a lesser family, she could accept it. All she cared about was her uncle's safety. Furthermore, this kneel of mine is not on behalf of the Yang family, but on behalf of myself. Finally, the young girl insisted on kneeling and bowed to Zhou Donghuang. "My parents died when I was young, and it was my uncle who raised me. In my eyes, he is my father." Seeing the stubbornness on the young girl's face, even Zhou Donghuang could not help but be moved. In front of this young girl, Chun Dandan was not even human. "Don't worry. In half a month, your uncle will be safe and sound." Zhou Donghuang helped the young girl up. When he spoke again, his tone was not as cold as before, but much gentler. In some ways, the young girl resonated with him and gained his approval. "Thank you, big brother Zhou." Ever since Yang Zishi could remember, this was the first time she had been so close to a man. Instantly, the blush on her cheeks became more pronounced. At the same time, she felt a little strange. Normally, she would be extremely disgusted by those good-for-nothings like Shi Yu and avoid them. However, she didn't feel the slightest bit of disgust towards the youth before her. So much so that when the young man helped her up and let go of her to take a step back, she felt an inexplicable sense of loss in her heart. Because when the young man helped her up, she did not know why, but she felt a strong sense of security. It was as if she was beside the young man. Even if the sky fell down, she would not be afraid. Once the young man left, this sense of security disappeared. At that moment, she felt as if she had become a lone boat in the vast ocean, alone and without anyone to rely on. "Brother Zhou, where are you from?" Furthermore, the young man's abilities made Yang Zishi respect him from the bottom of her heart. She was very curious as to where this young man had come from. "Yinfeng Prefecture," Zhou Donghuang said. "Yinfeng Prefecture?" Yang Zishi was taken aback, because she had never heard of such a prefecture. She had heard of all the prefectures in the country of Yinyang, whether they were superior or intermediate prefectures. She only did not know much about the inferior prefectures. "Brother Zhou, you are not from the country of Yinyang?" Yang Zishi did not think that Zhou Donghuang was from an inferior prefecture, because she felt that an inferior prefecture could not possibly produce someone like Zhou Donghuang. Chapter 77. Yinfeng Prefecture is just an inferior prefecture. It's normal that you have not heard of it. Zhou Donghuang smiled. Seeing the young girl's reaction, it was not difficult for him to tell that she had not heard of Yinfeng Prefecture. Inferior prefecture? Hearing the youth's words, Yang Zishi's face froze. Her dazed expression was very cute, and Zhou Donghuang could not help but look at her a few more times. Zhou Donghuang nodded. "I set off from the capital of Yinfeng Prefecture and traveled for more than 5 months before arriving at the Chu royal city." Back then, he had left the capital of Yinfeng Prefecture on the 1st of April 1228 of the Xian era. And today was already the 10th of September 1228 of the Xian era. More than 5 months. I wonder how Mother and Xiao Lu are doing? Thinking of Lin Lan and Yin Lu, Zhou Donghuang's face showed a rare gentleness, and Yang Zishi could not help but feel jealous. Ever since she had met the youth before her, he had always been cold and did not like to speak, as if he did not care about anything. But now, he seemed to have thought of someone, and a gentle expression like water actually appeared on his indifferent face. "Brother Zhou, are you thinking of?" Sister-in-law? Yang Zishi asked tentatively, and as soon as the words left her mouth, she regretted it. She even felt it was strange that she had suddenly asked such a question. At that moment, she could not help but feel awkward, and she lowered her head, not daring to look at the youth again. Sister-in-law? Donghuang was stunned for a moment, then shook his head. Just now, I was thinking of my mother and sister. Are they in Yunfeng Prefecture now? Yang Zishi's eyes lit up. Only now did she realize that she had misunderstood. But even she did not know why she had been jealous just now. Was it because the youth was not like other men of the same age who fawned over her like stars surrounding the moon? Donghuang nodded. She chatted with Donghuang for a while until Fu returned. Only then did the young lady reluctantly bid farewell to Donghuang. Big brother Zhou, I'll go back first. I won't disturb you any longer. Yang Zishi rarely chatted so much with others. Even she did not know why a youth she had met on their first day could make her feel so good about him. The young man seemed to have an innate charm. What she did not know was that although Donghuang had the body of a young man, his memories spanned thousands of years. Under such circumstances, the aura he exuded was not something his peers could have. Donghuang's aura, as well as his usual aloofness, was extremely lethal to a young girl who had just experienced love. All right, Donghuang nodded and watched the girl leave. He only retracted his gaze when she disappeared from his sight. Young master. After the girl left, Fu looked at Donghuang with a smile. Have you taken a liking to Lady Zishi? What nonsense are you spouting? Donghuang glared at Fu and asked unhappily, Did you bring everything from the inn? I brought them all. Apart from the carriage pulled by the 3 Fergana horses and the dark steel heavy spear, there's nothing else that needs to be brought over. Fu nodded and continued with a smile. Young master, I think Lady Zishi is not bad. The Yang family disciple who sent me to the inn told me quite a bit about her. She is a good girl who knows how to repay kindness with kindness. To a certain extent, she is even more competent than the biological daughter of the Yang family chief. In this aspect, Chun Dandan, who betrayed Madame, cannot compare. Although Fu had not experienced Chun Dandan's situation, he knew that there was a person who had disregarded his Madame's upbringing and betrayed his Madame in a cruel way. Chun Dandan? Hearing Fu mention Chun Dandan, Donghuang's expression darkened, and his eyes flashed coldly. She is not fit to be compared to Zishi. Young master, I still don't understand. Back then, when we reached the capital of Yunfeng Prefecture, we could have gone to the Hong family and humiliated Chun Dandan, or even killed her. But you did not go. Fu asked the question that had been bothering him for a long time. Humiliating her, killing her, it was all very simple, but I did not intend to do that to her in the Hong family or in Yunfeng Prefecture. Donghuang's eyes flashed coldly. The higher she stands, the harder she falls. Now, I'll let her go higher. When she can't go higher anymore, I'll let her fall down. The pain then will make her feel even more deeply. As he spoke, Donghuang grinned. His smile was so evil that Fu could not help but feel a chill run down his spine. In his previous life, when Donghuang left Earth and returned to Ziyun, he had looked for Chun Dandan. In the end, he had discovered Chun Dandan had not died of old age in the capital of Yunfeng Prefecture of Yunyang Country, but in the small sect called the Valley of the Medicine Masters, which was superior to Yunyang Country. After some investigation, he had found out. It turned out that Chun Dandan's biological father was actually the second elder of the Valley of the Medicine Masters, Chun Tianhe. Chun Dandan was the illegitimate daughter of the second elder of the Valley of the Medicine Masters, Chun Tianhe. She had wandered into the inferior Yunfeng Prefecture of Yunyang Country and had been adopted by his mother, Lin Lan. Later, it was the preeminent Hong family of Yunfeng Prefecture who had sent her to the Valley of the Medicine Masters to reunite with her father. It's better to end things with her in the Valley of the Medicine Masters than in Yunfeng Prefecture. It was because of this that Donghuang had not rushed to the Hong family to look for Chun Dandan when he had first arrived in the capital of Yunfeng Prefecture. He had planned to go to the Valley of the Medicine Masters to settle the score with Chun Dandan in the future. After Chen Dandan has obtained the identity of the daughter of the second elder of the Valley of the Medicine Masters, when she is at her peak, I will destroy everything she has, plunge her into endless despair and regret, and then kill her. Only then will I be able to dispel the hatred in my heart. This was Zhou Donghuang's plan. Otherwise, when he had been in the capital of Yinfeng Prefecture, he could have gone straight to the Hong family to humiliate and kill Chen Dandan. Chen Dandan, you should be thankful that you have a biological father who is the second elder of the Valley of the Medicine Masters. Otherwise, you would have been dead in the capital of Yinfeng Prefecture. Zhou Donghuang's eyes flashed coldly, and he laughed coldly in his heart. Xian era, year 1228, early morning. Brother Zhou. 2 days later, Yang Zishi came to look for Zhou Donghuang. Second elder has already prepared the golden needles that you requested, and head elder has also gathered the herbs that you requested. Can you start treating my uncle today? The young girl looked at Zhou Donghuang expectantly. That second elder of the Yang family is quite efficient. Zhou Donghuang smiled lightly. Let's go together. Yesterday, Yang Zishi had come to chat with him and even brought him around the Yang family household. After 2 days, he had developed a good impression of this straightforward and grateful young girl. Not long after, Zhou Donghuang and Yang Zishi once again arrived at the residence of the chief of the Yang family, Yang Yunji. In the courtyard of Yang Yunji's residence, the third master of the Yang family, Yang Yuncheng, the head elder of the Yang family, Yang Ping, and the second elder of the Yang family, Yang In, were already waiting there. In addition, Shiyu was also present. These 2 days, in his conversations with Yang Zishi had also mentioned Shiyu, so Zhou Donghuang knew who he was. Shiyu was the first young master of the Tycoon Shi family of the Chu royal city. Although the Shi family was at the bottom of the Tycoon families, they had a level 8 adept in their ranks, and a grand family like the Yang family could not compare to them. And the reason why Shiyu was so diligent in visiting the Yang family was because of Yang Zishi. He wanted to marry Yang Zishi. In fact, he had already proposed marriage to the chief of the Yang family, Yang Yunji, and Yang Yunji had been tempted, but Yang Zishi had rejected him harshly, even threatening to kill himself. Seeing this, Yang Yunji did not dare to force him further and could only let nature take its course. From Yang Zishi, Zhou Donghuang found out that Shiyu was a spoiled brat, and in the Chu royal city, many good-looking girls from ordinary families had been ruined by him. No less than 100 girls had chosen to commit suicide because of his infidelity. On the planet Azion, the people were simple and conservative, and girls who had their chastity ruined would not be able to marry again unless they came from a powerful family. Because of this, Yang Zishi hated Shiyu very much, but in order not to implicate the Yang family, she did not dare to offend him. Sister Zishi. Seeing Zhou Donghuang and Yang Zishi walk side by side, Shiyu looked at Zhou Donghuang coldly, but when he looked at Yang Zishi, his face was full of smiles. However, Yang Zishi only glanced at him coldly and ignored him. Shiyu was already used to this and did not mind. But when his gaze returned to Zhou Donghuang, he could not help but laugh coldly. Rascal, I didn't expect you to really dare to come. I want to see how you can cure a poison that even Medicine Master Xiao, one of the top 10 medicine masters of the Chu royal city, cannot. As he spoke, Shiyu's face was full of schadenfreude. However, from beginning to end, Zhou Donghuang did not even look at Shiyu as he walked into the courtyard and looked at Yang Yuncheng and the other two. Where are the golden needles? Here. The second elder of the Yang family, Yang Un, handed the embroidered box to Zhou Donghuang. Zhou Donghuang opened it and immediately saw 36 2-inch-long golden needles neatly arranged in the box. The golden needles were very thin, and even compared to embroidery thread, they were not much thicker. Medicine Master Zhou, can I? Yang Yuncheng, the third master of the Yang family, asked Zhou Donghuang nervously. Only when he saw Zhou Donghuang nod did he heave a sigh of relief. Other than Zishi, the rest wait outside. Just as Zhou Donghuang entered the room with the embroidered box, Yang Yuncheng and the rest were about to follow. Zhou Donghuang's voice sounded from inside the room. Immediately, Yang Yuncheng, Yang Ping, and Yang In stopped in their tracks. Rascal, why are you acting so mysterious? I want to see how you will cure Chief Yang of the poison. Chapter 78. Inside the closed room, Yang Zishi's eyes were almost dazzled as she watched the young man perform acupuncture on her uncle. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. In the hands of the youth, the 2-inch golden needles seemed to come to life, passing through his clothes and entering her uncle's body. The entire process was as smooth as flowing water. Now, Zhou Donghuang was performing acupuncture on Yang Yunji, the chief of the Yang family, which he had learned on Earth in his previous life. In the past, he had used the godly needle of tendon changing and marrow cleansing on freezing wind, which was also an acupuncture technique. Of course, this time, he was not using the godly needle of tendon changing and marrow cleansing on Yang Yunji, but a technique called the Big Dipper detoxification needle. The Big Dipper detoxification needle could be used to detoxify and detoxify poison. It was a technique that he had stumbled upon on Earth in his previous life. Furthermore, the Big Dipper detoxification needle had very high requirements for the needles. They had to be 2-inch golden needles, and there had to be 36 of them, corresponding to the 36 Big Dippers. In Yang Zishi's eyes, the youth's movements were as fast as lightning. She could not even see how he performed the needles, and it was a blur to her. When she saw the youth slow down and stop, it was already an hour later. Now, all 36 golden needles were in Yang Yunji's body. Next, I will hit all the acupuncture points in your body, and with the help of the 36 golden needles, I will detoxify you. Zhou Donghuang looked at Yang Yunji and said lightly, "This process will be a little painful. As long as you can bear with it, I will be able to successfully complete the first treatment today. Get ready, I will begin in 10 breaths." Zhou Donghuang looked at the young girl standing at the side in a daze and said with a smile, "Zishi, inform the people outside later, no matter what you hear in the room, do not barge in and disturb me from treating Chief Yang's poison. Otherwise, not only will it be a waste of effort, but it will also endanger Chief Yang's life." Zhou Donghuang's tone became more serious as he said this. The young lady was startled at first, but she quickly reacted and nodded. At the same time, she opened the door and walked out. After informing Yang Yunchong and the others, she returned to the room. By the time Yang Zishi closed the door, 10 breaths of time had passed. At the same time, she saw that the hands of the youth that stood before the bed had swiftly flashed out like a bolt of lightning, and it caused her to be dazzled once more. What was different this time was that there were no golden needles in the young man's hands. His hands alternated between fists and palms as they landed on her uncle's body. Bang, 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 bang. As Zhou Donghuang's hands flashed out like lightning, his fists and palms intersected, landing on Yang Yunji's body. Immediately, a series of dull thuds rang out. In the beginning, although Yang Yunji felt intense pain all over his body, he still gritted his teeth and endured it. But in the end, the pain grew so intense that he could no longer hold it in and began to cry out. Each cry was more pitiful than the one before, sending chills down anyone's spine. If Yang Zishi had not gone out to inform them beforehand, Yang Yinsheng and the others standing outside the room would have already barged into the room. Third Master Yang, elders, aren't you afraid that the kid will mess around and harm Chief Yang before the poison takes effect? Sure, you asked Yang Yinsheng, Yang Ping, and Yang and as he listened to Yang Yunji's incessant cries. Young Master, sure, rather than waiting for my brother to take effect, I would rather let Medicine Master Zhou have a try. Yang Yinsheng said expressionlessly, ignoring Shi Yu's attempts to fan the flames. Third Master Yang, from what you're saying, you're really pinning your hopes on that unknown kid? Shi Yu laughed disdainfully. That kid, even if he really is an inferior level medicine master, how can he compare to Medicine Master Xiao in terms of detoxification? There's no way he can treat a poison that even Medicine Master Xiao is helpless against. Shi said, Young Master, sure, he's already on the verge of saying that he can cure Chief Yang of the Zhao family. If he's unable to cure Chief Yang of the Zhao family today, we will not let him off easily. Yang Ping said in a low voice. For now, let him do as he pleases. That's right. Yang nodded in agreement with Yang Ping's words. After about a quarter of an hour, Yang Yunji's cries finally stopped, and the room regained its peace. In the room, Yang Zishi stared with his mouth agape. Now, Zhou Donghuang was removing the 36 golden needles from Yang Yunji's body. Every time a golden needle was removed, a stream of black poisonous blood flowed out of Yang Yunji's body, staining the clothes nearby black. And with every stream of poisonous blood that flowed out, there was an obvious change in Yang Yunji's body. When Zhou Donghuang removed all 36 golden needles, about 1/5 of Yang Yunji's white hair had turned black. At the same time, the wrinkles on Yang Yunji's face had lessened significantly. Although he still looked old, he looked much younger than before. If the previous Yang Yunji looked like he was in his 60s or 70s, then the current Yang Yunji looked like he was in his early 60s at most. This is too amazing? If he had not seen it with his own eyes, Yang Zishi would not have believed that someone could have such an ability. It was as if a person had become young again in just 2 hours. Amazing. Too amazing. At this moment, this was the only thought in Yang Zishi's mind. Your recovery is better than I thought. From tomorrow onwards, I'll perform acupuncture on you once a day. In another 4 days, you won't need me to perform acupuncture on you anymore. After Zhou Donghuang had placed all the golden needles into the box, he said to Yang Yunji, as long as you continue to take the medicine that I brewed for you every day, and at most 5 or 6 days, you will be back to your peak condition, both inside and out. At the same time, Yang Yunji recovered from his shock and hurriedly got off the bed and knelt on the ground, thanking Zhou Donghuang respectfully. Yang Yunji thanks Medicine Master Zhou for giving me a new lease of life. As the person involved, only he could feel the amazing changes happening to his body at this moment. In the past, he could feel his life draining away at every moment, and he was aging at every moment. That feeling made him despair. But now, he realized that his life was no longer draining away, and his body had become much younger. Although it was far from what it had been before he had been poisoned, he still felt full of energy. At this moment, Yang Yunji even felt as if he had returned to heaven from hell. He saw the hope of survival. Because of this, he was truly grateful to Zhou Donghuang for giving him the hope of survival, and he even knelt down to thank him. At this moment, he seemed to have forgotten that he was the chief of the Grand Yang family, and that the person before him was only a youth of about 16 or 17 years old. He only knew that this youth had saved his life. Remember what I said? Zhou Donghuang glanced lightly at Yang Yunji, then smiled at Yang Zishi before pushing the door open and leaving the room. Medicine Master Zhou, how is it? Seeing Zhou Donghuang come out, Yang Yinchong, Yang Ping, and Yang hurriedly went up to him. Go in and see for yourself, Zhou Donghuang said lightly. Almost as soon as Zhou Donghuang finished speaking, there was suddenly a hearty laugh from within the room. Ah, ah. Hearing the laughter, Yang Yinchong and the other two's eyes lit up, and they rushed into the room immediately. No, impossible. Hearing the hearty laughter from within the room, sure you looked at Zhou Donghuang in disbelief, and then followed him into the room. At the same time, Zhou Donghuang returned to his residence in the Yang family household. Yang Yinchong and the others walked into the room, and, after seeing Yang Yunji's current state, they did not even need to ask to know what was going on. Medicine Master Zhou is really amazing. Yang looked away from the shock and gave a heartfelt compliment. Who would have thought that the poison that even Medicine Master Xiao, one of the top 10 medicine masters of the Chu royal city, could do nothing about, could be cured by a 16 or 17-year-old child? Yang Ping could not help but sigh. Big brother, looking at you now, you must have recovered well. Yang Yinchong asked excitedly as he looked at Yang Yunji with shining eyes. Medicine Master Zhou said that starting tomorrow, in the next 4 days, he will give me 4 more acupuncture treatments, and the poison will be completely removed from my body. Yang Yunji's face was still filled with the excitement of surviving a disaster. It took him a long time to disperse. As long as I keep drinking the medicine soup that he has prepared for me every day, in 5 or 6 days at most, I will be able to recover to my peak, both inside and outside. Congratulations, uncle. The young girl stood at the side, a radiant smile on her beautiful face. She had not smiled so easily in a long time. Zishi, you were the one who invited Medicine Master Zhou back. It is all thanks to you. Yang Yinchong looked at the young girl, his face full of affection. That's right. Miss Zishi deserves the credit for curing the chief's poison this time. Yang Ping and Yang also looked at the young girl, their faces full of kindness. How is that possible? That kid is at most an inferior-level medicine master. How could he cure the chief of the Yang family of a poison that even Medicine Master Xiao could not? Shiryu, who had followed Yang Yinchong and the others in, looked at Yang Yunji's head of black hair and youthful features, and his face and eyes were full of disbelief. After a moment, he recovered, and without saying goodbye to anyone, he led the old servant out of the room and left the Yang family. Chapter 79. After leaving the Yang family household, Shiryu first returned to the Shi family, and then went to find Xiao Chun, one of the top 10 medicine masters of the Chu royal city. Xiao Chun was an intermediate-level medicine master who had not joined any family. He had his own medicine shop in the Chu royal city, and because he was one of the top 10 medicine masters of the Chu royal city, his shop was doing very well. In addition, as one of the top 10 medicine masters of the Chu royal city who was best at detoxification, Xiao Chen's shop almost monopolized the entire antidote market in the Chu royal city. Xiao Chun had not joined any family, not because no family wanted him, but because he wanted his freedom and did not want to be tied down by any family. If he wanted, he could even join the Chu royal family and become one of the medicine masters there. Of course, his status in the Chu royal family would not be as high as in the tycoon families, because there were already many intermediate-level medicine masters in the Chu royal family. Him going to the Chu royal household was just icing on the cake for the Chu royal household, and joining a tycoon family would not be as high as joining a grand family. Joining a grand family was equivalent to giving them help in their hour of need. Medicine Master Xiao. Although Shiryu was used to being a spoiled brat, he was still very polite and courteous in front of Xiao Chun, one of the top 10 medicine masters of the Chu royal city. Young Master Shi, why have you come looking for an old man like me again? If you want me to treat someone's poison, please leave. Because of what had happened at the Grand Yang family 2 days ago, Xiao Chun had grown to hate Shiryu, who had invited him to the Yang family, and he immediately asked him to leave. The Yang clan. After he said that he couldn't do anything about the Yang clan's patriarch's poison, they actually sent a low-level medicine master to treat the Yang clan's patriarch. Wasn't this doubting his ability and slapping his face? Medicine Master Xiao, I apologize for what happened 2 days ago. Shiryu smiled apologetically and said, I'm not here to ask for your help. I'm here to help you. Help me? Xiao Chun was amused, and his tone was non-committal. What do I, Xiao Chun, need help from young Master Shi? Medicine Master Xiao, I'm afraid you still don't know. Just 2 days ago, the low-level medicine master that the Yang clan found, who was about 16 or 17 years old, helped Yang Yunji detoxify part of the poison. Shiryu narrowed his eyes. He was interrupted by Xiao Chun. Impossible. Even I am powerless against Yang Yunji's poison. How could a low-grade apothecary like him be able to? It was obvious that Xiao Chun did not believe Shiryu at all. Medicine Master Xiao, if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed that kid could cure Yang Yunji's poison. Shiryu shook his head. Today, after he cured Yang Yunji of the poison, I went in to take a look. At least 1/5 of Yang Yunji's white hair has turned back to black. In addition, he originally looked like he was at least 70 years old, but now, the wrinkles on his face have lessened a lot. He looks like he's at most in his early 60s. Hearing Shiryu's words, Xiao Chen's eyes narrowed. He stared at Shiryu and asked in a low voice, Is this true? Shiryu shook his head and said, Medicine Master Xiao, if you don't believe me, you can go to the Yang family and see the patriarch yourself. I have no reason to lie to you about this. In addition, the patriarch of the Yang family, Yang Yunji, said that kid will treat him for a few more days. After 5 or 6 days, Not only will the poison in his body be completely expelled, but his entire body will be restored to its peak condition. As soon as he finished speaking, Shiryu gave Xiao Chun a meaningful look. Medicine Master Xiao, if that kid really manages to cure Yang Yunji, I'm afraid your reputation will be ruined if word gets out. By then, the news will spread everywhere in the Chu royal city. You, Medicine Master Xiao, the best apothecary among the top 10 apothecaries of the Chu royal city, are not even as good as a 16 or 17-year-old boy. At that time, the business of your medicine store will definitely plummet. Hearing Shiryu's words, Xiao Qin's face, which had darkened slightly, suddenly turned pale. A tree had its bark, and a man had his face. Even if he did not care about the business of his medicine shop, Xiao Chun still valued his face. I want to go to the Yang family mansion, Xiao Chun said in a low voice. I'll go with you. Shiryu smiled. On the way to the Yang family mansion with Xiao Chun, Shiryu said, Medicine Master Xiao, actually, even if this matter has already been resolved, there's still a way to salvage it. What do you mean? Xiao Chun asked curiously as he looked at Shiryu. Medicine Master Xiao, think about it. Even if that kid really treats Yang Yunji's poison, as long as the Yang family tells the public that it was not him, but you, the news will spread, and people will only say that you're capable. Shiryu smiled and said, the poison in Yang Yunji's body was something that even the other 9 of the top 10 medicine masters of the Chu royal city could do nothing about, but you were able to cure it. When that time comes, your reputation in the Chu royal city will definitely rise to another level. Xiao Qin's pupils shrank abruptly. You mean to say that after that young man has cured Yang Yunji, I'll step in and let the Yang family take all the credit that should have belonged to that young man? That's right. Shiryu nodded. That kid and the Yang family, what right do they have to do that? Xiao Chun asked in a low voice. Don't worry about that kid. As for the Yang family, as long as the Shi family is willing to give them some benefits, they will naturally sell that kid out. Shiryu said confidently. Hearing Shiryu's words, Xiao Qin seemed to understand something and looked at Shiryu intently. Young Master Shi, you are setting me up? You want me to join the Shi family? That's right. Shiryu nodded, not denying it. Oomph. Xiao Qin snorted. Even if you want to bribe me, without the Shi family's help, I can think of a way to get the Yang family to transfer all the credit from that kid to me. As an intermediate-level apothecary, he could also offer something that would interest the Yang family without the Shi family's help. Once the Shi family helped him, it would be equivalent to putting himself in the Shi family's crosshairs, and he was naturally unwilling. Apothecary Xiao, the problem is you can bribe the Yang family, but can you bribe me? Shiryu grinned. There was no lack of threat in his words. You? Xiao Qin's eyes flashed with murderous intent. Sensing Xiao Qin's murderous intent, Shiryu did not care and said calmly, Do you think I did not inform the Shi family before I went to look for you? After all, this concerns an intermediate-level apothecary joining the Shi family, and not just any intermediate-level apothecary, but one of the top 10 apothecaries of the Chu royal city, Apothecary Xiao. Shiryu looked calm and unperturbed. Unless Xiao Chun did not want to stay in the Chu royal city any longer, he would not dare to kill him. Oomph. Xiao Qin's eyes flashed with fear, and he said in a low voice, As for joining the Shi family, let's wait until we have confirmed that the lad can really cure Yang Yunji of the Yang family. Apothecary Xiao, when you see Yang Yunji later, you don't even have to wait to be sure that the lad can cure Yang Yincheng of the poison. Shiryu smiled. Even now, he still remembered the shock he had felt when he had seen Yang Yunji in his room not long ago. Yang Yunji's transformation could even be described as rejuvenation. Soon, Shiryu and Xiao Qin arrive at the Yang family household. The Yang family juniors guarding the main entrance of the Yang family household recognized Shiryu and naturally did not dare to stop them, allowing them to enter. How is this possible? When Xiao Chun saw Yang Yunji again, it was as if he had seen a ghost. His face was full of shock, and the disbelief in his eyes did not fade for a long time. If he had not seen it with his own eyes, he would not have believed that a person could change so dramatically in just 2 days. At this time, he was completely sure that Shiryu had not been exaggerating. Everything was exactly as Sure Yu had described. Chief Yang, let me check for the poison in your body. Xiao Chun took a deep breath and suppressed his surging emotions. He then used his own method to examine the poison in Yang Yunji's body. He found that the poison in Yang Yunji's body had been reduced by nearly 30%. Furthermore, it was well suppressed and had stopped spreading. Chief Yang, that young man, did he tell you what poison you were poisoned with? Xiao Chen asked. Although Xiao Chun could not do anything about his poison, Xiao Chen was still one of the top 10 apothecaries of the Chu royal city, and Yang Yunji did not dare offend him. He said honestly, Apothecary Zhou said I was poisoned by a snake. Snake poison? Xiao Chen said without hesitation. That's impossible. 2 days ago, when he had checked for the poison in Yang Yunji, he had checked Yang Yunji's body, and there had been no bite marks from a poisonous snake. Furthermore, if he had been bitten by a snake, Yang Yunji would have felt it and would have told him. At first, I thought it was impossible too. Yang Yunji sighed. After all, I was not bitten by a snake, and there were no bite marks on my body. But Apothecary Zhou said that it was a poisonous snake that breathes poison, and that there is no need for a bite to transmit the poison. He also said the poisonous snake that transmitted the poison to me is called a Dachira snake. Yang Yunji finished in one breath. Dachira snake? Xiao Chen frowned. He racked his brain for a long time, but he could not remember the name of such a poisonous snake. Looks like he just happened to know what poison it was, and he helped Yang Yunji detoxify the poison. Thinking of this, Xiao Chun felt relieved. This did not mean that the other party was better than him, but that he had been lucky enough to know how to detoxify the poison. Chief Yang, farewell. After bidding farewell to Yang Yunji, Xiao Chun and Sure Yu left the Yang family mansion together. As soon as they left, Sure Yu asked with a smile, Apothecary Xiao, do you think that the young man will be able to detoxify Yang Yunji? I'll go with you to the Sure family. Chapter 80. After returning from Yang Yunji's place, Zhou Donghuang did not practice, but sat at the stone table in the courtyard, drinking tea as he basked in the sun. Brother Zhou, accompanied by a gentle and melodious voice, a slender and beautiful young girl appeared in Zhou Donghuang's line of sight. It was Yang Zishi. Sit. Zhou Donghuang smiled and gestured for Yang Zishi to sit. Perhaps because of the incident with Chun Dandan, he had a good impression of this young girl who knew how to repay kindness. Of course, it was just a good impression, and no other feelings were mixed in. Brother Zhou, uncle and third uncle asked me to give this to you. The young girl placed the brocade box on the stone table and pushed it towards Zhou Donghuang, opening it at the right time to show it to him. The 10-year survival herb in the brocade box also appeared in front of Zhou Donghuang. The poison in the Yang family chief's body has not been completely detoxified, and you're already giving me this 10-year survival herb? Aren't you worried that I'll fail? Zhou Donghuang shook his head and smiled. Brother Zhou, you must be joking. The young girl laughed lightly. Based on the abilities that the youth had demonstrated in front of her today, she was certain that he would be able to completely detoxify her uncle's poison. Brother Zhou, how do you have such great abilities? Where did you learn those skills from? The young girl asked curiously. Today, the young man in front of her could be said to have dazzled her eyes and shocked her to the point that she felt like a celestial being. In her opinion, such abilities could not be mastered without 8 to 10 years of hard work. I found an ancient book and learned it by myself. Zhou Donghuang was not lying, because in his previous life he had indeed found an ancient book on acupuncture on Earth and learned it by himself. However, the young girl did not really believe Zhou Donghuang's words. She thought that Zhou Donghuang was unwilling to say and did not pursue the matter. Brother Zhou, Sure Yu from the Sure family returned today and brought Medicine Master Xiao over. Medicine Master Xiao is said to be the most skilled intermediate-level medicine master among the top 10 medicine masters in the Chu royal city. He was stunned to see Uncle's appearance after you detoxified him. The young lady changed the topic and smiled as she shared the story with Zhou Donghuang. Perhaps he never dreamed that the poison that even he could not do anything about would be cured by a youth. The mandala snake is extremely rare. In the entire country of Yinyang, You might not even be able to find 10 of them. He might not even know the mandala snake. So how could he cure it? Zhou Donghuang was indifferent. Of course, there was one more thing he didn't say. If it was an ordinary poison, even if the source was unknown, an intermediate-level apothecary would also be able to neutralize it. However, the poison of the datura snake was something that only an existence of an earth-level apothecary or above would have the ability to neutralize. Brother Zhou, are you really a low-rank apothecary? The girl asked curiously. Low-level apothecary? Zhou Donghuang was taken aback at first. Then he smiled faintly and asked, Zishi, do you think that an inferior-level medicine master can cure your uncle? I can't. The young girl shook her head. She knew what a low-level alchemist was capable of. It was impossible for them to have the ability that the young man had displayed in front of her. In fact, even a mid-level apothecary might not have that ability. Big brother Zhou, could it be that you are an intermediate apothecary? The young girl's beautiful eyes widened, her beautiful face full of surprise as she asked. No. Zhou Donghuang shook his head. Superior-level apothecary? The young girl asked again. Zhou Donghuang shook his head again. Big brother Zhou, are you trying to tell me that you are an earth-level apothecary? The young girl shook her head and asked with a smile. Also no. Zhou Donghuang continued to shake his head. Big brother Zhou, are you trying to tell me that you are a heaven-level apothecary? The young girl asked with a bitter smile. In the entire history of the country of Yanyang, there had never been a heaven-level apothecary, but there had been one or two earth-level apothecaries. A heaven-level apothecary? Sort of. Zhou Donghuang thought for a moment and nodded. Adepts below the primal core stage were unable to use their inner yuan to condense the samadhi fire, and without the samadhi fire, they could not practice alchemy. A person, no matter how skilled and knowledgeable he was in alchemy, as long as he had not entered the primal core stage, he could at most be considered a heaven-level apothecary. Zhou Donghuang was in such a situation now. In his previous life, not only had he stood at the top of the universe in martial arts, but he had also stood at the top of the universe in alchemy, and no one was a match for him. But now, although he had the best knowledge of alchemy and medicine in the universe, because he had not entered the primal core stage, he could only be considered an apothecary, not a core forging master. A heaven-level apothecary? Barely considered? Hearing Zhou Donghuang's words, the young girl naturally did not believe him, thinking that he was joking. Big brother Zhou, you are really funny. Seeing that the young girl did not believe him, Zhou Donghuang did not say anything more. He had told the truth, and whether others believed him or not was not up to him, and he could not be bothered. After chatting with Zhou Donghuang for a while, the young girl took her leave. Big brother Zhou, I will come back tomorrow morning to visit uncle with you. After the young girl left, Zhou Donghuang returned to his room to formulate a new qi-gathering elixir. Although he could have formulated a qi-gathering elixir that could increase the sensitivity to qi by 9 times, he was not in a hurry to do so. He had been waiting for the Yang family's 10-year survival herb. Now that the 10-year survival herb was in his hands, he could directly formulate an ultimate qi-gathering elixir that could increase the sensitivity to qi by 10 times. With this ultimate qi-gathering elixir, the speed of my practice will be further increased. An hour later, in his room, Zhou Donghuang looked at the bottles of ultimate qi-gathering elixir before him, his eyes shining. With the help of this ultimate qi-gathering elixir, and then entering the undistracted state of practice of the Lord of the Four Supremes, my speed of practice will be even faster than before. At this thought, Zhou Donghuang's eyes shone even brighter. Of course, he knew that he could not enter that state of practice for the next few days, because for the next 4 days, he would have to help the patriarch of the Yang family detoxify Yang Yunji's poison once a day. However, although he could not enter that state of practice for the next few days, Zhou Donghuang could not wait to consume the ultimate qi-gathering elixir and begin practicing. Now, in the process of practicing the Lord of the Four Supremes, he could clearly feel that the speed of practice had increased. Compared to before, it was a completely different matter. After practicing until late at night, Zhou Donghuang collapsed onto the bed and fell asleep. He woke up early the next morning and continued practicing. With Zhou Donghuang's current level of practice, he cannot treat practice like sleep. In fact, in the boundless universe, only adepts who had attained the primal core stage and above could treat practice like sleep. After attaining the primal core stage, the body could enter a state of sleep when the primal core absorbed spirit energy and practiced. This process would not affect practice. Big Brother Zhou. After practicing for about 2 hours, Zhou Donghuang heard the young girl's voice and immediately stopped practicing. He walked out of his room and once again went with the young girl to the residence of the patriarch of the Yang family, Yang Yunji. Just like the day before, Zhou Donghuang left the young girl alone in the room and proceeded to detoxify Yang Yunji. In less than 2 hours, as Zhou Donghuang put the 36 golden needles back into the brocade box, Yang Yunji's robe was once again stained with black, poison blood. In addition, almost half of Yang Yunji's hair had turned black. Yang Yunji's face had many fewer wrinkles. After detoxifying the poison the day before, he looked to be in his early 60s, but now he looked even younger than that. Uncle, have a good rest. The young girl bade farewell to Yang Yunji and left with Zhou Donghuang, not lingering as she had the day before. The moment Zhou Donghuang and Yang Yinchong left, the third master of the Yang family, Yang Yinchong, entered the room and smiled at Yang Yunji, who was sitting cross-legged on the bed. Big brother, that girl Zishi seems to have a good impression of Medicine Master Zhou. I've never seen her so close to any man of her age before. It's a pity he's from an inferior prefecture. Otherwise, I could consider betrothing Zishi to him. In front of Zhou Donghuang, Yang Yunji was very friendly, but now that he mentioned Zhou Donghuang, there was a hint of disdain in his eyes. His expression changed quickly. He had only found out from his niece, Yang Zishi, the day before. Zhou Donghuang came from the inferior Yinfeng prefecture. Big brother, although he's from an inferior prefecture, he's not simple. He can even detoxify your poison. If he and Zishi get together and stay with the Yang family, he'll definitely be of great help to us. Yang Yinchong said. He can detoxify my poison only because he knows the type of poisonous snake it is, so he knows how to detoxify its venom. Yang Yunji said lightly. At his age, he's at most an inferior-level medicine master. Just an inferior-level medicine master. The Yang family doesn't lack one. Although Zhou Donghuang had demonstrated amazing acupuncture techniques in front of Yang Yunji, from Yang Yunji's point of view, it was just practice and did not prove anything. A 16 or 17-year-old youth, even if he had mastered such dazzling techniques, could not possibly become an intermediate-level medicine master. To become an intermediate-level medicine master, one's level of medicine had to pass. And how high could a youth's level of medicine be? Chief, the chief of the Shi family is here. Just as Yang Yunji finished speaking, the voice of a Yang family disciple came from outside the room. He's accompanied by the young master of the Shi family, Shi Yu, and medicine master Xiao Chun. The chief of the Shi family, hearing the Yang family disciple's words, Yang Yunji's eyes narrowed. What's he doing here? The Shi family was a tycoon family, and although it was one of the lowest tycoon families, it was not something that a grand family like the Yang family could compare to. He's accompanied by Shi Yu and Xiao Chun. Why do I feel that the chief of the Shi family's arrival has something to do with Medicine Master Zhou helping you detoxify your poison? Chapter 81. The Yang family household. In the drawing room, when Yang Yunji, the chief of the Yang family, and Yang Yinchong, the third master of the Yang family, arrived, there were already 3 people waiting for them in the drawing room. One of the 3 sat at the head of the table. He was a middle-aged man dressed in a dark gold robe. He was well-built, had a full beard, and looked dignified. He sat there like a high and mighty person. Although the newcomer was sitting at the head of the table, and it was suspicious that he had taken over the Yang family household, Yang Yunji and Yang Yinchong did not dare to express any displeasure. Not only did they not dare to express any displeasure, but they even bowed to the newcomer as soon as they entered. Yang Yunji pays his respects to Chief Shi. Yang Yinchong pays his respects to Chief Shi. Now, Sitting at the head of the table was the chief of the Tycoon Shi family of the Chu royal city, Shi Hao. Besides being the patriarch of the Tycoon Shi family, Shi Hao is also a powerful level 7 adept of Qi gathering, second only to the level 8 adept of Qi gathering in the Shi family. Behind Shi Hao stood two people. One of them was his eldest son, Shi Yu, and the other was one of the top 10 medicine masters of the Chu royal city, Xiao Chun. At this moment, looking at Yang Yunji, whose head of white hair had almost turned black, Xiao Chen's face was filled with shock, and his eyes were filled with incredulity and shock. Yesterday, when he had seen Yang Yunji, he had been in a different state. Today, Yang Yunji seemed to be a completely different person. Not just Xiao Chun, but even sure you could not hide the shock on his face when he saw Yang Yunji. Of course, both Xiao Chun and Shi Yu realized that the poison in Yang Yunji's body must have been mostly neutralized. Chief Yang, based on the current situation, the poison in your body should be completely neutralized in another 2 or 3 days. Xiao Chun said, looking at Yang Yunji. Not bad. Hearing Xiao Chun mention this, Yang Yunji could not hide his excitement. In another 2 days, the poison in my body will be completely neutralized. This is all thanks to Medicine Master Zhou. Although he secretly looked down on that young man, he didn't dare to say anything on the surface. Otherwise, he, the dignified patriarch of the Yang family, would become a laughingstock for repaying kindness with enmity. That wasn't something he wanted to see. Medicine Master Zhou, Shi Yu smiled as he looked at Yang Yunji. Patriarch Yang, I'm afraid your words are mistaken. It's obviously Medicine Master Xiao Chen's work. How can you say it's someone else's work? You'll become a laughingstock for being so ungrateful. After saying that, Shi Yu looked at Yang Yunji deeply. Young Master Shi, what do you mean? Yang Yunji subconsciously frowned, and even Yang Yinchong couldn't help but look puzzled. He had no idea why Shi Yu would say such a thing. The young man with the surname Zhou was the one who cured his big brother's poison. Why did he say that it was Medicine Master Xiao Chen's doing? That's what I meant. Just as Yang Yunji and Yang Yinchong were in a daze, Shi Hao, the patriarch of the Tycoon Shi family, spoke up. His voice was like a great bell, carrying with it an unquestionable tone. Yang Yunji and Yang Yinchong instinctively looked at Shi Hao. Shi Hao looked at Yang Yunji and said calmly, in a few days when the poison in your body is completely cured, as long as the Yang family announces that it was Medicine Master Xiao Chun who cured you, the Shi family will give the Yang family a medicine shop near the center of the Chu royal city. Almost at the same time Shi Hao finished speaking, Yang Yunji's eyes suddenly lit up, and his breathing instantly became hurried. A medicine shop near the center of the Chu royal city? Although the Yang family also had medicine shops in the Chu royal city, they were only in remote areas of the city. Compared to the medicine shops near the center of the city, they had very little business. The value of a medicine shop near the center of the Chu royal city was even higher than all the medicine shops owned by the Yang family combined. Patriarch Shi, is this true? Yang Yunji looked at Shi Hao with shining eyes and asked for further confirmation. Why? Are you doubting my words? Shi Hao laughed coldly. As the patriarch of a tycoon family, why would I lie to a grand family patriarch like you? What a joke. Patriarch Shi, please don't blame me. I was just too excited. Yang Yunji laughed awkwardly. Do you agree to this? Shi Hao asked calmly. Yes, of course I agree. Yang Yunji nodded without hesitation, as if afraid that Shi Hao would go back on his word if he agreed too late. Big brother. At the same time, Yang Yinchong recovered and said to Yang Yunji with an ugly expression, if you agree to this, how will you tell Medicine Master Zhou? That doesn't seem very good. Besides, if Zishi knows about this, she will definitely not agree. Yang Yinchong voiced out his concerns. Yang Yunji laughed coldly. That Medicine Master Zhou is just a country bumpkin from an inferior-level prefecture. Just give him some silver. Even if he is not satisfied, what can he do? Can he go against a Yang family? As for Zishi, she is just a little girl. What can she know? Yang Yunji said calmly. Yang Yinchong laughed bitterly, but did not say anything else. After all, the promise made by the patriarch of the Shi family was too tempting, and if he was in his brother's position, he might have chosen to agree. There's one more thing. Sure Hao continued. My son Sure Yu has taken a liking to Yang Zishi of the Yang family. As long as the Yang family marries her my son, the Sure family will provide the Yang family with valuable prescriptions in the future and guarantee that the profits of all the medicine shops under the Yang family will more than double. Sure Hao's promise also tempted Yang Yunji, and his breathing stagnated. But he could only laugh bitterly at Sure Hao's conditions. Patriarch Sure, you don't know. My niece Zishi has a stubborn personality, and I have no way of forcing her to marry young Master Sure. If I had a way, I would have married Zishi to young Master Sure when he came to propose, but that girl Zishi threatened to kill herself, and I could not do anything about it. As Yang Yunji spoke, he let out a long sigh. He was sighing now, not only because of his helplessness at Zishi's stubborn personality, but also because the Yang family had missed out on the prescriptions that the Sure family could provide. I heard this from my son. Sure Hao was not surprised by Yang Yunji's words, and said lightly, So, Patriarch Yang, you have another choice. If she refuses to marry my son, as long as you expel her from the Yang family and announce to the public that she is no longer a member of the Yang family, the Sure family can also provide the prescriptions to the Yang family. Sure Hao said. Yang Yunchong's expression changed at Sure Hao's words. Yang Yunji, on the other hand, looked at Sure Hao with shining eyes. The prescription you provide will also double the profits of all the medicine shops under the Yang family. When he saw Sure Hao nod, he immediately agreed. All right, I agree. Big brother. Yang Yunchong had never imagined that his big brother would agree to this, and his expression darkened as he said in a low voice, If you do this, how can you face the dead second brother? Don't forget, that year, second brother and second sister-in-law were killed by the horse bandits to save your life and protect you from them. As he spoke, Yang Yunchong's expression darkened. Back then, even if second brother and second sister-in-law did not protect me, they would not have escaped death. Faced with Yang Yunchong's rebuke, Yang Yunji's expression did not change as he said indifferently, It is true that they saved me, but all these years, I have also raised their only daughter. No matter what, we are even. Now that their daughter has grown up, it is only right for her to make some contributions to the family. Yang Yunji said matter-of-factly. Hearing Yang Yunji's words, Yang Yunchong said in a low voice, I will not agree to this. It is not up to you whether you agree or not. Yang Yunji's cold gaze swept over Yang Yunchong. I'm the one in charge of the Yang family, not you. If you want to expel Zishi from the Yang family, then expel me as well. Yang Yunchong glared at Yang Yunji. You don't care about her, I do. Noisy. Sure Hao shouted impatiently as soon as Yang Yunchong finished speaking. He rose from his seat and charged at Yang Yunchong like a cheetah. Bang! Yang Yunchong did not even have time to react before he was sent flying by Sure Hao's punch, crashing heavily into the wall of the living room and losing all signs of life. Yang Yunchong was only a level 5 adept of Qi gathering, and in front of a level 7 adept like Sure Hao, he could not withstand a single blow. Even if Sure Hao had not launched a sneak attack, Yang Yunchong would not have been able to withstand Sure Hao's blow. Chief Yang, you don't mind if I help you clean up the Yang family? After killing Yang Yunchong with one blow, Sure Hao looked at the dazed Yang Yunji and asked with a grin. Yang Yunji paled in fright and waved his hands hurriedly. I don't mind. Thank you, Chief Sure, for helping us clean up the Yang family. Would he dare to mind? Sure Hao was an outstanding level 7 adept, and it would be easy for him to kill Zhou Donghuang. Of course, because of the ban imposed by the imperial court, Sure Hao would not dare to kill him, a grand family chief, but it would not be a problem to give him some physical pain. In the country of Yinyang, the great families were not allowed to wipe out their entire families or shake their foundations. Any family that rose to prominence only needed to register with the king's household as a family, and it would be equivalent to having the king's household as an umbrella. And behind the king's household was the imperial court. The imperial ban was enforced by all the king's households. And the reason for this ban was that the imperial court had the intention of establishing order in the country, with the aim of maintaining the stability of the country. Otherwise, with the killing of families everywhere, the people of Yinyang would not be able to make a living, and that was not what the imperial court wanted. As long as that slut is expelled from the Yang family, without the protection of the Yang family, she is destined to be a fish on my chopping board, at my mercy. Seeing that Yang Yunji had agreed, Shiyu's eyes lit up. This request from his father was his suggestion, and it was a reward from his father. Chapter 82. Early morning, September 14th, 1228 of the Ziyun era. Brother Zhou. Today was the third day that Zhou Donghuang was preparing to perform acupuncture on the head of the Yang family, Yang Yunji. The young lady had come looking for Zhou Donghuang early in the morning. Zhou Donghuang responded and walked out of the room. Together with the young girl, they went to Yang Yunji's residence. Where's third uncle? The young lady was a little surprised that she didn't see the Yang clan's third master, Yang Yinchong. Normally speaking, her third uncle would be present. Ask your third uncle to take care of something. He'll be back in a few days. The chief of the Yang family, Yang Yunji, walked out of the room to welcome Zhou Donghuang and said kindly to the young girl. He then looked at Zhou Donghuang and bowed slightly, gesturing for him to enter the room. Medicine Master Zhou, please. Yes. Zhou Donghuang nodded and walked into the room first. Yang Yunji and the girl followed him inside. In less than 2 hours, Zhou Donghuang had finished another round of acupuncture for Yang Yunji. Tomorrow, I will come over to perform the last round of acupuncture for you, and then the poison in your body will be completely removed. At that time, as long as you take the prescription I've prepared and recover for 2 days, your body will be able to recover to its peak state. Zhou Donghuang said. Thank you, Medicine Master Zhou. Yang Yunji thanked her profusely. At this time, the remaining half of Yang Yunji's hair had turned white, and the other half had turned black. There weren't many wrinkles on his face, and he looked like he was at most in his early 50s. In just 3 days, he had turned from a 70-year-old to a 50-year-old. If word of this got out, it would definitely scare a lot of people. Of course, no one would believe it unless they saw it with their own eyes. Not long after Zhou Donghuang returned, just as he was about to start practicing, the young girl came looking for him again. This time, her expression was a little ugly. Zishi, what are you doing? Big brother Zhou, I just met 2 of our Yang family's elders, and I heard them talking about Big Uncle's rejuvenation. The girl said in a deep voice, they said that it was Medicine Master Xiao Chun who helped Uncle detoxify the poison. Big brother Zhou, you were the one who detoxified Uncle's poison. How can you say that Xiao Chun did it? I explained it to them, but they didn't believe me. They even said that a young man like you couldn't possibly have the ability to cure Uncle's poison. I asked them where they got the news from, and they said that they heard it from other elders. I got to the bottom of it and found the elder who spread the news. Do you know what he said? He said it was my uncle who told him that. How is this possible? So, I want to find my uncle. Sure enough, my uncle said that he didn't say anything like that. He even told everyone that Big Brother Zhou helped him detoxify the poison. Speaking up to this point, the young lady was still panting with anger as she consoled Zhou Donghuang. Don't worry, Big Brother Zhou. Uncle has said that he will definitely punish the elder who spread the rumors. Zishi, you came just for this? Zhou Donghuang shook his head and smiled, feeling that the young lady was making a mountain out of a molehill. To him, this was an insignificant matter. Even if the Yang family's patriarch, Yang Yunji, refused to acknowledge his contribution and said that it was someone else's work, he wouldn't care. This was because he had helped the Yang family patriarch cure the poison in order to obtain the 10-year survival grass. Brother Zhou, don't you think this is very infuriating? The girl said hatefully. Yes, it is indeed very infuriating. Zhou Donghuang smiled and nodded. His gaze on the young lady had unknowingly become even gentler, although he did not care about that. However, the young lady's concern still made him feel a surge of warmth in his heart. Brother Zhou, my uncle doesn't know about this. Please don't take your anger out on him. The young lady looked at Zhou Donghuang timidly and said softly, Don't worry. Zhou Donghuang nodded. Hearing Zhou Donghuang's words, The young lady heaved a sigh of relief and smiled as she said goodbye to Zhou Donghuang. Brother Zhou, then I won't disturb you anymore. I'll come back tomorrow morning. After the young lady left, Zhou Donghuang returned to his room to practice. He practiced all the way until the next morning before leaving his room to wait for the young lady in the courtyard. Brother Zhou, when the young lady arrived, Zhou Donghuang went with her to find the Yang family patriarch, Yang Yunji. 2 hours later, Zhou Donghuang kept the golden needles and said to Yang Yunji, Chief Yang, the poison in your body has been completely purged. Now, the wrinkles on Yang Yunji's face were gone, and the white hair on his head was gone. He had returned to his original appearance, and he stared at the mirror in a daze for a long time before coming to his senses. Thank you, Medicine Master Zhou. Seeing that the poison had been completely purged, Yang Yunji nodded at Zhou Donghuang. He did not bow and thanked Zhou Donghuang like he had the day before. Seeing this, the young lady standing by the side frowned slightly, feeling that her uncle was being a little rude. But Zhou Donghuang did not mind. He looked at the brocade box containing the golden needles and said to Yang Yunji, Chief Yang, the Yang family has no use for this set of golden needles. Why don't you give it to me? Although there were 36 golden needles, they were extremely light and did not cost much. If Zhou Donghuang had wanted to get them himself, he could have just instructed Fu. But now that he had them, he could save himself some trouble, and he was happy to do so. Medicine Master Zhou, I want to study these golden needles, so I'm afraid it's not convenient for me to give them to you, Yang Yunji said lightly. Hearing this, Zhou Donghuang was stunned at first, then put down the brocade box. If that's the case, forget it. Just then, the young lady could not stand it anymore. She stood up and said to Yang Yunji, Uncle, since big brother Zhou wants these golden needles, let's give them to him. As she said this, the young lady was a little puzzled. Why did her uncle seem to be a different person today? Zishi, I have my own plans. Yang Yunji looked at the young lady and then at Zhou Donghuang. Medicine Master Zhou, I have something to say to my niece. Can you leave for a moment? Zhou Donghuang nodded lightly and walked out of the room, preparing to return. But just as he walked out of the room and left the courtyard, he heard the young lady's furious voice from the room in the courtyard behind him. Fine, I'll leave the Yang family. Even if I, Yang Zishi, leave the Yang family and starve to death, I will never agree to marry that playboy Shiryu. Hearing the young lady's voice, Zhou Donghuang stopped in his tracks and frowned slightly. A moment later, he saw the young girl running out of the room angrily. Her beautiful cheeks were covered with tears like rain. She was lovely and touching, and he couldn't help but feel pity for her. Big brother Zhou, seeing that Zhou Donghuang had not left, the young lady reached out to wipe away the tears on her face, but they could not stop falling. Even though Zhou Donghuang had 1,000 years of memories from his previous life and had seen many things, seeing the young lady like this, he could not help but feel his heart ache. What's wrong? As the young lady cried, she said, Uncle wants me to marry that Shiryu, and if I don't agree, he'll chase me out of the Yang family. Now, the young lady's voice was trembling, showing how agitated she was. He can even say such things? Zhou Donghuang frowned. Could it be that he's just saying it out of anger? It's not out of anger. The young lady shook her head. I know Uncle very well. There are some things that either you don't say, or once you say it, it's a done deal. Big brother Zhou, I'll leave first. I'll pack up and leave the Yang family. Now, I don't want to stay here a moment longer. After bidding farewell to Zhou Donghuang, the young lady jogged off, crying as she ran, leaving a trail of tears on the floor. Zhou Donghuang's expression darkened, and he entered the courtyard once again, entering Yang Yunji's room. Why? Zhou Donghuang looked at Yang Yunji and asked in a low voice, Do you know that Zishi respects you like a father? And you, in order to force her to marry someone she doesn't like, you actually said that you want to chase her out of the Yang family. Medicine Master Zhou, this is a family matter of the Zhao family. You don't have to worry about it. Faced with Zhou Donghuang's questioning, Yang Yunji said lightly, Are you sure? You didn't say that to scare her? Zhou Donghuang asked in a low voice. I, Yang Yunji, am a chief of the Yang family, and my words carry enormous weight. Why would I scare her? Yang Yunji laughed coldly. Medicine Master Zhou, if you can persuade her, please persuade her. As long as she is willing to marry young Master Shi, she will still be a member of the Yang family, and she can continue to enjoy glory and wealth. Hearing Yang Yunji's words, Zhou Donghuang's eyes flashed coldly, and he did not say anything more. He directly returned to his guest room, got food to tidy up, and brought Fu along to find the young lady. When they found the young lady, she was just about to leave with Aunt May. Brother Zhou? Seeing Zhou Donghuang walk over with Fu, the young lady and Aunt May could not help but be stunned. The young lady's face was still wet with tears, and Aunt May's anger had not dissipated. I'm also preparing to leave the Yang family. Let's go together. Zhou Donghuang smiled. Walking out of the Yang family mansion with the young lady, Zhou Donghuang asked the young lady, "Where are you going next?" The young lady hesitated for a moment, then said, "I am preparing to find a sister and temporarily stay with her. Let me send you there." Zhou Donghuang smiled. Brother Zhou, you don't have a place to stay in the capital at the moment. When I see my sister, I will ask her to take you in. The young lady forced a smile as she spoke to Zhou Donghuang. At the main entrance of the grand Zhang family mansion, Miss Zishi, our mistress has instructed, if you have been expelled from the Yang family and are seeking shelter with her, we cannot let you in. At the same time, she wants me to tell you that you are no match for her, and that you should agree to marry young Master Shi. The Zhang family disciple guarding the door said to the young lady, "Sister Lily, did she really say that?" The young lady's face paled. Yes. The Zhang family disciple nodded. At the main entrance of the grand Xie family mansion, the young lady was once again turned away. Miss Zishi, our mistress said that if you are willing to marry young Master Shi, you will still be sisters. If not, your sisterhood ends here. Zhou Donghuang followed the young lady, repeatedly being rejected. Chapter 83. They are all so heartless. The young girl's face was pale and desolate. She had never imagined that the daughters of the grand families, whom she had treated like sisters, would turn against her the moment she was expelled from the Yang family. Not only did they turn against her, but they were also pushing her into the fire pit. In the past, she had told them more than once that she would rather die than marry the young master of the Shi family. Shiryu. Now, were they forcing her to die? Zishi, let's find an inn to stay in for the time being, Zhou Donghuang sighed. He did not know how to comfort the young girl, because this was the reality, and it had always been so. Anyone would be happy to help, but no one was willing to help in the hour of need. No, I don't believe it. I don't believe it. The young girl shook her head, her face full of indignation. Then, she brought Zhou Donghuang to the mansions of two other grand families, but the result was the same. They were turned away. Young mistress, let's listen to Medicine Master Zhou and find an inn to stay in. Ani Mei sighed. Now, you've already looked for all the people you could find. No, there's one more. The young girl's face was full of stubbornness. One more? Who? Aunt Mei started. She knew all the friends of her young mistress, but she did not remember anyone else besides the people her young mistress had just asked. Rin Jiape, the young girl said in a low voice. Rin Jiape? The daughter of the Grand Ren family? Aunt Mei smiled bitterly. Young mistress, you and that young mistress Ren did not interact much. The only time you met her was 10 years ago, when she was almost hit by the carriage of the Tycoon Kong family's patriarch. You pulled her out in time and saved her life. Although that was a life-saving favor, how old was she then? How would she remember? Aunt Mei shook her head. That year, the Ren family chief brought her to the Yang family to thank the chief, and gave him a generous gift. After that, you did not interact with her again. The Chu royal city was not big, but it was not small either. The reason why Yang Zishi and Ren Jiape had not interacted after that year was because Ren Jiape had left the Ren family with her mother and left the Chu royal city. They had been gone for a whole 10 years and had only returned a month ago. Hearing Aunt Mei's story, Zhou Donghuang could not help but shake his head. He did not think that the young mistress of the Ren family would take in a young girl at such a time. Big brother Zhou, the last one. This is the last person I'm looking for. If even she doesn't want to take me in, I'll go with you to the inn. The young lady said to Zhou Donghuang. Let's go. Zhou Donghuang nodded. On the way to the Ren family, Zhou Donghuang learned from Aunt Mei that although the Ren family was also a grand family, they were much stronger than the Yang family. The Yang family only had one level 6 adept of Qi gathering. However, the Ren clan had 3. Because of this, the status of the Ren family in the Chu royal city was much higher than that of the Yang family. Of course, they couldn't compare to the Tycoonshire family. Very quickly, Zhou Donghuang and the group arrive at the main entrance of the Ren family household. I am Yang Zishi. I'm looking for your young mistress, Ren Jiapei. The successive defeats caused the young girl to not hold much hope, and she lacked confidence when she spoke to the 2 Ren clan disciples that were guarding the entrance of the Ren clan estate. Yang Zishi, one of the Ren family juniors, started, then asked with a serious expression, "Are you young Mistress Zishi of the Grand Yang family?" "I used to be, but now I've been expelled from the Yang family." Yang Zishi shook her head and laughed at herself. But the Ren family junior's next words surprised everyone, including Zhou Donghuang. "Young Mistress Zishi, our young mistress instructed us yesterday that if you came to look for her, we should bring you to the drawing room immediately and inform her. Young Mistress Zishi, please." With that, the Ren family junior led Yang Zishi, Zhou Donghuang, and the rest into the Ren family household and led them to the drawing room. "Young Mistress Zishi, please wait here for a moment. I'll inform our young mistress." After bidding farewell to the young lady, the Ren family junior jogged out of the drawing room. "I didn't expect this. I really didn't expect this." Aunt Mei looked at the young lady in disbelief and shook her head. "That young Mistress Ren, you haven't seen her in 10 years, right? I didn't expect that when you were in trouble, she would be more reliable than the young mistresses of the grand families that you usually interact with. I didn't expect this. I really didn't expect this." Aunt Mei still couldn't believe it. But now, Zhou Donghuang was thinking about something else. Just now, the Ren family junior had said that their young mistress had instructed them yesterday that if Yang Zishi came, they should bring her to the drawing room and inform her. That meant that young Mistress Ren already knew that Yang Zishi would be expelled from the Yang family yesterday. And those young mistresses of the grand families who were on good terms with Zishi obviously knew about this long ago, which is why they instructed the juniors guarding the door to keep Zishi out. Thinking of this, Zhou Donghuang's eyes narrowed slightly. It was the chief of a Yang family who had already spoken to the daughters of the grand families, telling them not to take Zishi in. Or could it be the Tycoonshire family? By now, Zhou Donghuang had already guessed many things. Suddenly, Zhou Donghuang's ears twitched as he heard a flurry of footsteps approaching. Although it was a distance away, he could still hear it. And this was all due to the Lord of the Four Supremes that he practiced. Practicing the Lord of the Four Supremes had not only strengthened his qi, but his eyesight and hearing had also improved rapidly. Just as Zhou Donghuang was looking outside the drawing room, Sister Zishi, accompanied by a melodious yet somewhat childish voice, a fiery red figure walked in from outside. This was a young girl wearing a fiery red tight-fitting leather jacket. She was about 14 or 15 years old and had a hot and sexy figure. Her pretty face revealed a hint of immaturity and mature charm. The contradictory combination added a bit of a strange charm to the young girl. "Sister Zishi, it's been 10 years, and you've become even more beautiful." As soon as the red-clothed girl came in, she walked in front of Yang Zishi. A bright smile appeared on her face. 2 dimples were faintly discernible, and her gaze softened. "You're Sister Jiapei?" Looking at the young lady in red, Yang Zishi's expression was blank. She could not reconcile this slender and sexy young lady with the crybaby of so many years ago. "What? You don't even recognize me?" Ren Jiapei smiled. "No, it's just that, Sister Jiapei, you've changed a little too much." Yang Zishi smiled bitterly. "After all, it's been 10 years, so it's normal for me to change so much. In the month that I've been back, my level of practice was on the verge of a breakthrough, so I did not look for you, intending to look for you after I broke through." At this point, Run Jiapei paused, and a cold light flashed in her eyes. But I did not expect that before I broke through, the Sure family would come looking for me. They put on the airs of a tycoon family and threatened me with both kindness and authority. They told me that if I were to be chased out of the Yang family, I would not be able to take you in. Originally, I thought that the head of the Yang family would not chase you out of the Yang family. I did not expect that he would actually do so. At this point, Run Jiapei's expression turned angry. As far as I know, if not for your parents saving his life, he would have died at the hands of the bandits. What an ungrateful villain. It looks like the Sure family has given him many benefits. The more Ren Jiapei spoke, the angrier she became. However, when Ren Jiapei looked at Yang Zishi again, the anger on her face had completely vanished. Sister Zishi, from now on, the Ren family is your home. You can stay as long as you like. Others might be afraid of the Sure family, but I, Ren Jiapei, am not. Thank you, Sister Jiapei. Yang Zishi thanked her gratefully. There's no need to thank me. If not for you, I would have been run over by that carriage that suddenly appeared. Ren Jiapei shook her head and smiled. Sister Jiapei, I will not introduce Aunt Mei. You've met her before. Yang Zishi looked at Zhou Donghuang and introduced him to Ren Jiapei. This is Big Brother Zhou Donghuang. He is a medicine master, my uncle. At this point, Yang Zishi's expression turned pained, and she corrected herself. The poison in the Yang family chief, Yang Yunji, was personally cured by Big Brother Zhou. Big Brother Zhou. Ren Jiapei followed Yang Zishi in calling Zhou Donghuang Big Brother, and Zhou Donghuang, who had a good impression of Ren Jiapei, smiled and greeted her. Miss Ren, Sister Zishi, something's not right. Ren Jiapei looked at Yang Zishi and frowned. These 2 days, the news in the Chu royal city is that the poison in the Yang family chief, Yang Yunji, was cured by one of the top 10 medicine masters of the Chu royal city, Medicine Master Xiao Chun. Medicine Master Yang Yunji, because of this incident, has become even more famous than the other 9 of the top 10 medicine masters of the Chu royal city, because none of them could do anything about Yang Yunji's poison. Ren Jiapei said, It's not like that. Yang Zishi shook her head. The cure for my eldest. Yang Yunji's poison has nothing to do with Xiao Chun. I saw the entire process with my own eyes, and only Big Brother Zhou did it. But this news has been verified by many sources, and it was spread by the Yang family chief, Yang Yunji. Ren Jiapei frowned again. There's one more thing. That medicine master Xiao Chun has now joined the Sure family, and has become the Sure family's medicine master. Many people find this strange. In the past, when Xiao Chun was not so famous, he did not even bother to join the Sure family. So why is he joining now? Furthermore, although the Sure family is a tycoon family in the Chu royal city, where tycoon families are everywhere, it is only one of the bottom. As she spoke, Ren Jiapei's face was full of confusion, because this was really incomprehensible. Yang Yunji said himself that it was Xiao Chun who cured him of the poison. Chapter 84. It was Big Brother Zhou who helped him detoxify the poison. How can he say that someone else did it? Has his conscience been eaten by a dog? In his rage, Yang Zishi spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted. Zhou Donghuang caught him in time to prevent him from falling to the ground. Miss, Aunt Mei's expression changed. Miss Run, please arrange a place for Zishi to rest. Zhou Donghuang said to Ren Jiapei, who had turned pale with fright as he supported Yang Zishi. Ren Jiapei was only a young girl after all, so it was normal for her to be frightened. However, after hearing Zhou Donghuang's words, she hurriedly responded and led Zhou Donghuang and the others out of the hall. Ren Jiapei did not bring Zhou Donghuang and the rest to the guest room, but to the courtyard where she lived. This is the courtyard where my mother and my father lived when they were separated. I'll be staying here since I'm back. There are many rooms here, so you can stay here with me from now on. This way, I can take better care of Sister Zishi. As Ren Jiapei spoke, she had Zhou Donghuang carry Yang Zishi back to her room, as the other rooms had not been tidied up yet. Big brother Zhou, is Sister Zishi all right? Ren Jiapei asked worriedly as she stood at the head of the bed and looked at Zhou Donghuang, who had just placed Yang Zishi on the bed. She's fine. Zishi is just suffering from heart attack. She will be fine after some rest. Zhou Donghuang shook his head and led the way out of the room. Let her rest well. No one is to disturb her. All right. Ren Jiapei and Aunt Mei followed him out. As for Fu, he was helping the servant girls of the Ren family tidy up the other rooms. After Aunt Mei came out, she also went to help. Big brother Zhou, did you really detoxify the poison in the Yang family chief Yang Yunji and not Xiao Chen? After confirming that Yang Zishi was fine, Ren Jiapei heaved a sigh of relief. She could not suppress her curiosity and looked at Zhou Donghuang. Why, you don't believe Zishi? Zhou Donghuang smiled faintly, not displeased by the young girl's questioning of him. Firstly, he was not such a petty person, and secondly, this young girl's temperament suited his taste. Of course I believe Sister Zishi's words. I'm just a little surprised. Ren Jiapei smiled awkwardly. When Zishi brought me to the Yang family to treat Yang Yuanji, Xiao Chun had just finished treating Yang Yunji and said that he was powerless. After that, I spent 4 days helping Yang Yunji detoxify the poison. Yang Yunji announced to the public that it was Xiao Chun who cured him of the poison, and that Xiao Chun joined the Shi family after that. It seems like Yang Yuanji, Xiao Chun, and the Shi family have reached some kind of agreement. If I am not wrong, Zishi's expulsion from the Yang family should be part of the agreement. As he spoke, Zhou Donghuang's eyes flashed coldly. He didn't think much of this matter. However, Yang Yunji had hurt Yang Zishi because of this, and this was something that he could not bear to watch with folded arms. Moreover, Yang Zishi had rejected Shiryu before, and Yang Yunji didn't expel Yang Zishi from the Yang family. But this time, Yang Zishi was expelled from the Yang family. He vaguely felt that this matter had a lot to do with him, and it turned out that Zhou Donghuang had guessed correctly. The next day, Ren Jiapei returned from outside and called Zhou Donghuang and Yang Zishi together. Her pretty face was unusually solemn. Big brother Zhou, Sister Zishi. Ren Jiapei went straight to the point and said, just today, the Shi family gave one of their medicine shops near the city center to the Yang family, and the Yang family is already taking over. In addition, the various medicine shops of the Yang family have many new elixirs and elixirs on sale today, and these elixirs and elixirs are not something that the inferior level medicine masters of the Yang family can make. Most importantly, the Shi family's medicine shops have put these elixirs and elixirs on sale at the same time. If I am not wrong, these elixirs and elixirs are all made by Xiao Chun, one of the top 10 medicine masters of the Chu royal city. At this point, Ren Jiapei paused before continuing. In addition, I asked someone to find out something from a direct descendant of the Shi family who is very close to Shiryu. Xiao Chun joined the Shi family because Shiryu personally pulled the strings. Shiryu personally told the scion of the Shi family that the Shi family would give the Yang family a shop, and that the Yang family would announce to the public that Yang Yunji's poison was cured by Xiao Chun, helping Xiao Chun raise his reputation in the Chu royal city. And the price that Xiao Chun has to pay is to join the Shi family for 3 years. In addition, the patriarch of the Shi family, Shi Hao, in order to reward Shiryu for pulling the strings to get Xiao Chun to join the Shi family, promised to provide the Yang family with some elixirs and help the Yang family's medicine shop business rise. And the price that the Yang family has to pay is for Sister Zishi to marry Shiryu. At this point, Ren Jiapei glanced at Yang Zishi. Yang Zishi clenched her fists tightly, her body trembling. She had never imagined that her uncle would secretly make such an unacceptable deal with the Shi family. Of course, if Sister Zishi insists on not marrying, as long as the Yang family kicks her out of the Yang family, the Shi family will still give the Yang family those elixirs. This was also Shiryu's idea. He wanted to appear in front of Sister Zishi when she was chased out of the Yang family, and no one would take her in. He wanted her to see him as her last hope, and from there, he would possess her. The Shi family disciple who came to the Ren family to look for me was also arranged by him, but he did not expect that I would still take Sister Zishi in. Ren Jiapei continued. Sure you. Zhou Donghuang's eyes flashed coldly, and at the same time, he realized that his guess was right. It was he who had caused Zishi to end up like this. Suddenly, he could not help but feel guilty. There's one more thing. Suddenly, Ren Jiapei looked at Yang Zishi, her expression turning serious. It's about third Master Yang. Third uncle? What happened to third uncle? Seeing Ren Jiapei's expression, Yang Zishi had a bad feeling, and his expression changed as he asked anxiously. Third Master Yang is dead. Ren Jiapei sighed. Third uncle is dead? Yang Zishi's face was pale, and he was stunned for a moment. His eyes were bloodshot as he asked in a low voice, Sister Jiapei, do you know when third uncle died? September 13th. Ren Jiapei was referring to September 13th, 1228 of the Ziyun era, which was also the day Zhou Donghuang had given Yang Yunji acupuncture treatment for the second time. According to the direct descendant of the Shi family, Shi told him, at that time, Yang Yunji had agreed to kick Sister Zishi out of the Yang family, but third Master Yang was unwilling and was killed by Shi Hao. After third Master Yang died, Yang Yunji still thanks Shi Hao for helping him clean up the family. At this point, Ren Jiapei's speech slowed down, and she looked at Yang Zishi carefully. Zishi, your third uncle, he did not give up on you. Third uncle. Yang Zishi raised her head and let out a mournful cry. Her eyes were bloodshot, and her tightly clenched fists were bleeding profusely. The corners of her mouth were also bleeding from her clenched teeth. Whoosh! Zhou Donghuang's eyes flashed coldly, and he immediately stood up and said to Yang Zishi, Zishi, come with Big Brother Zhou. Today, Big Brother Zhou will bring you to the Yang family and the Shi family to seek justice for you. The Yang family? The Shi family? In Zhou Donghuang's eyes, they were just ants. Zhou Donghuang's sudden outburst gave Ren Jiapei a fright, and she smiled bitterly. Big Brother Zhou, I know you feel indignant on Zishi's behalf, but that is the Yang family, the Shi family, so what? Zhou Donghuang laughed coldly, his face full of contempt and disdain. The Yang family is a grand family, and although it is at the bottom of the grand families, it has a level 6 adept, and that is Yang Yunji, the patriarch of the Yang family. Ren Jiapei said patiently, the Shi family is a tycoon family, and although it is also at the bottom of the grand families, it has a level 8 adept. In addition, the Shi family has many level 7 adepts, including Shi Hao, the patriarch of the Shi family. At this point, Zhou Donghuang glanced at Ren Jiapei and asked, Are you done? Big Brother Zhou, you... Just as Ren Jiapei was in a daze, unsure where this youth's confidence came from, Zhou Donghuang had already raised his right hand and pressed it down on the stone table beside him. Bang! With a loud sound, the entire stone table shook and turned into a pile of stone powder, crashing to the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. This, Ren Jiapei's eyes widened in shock, and she could not recover her wits for a long time. Yang Zishi had also recovered from the shock of the sudden sound, and the mournful expression on his face froze as he looked at the pile of stone powder in front of him, dumbfounded. Gulp, gulp. Finally, it was Ren Jiapei who swallowed hard, losing her composure. She looked at the youth in front of her, as if she had seen a ghost. The youth was tall and slender, dressed in clothes whiter than snow. His handsome features had a tinge of immaturity, and his eyes were so deep that no one could see through him. Most importantly, this youth looked to be at most 16 or 17 years old. If she had not seen it with her own eyes, she would not have believed that a youth of this age could smash the stone table in her courtyard into such a state. Even if her father, the patriarch of the Ren family, a level 6 adept of qi gathering, could shatter a stone table with one palm, he could not possibly shatter it to such a state. Could he? Now, the stone table had been completely turned into dust, and not a single piece was left intact. One could only imagine the terrifying force that had caused it to be in such a state. Zishi, follow Big Brother Zhou. Zhou Donghuang called out to Yang Zishi once more, then strode out of the courtyard and towards the main gate of the Ren family mansion. Big Brother Zhou is actually this powerful. Chapter 85. Big Brother Zhou, Sister Zishi, wait for me. As Zhou Donghuang and Yang Zishi walked out of the courtyard, Rin Jiape finally regained her composure and hurriedly chased after them. Big Brother Zhou, the Sure family has a level 8 adept. Are you confident? Although Yang Zishi had just witnessed Zhou Donghuang's terrifying power, she did not know exactly what level of adept Zhou Donghuang was, and could only confirm that he was stronger than her uncle Yang Yunji. Although she had not attained level 1 of Qi gathering, she knew that a level 6 adept would not be able to smash the stone table to such a state. A level 8 adept of Qi gathering? Hearing Yang Zishi's words, Zhou Donghuang's lips curled in disdain. With his current level 7 of Qi gathering, in the country of Inyang, no one below level 9 of Qi gathering could be his match. Rin Jiape caught up just in time to hear Yang Zishi's question to Zhou Donghuang and see the disdainful smile on Zhou Donghuang's face. Instantly, her heart trembled. Big Brother Zhou, is he not afraid of even a level 8 adept? He looks like he's only 16 or 17 years old. Looking at the youth, Rin Jiape could not hide the shock on her face. She could not imagine how such a young youth could have such great power. This was illogical. Big Brother Zhou, if you're not confident, we won't go. Yang Zishi did not see the disdainful smile on Zhou Donghuang's face. Seeing that Zhou Donghuang did not respond to her, she thought that he was not confident and stopped in her tracks. She did not continue to follow Zhou Donghuang. After stopping, Yang Zishi took a deep breath. Third uncle has already left. I don't want anything to happen to you. Just then, Zhou Donghuang also stopped in his tracks and turned to walk towards Yang Zishi, smiling as he said, "Silly girl, don't worry, a mere level 8 adept is nothing to your big brother Zhou." Walking up to Yang Zishi, Zhou Donghuang reached out to pat her head. The young girl was a year younger than him and half a head shorter than him. Big Brother Zhou, really? Yang Zishi was still in disbelief, her eyes filled with suspicion. Has Big Brother Zhou ever lied to you? Zhou Donghuang smiled and asked. No. Yang Zishi shook his head. Since that's the case, I'll go with Big Brother Zhou to that rock. Before Zhou Donghuang could say the word family, he was interrupted by a sudden voice. First Mistress, is she the Yang Zishi who was expelled from the Yang family? Although the voice was old, it was full of energy. Accompanying the voice was an old man of medium build in a green robe. His face was dignified without being angry, and when he walked over, his movements were vigorous. Great Elder. Seeing him, Ren Jiape hurriedly bowed respectfully to the old man and introduced him to them. Brother Zhou, this is the head elder of the Ren family, Ren Qiong. Greetings, Elder Ren Qiong. Yang Zishi hurriedly bowed to the old man. As for Zhou Donghuang, he only glanced at the old man briefly before looking away. The old man frowned slightly at Zhou Donghuang's rudeness, but did not say anything. He looked at Yang Zishi and said in a low voice, Miss Zishi, if possible, please leave the Rin family as soon as possible, lest you drag us down. Miss Jiape is willful and disregards the bigger picture. Please have some self-respect. The old man gave the order to send the guest off. Great Elder. Before Yang Zishi could speak, Ren Jiape's expression had already changed as she glared at the old man. What do you mean by that? I allowed Sister Zishi to stay because my father agreed, not on my own. What right do you have to chase away my guest? Ren Jiape's tone became extremely unfriendly as she spoke. First Mistress, the chief agreed only because he felt that he had let you down all these years. You should know that the Sure family has already announced that they will cease all cooperation with the Rin family. The old man looked deeply at Ren Jiape. Do you know how much the Rin family has lost because of this? And all of this is because of your willfulness. The old man's gaze gradually sharpened. Just as Ren Jiape was about to say something, Yang Zishi said to the old man, Elder Rin Qiong, Zishi did not know that Zishi's arrival had caused the Rin family so much trouble and loss. Rest assured, Elder, Zishi will leave today. With that, Yang Zishi looked at Ren Jiape and squeezed out a smile. Sister Jiape, Zishi knows how you feel. but I appreciate it. The luckiest thing that has ever happened to me, Yang Zishi, is to meet Brother Zhou and Sister Jiaopei. Yang Zishi's gaze turned to Zhou Donghuang. Brother Zhou, let's call Brother Fu and Auntie Mei and leave together. All right, Zhou Donghuang nodded. Brother Zhou, Sister Zishi, Ren Jiaopei's expression changed. She wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Yang Zishi. Sister Jiaopei, do you know? Before Zishi came to the Ren family to look for you, she sought out many people who were like sisters to her. But all of them, without exception, did not even see Zishi once before shutting her out. Zishi will remember this kindness of yours for the rest of my life. Yang Zishi said seriously, Zishi knows that you can insist on letting me stay in the Ren family, but my presence will affect the Ren family and even drag it down. This is not what Zishi wants to see. Sister Jiaopei, please don't keep Zishi here anymore, okay? The longer you stay, the more guilty I will feel. As she spoke, Yang Zishi's eyes were covered with a layer of tears, but a forced smile hung on her face. Seeing Yang Zishi turn to leave with Zhou Donghuang, Ren Jiaopei's expression was naturally very ugly. She glared at the head elder of the Ren family. Head elder, you will regret this. Just now, after witnessing the youth's ability, she knew that as long as he stayed in the Ren family with her sister Zishi, even if the youth did not join the Ren family, he would definitely not stand idly by when the Ren family was in trouble. But now, the head elder of the Ren family had single-handedly pushed her sister Zishi and the youth out the door of the Ren family. Regret? The old man smiled disdainfully, unconcerned. Seeing this, Ren Jiaopei did not intend to explain anything to him because she did not want the Ren family to keep the youth for profit. Let's just let nature take its course with Big Brother Zhou by Sister Zishi's side. She will not be at a disadvantage outside. Thinking of this, Ren Jiaopei heaved a sigh of relief and strode off in the direction that Zhou Donghuang and Yang Zishi had left in. Miss Ren, which in the Chu royal city is the best. Zhou Donghuang looked at Ren Jiaopei and asked as Fu and Aunt Mei finished packing and prepared to leave the Ren family mansion. He had not asked Yang Zishi because he knew that she would definitely not tell him. Big Brother Zhou, the best in the Chu royal city is the Chuxiu and under the Chu royal household. The largest and best courtyard there costs 1,000 liang of silver a day, Ren Jiaopei said. Even if it's for a year, it's still 300,000 liang of silver. Then, Ren Jiaopei added, I'll go get the money from my father in a while to book it for a year. 300,000 liang of silver was nothing to a grand family. But to Ren Jiaopei, the daughter of the Ren family, it was not a small sum. At least, she could not afford it herself. No need. Zhou Donghuang shook his head. I can still afford this bit of money. Big Brother Zhou, we don't have to go to such a good inn. At this time, Yang Zishi finally regained his senses and hurriedly stopped Zhou Donghuang. We can just find an ordinary inn to stay in. Zishi, ordinary inns will disturb my practice. Zhou Donghuang shook his head with a smile, and Yang Zishi naturally had nothing to say. Following that, Ren Jiaopei ordered someone to prepare a carriage and personally took Zhou Donghuang and his party to Chuxiu. As an inn under the Chu royal household and the best inn in the Chu royal city, Chuxiu was not only located near the center of the Chu royal city, but also occupied an extremely large area. From the outside, Chuxiu looked antique, simple and unadorned, but it didn't lose its grandeur. At the main entrance of Chuxiu stood 2 rows of waiters, all dressed in the same uniform and in high spirits. Sir, are you here to stay? As Zhou Donghuang and his party approached, one of the waiters stood up and bowed. Zhou Donghuang, who was in the lead, had a bright smile on his face, making him feel at home. I'll book your best courtyard for a year, Zhou Donghuang said lightly. Zhou Donghuang said calmly, everything is simple. We want to move in now. If you can do that, you can keep this tip. As he spoke, Zhou Donghuang took out a banknote worth 10,000 liang of silver from his pocket and handed it to the shop assistant. Sir, please come in. I'll take you to the best courtyard of Chuxiu. The waiter's hands were trembling as he received the banknotes from Zhou Donghuang. He had worked at Chuxiu Inn for so many years, but this was the first time he had encountered such a generous customer. As the waiter took the note, the waiters at the entrance of Chuxiu Inn were so jealous that their eyes turned red, especially some of the older ones, who had worked at Chuxiu Inn for more than 10 years. Their tips added up to less than 10,000 liang of silver. "Ah Fu, pay in the room fee," Zhou Donghuang said to Fu as the waiter brought Zhou Donghuang and his entourage into Chuxiu Inn. Although he had brought some banknotes with him, it was only about 100,000 liang, just in case. Most of the money was with Ah Fu. "Yes, young master." At the same time, Ah Fu took out a large stack of banknotes from his bosom, counted out 200,000 taels of silver, and handed it to the shop assistant who was leading the way. "Sister Zishi, this brother Zhou, who exactly is he?" Chapter 86. As the best guest courtyard in Chuxiu Inn, it occupied a large area, several times larger than Ren Jiapei's courtyard in the Ren family household. There were a total of 15 rooms, 5 for the master and 10 for the servant girls. The 5 master rooms were arranged in a straight line in the middle of the courtyard, while the servant girls' rooms were arranged on either side of the courtyard door. There were already 10 delicate-looking servant girls living in each room. "Welcome to Chuxiu Inn." As Zhou Donghuang and his party walked into the courtyard, the 10 servant girls stood in 2 rows and bowed to welcome them. Then they swarmed forward to help Fu and Aunt May with their bags. A few servant girls also stepped forward to help Fu with the black iron spear. Obviously, they could all tell that it was a spear made entirely of black iron, and its weight was not ordinary. Otherwise, it would not have been possible for so many of them to carry it together. Zhou Donghuang naturally noticed this detail. The servant girls of Chuxiu Inn have good eyes. However, when he thought about it, he felt relieved. What was this place? Chuxiu Inn, the best inn in the Chu royal city. Moreover, since these servant girls were arranged to serve the guests in the best guest courtyard Chuxiu Inn, they must have been carefully selected and not just to make up the numbers. No wonder this courtyard costs 1,000 silver taels just to stay in it for a day. This is really a big deal. Zhou Donghuang's eyes flashed as he thought to himself. Of course, he was only slightly surprised that there was such an inn in the Chu royal city. In his previous life, he had roamed the universe and stayed in even more luxurious inns. Compared to those, this inn's guest courtyard was not even worth mentioning. The entire guest courtyard was divided into a front courtyard and a back courtyard, separated by the 5 master rooms in the middle. The servant girls usually only moved about in the front courtyard, and at most went to the master rooms in the courtyard to tidy up. In the back courtyard, unless the guests allowed them to tidy up, they were not allowed to set foot there. This also ensured the guests' privacy to a certain extent. These were all introduced to Zhou Donghuang and the rest by the slightly older servant girl among the 10 servant girls. In the past, I've only heard of how great the best courtyard in Chuxiu Inn is, but this is my first time here. This place is much better than the courtyard I stayed in with the Ren family. Ren Jiapei sighed and looked at Zhou Donghuang. She smiled and said, "Big brother Zhou, look, the 4 of you will only stay in 4 rooms. How about leaving the last one to me?" With that, Ren Jiapei pouted her cute little mouth and stared at Zhou Donghuang. "If you want to stay here, do you think I can stop you?" Zhou Donghuang shook his head with a smile. If Ren Jiapei was willing to move over, Zishi would have another companion, and he was naturally happy to see it happen. He wanted to console young Zishi, but he didn't know where to start. After all, he had roamed the universe for thousands of years in his previous life, and he had always been alone. He wasn't good at getting along with women. Although he never lacked women around him, he, who was focused on cultivation, had no interest in those women. Of course, he thought to himself that perhaps he really hadn't met anyone who could move him, and he wasn't willing to settle for anything, so he had been alone all the way until he returned to 1,000 years ago. In this life, if I can really meet someone I like, someone suitable, I can try that pleasure that countless people yearn for. Returning to 1,000 years ago, Zhou Donghuang had thought of this more than once. Then it settled. Hearing Zhou Donghuang's words, Ren Jiapei's eyes lit up, and she called out to Yang Zishi. Zishi, let's go into the rooms to take a look. With that, she pulled Yang Zishi into one of the master rooms. However, they did not enter the master room in the middle. Of the 5 master rooms, the master room in the middle was obviously the largest, followed by the other 2 master rooms near the middle, and the 2 at the sides were even smaller. The 2 youngest ones were occupied by Afu and Aunt Mate just now. Both Yang Zishi and Ren Jiaopei had instinctively left the largest master room to Zhou Donghuang. Now that he had a place to stay and had settled down, Zhou Donghuang did not forget to stand up for the young girl. Zishi, I've already asked a servant to prepare a meal. After dinner, Big Brother Zhou will go with you to the Shi family. The young girl acknowledged and thanked him profusely. Thank you, Big Brother Zhou. She had already asked Aunt May to ask Fu in private, and after confirming that her Big Brother Zhou was indeed not afraid of the Shi family, she was no longer worried that her Big Brother Zhou would be at a disadvantage if he went to the Shi family. I'll go too. Ren Jiaopei's eyes lit up, obviously wanting to join in on the fun. The Shi family was a tycoon family, and although they were at the bottom of the tycoon families, they still had a certain status in the Chu royal city. Although the Shi family mansion did not occupy as much land as many of the tycoon families, it was not small, and it was located close to the center of the Chu royal city. However, today, the Shi family mansion was not peaceful. Chief, bad news. In the courtyard where the Shi family chief, Shi Hao, lived, a Shi family disciple rushed in frantically and said, "Someone has broken into our Shi family mansion. Who is so daring?" The door to the room in the courtyard opened, and a burly, bearded, middle-aged man walked out. It was the current chief of the Shi family, Shi Hao. It's a young man and 2 young girls, the Shi family disciple said. The young man attacked and injured a few of us, then got one of us to bring them to the hall, and let the rest of us inform you. The chief, first young master, and medicine master Shao. This Shi family disciple was one of the few who had been in charge of guarding the Shi family mansion today. He held his left arm with his right hand, and his face was pale. It was obvious that his left arm had been injured. Are you all so useless that you can't even stop a young man? Shi Hao asked in a low voice, his gaze cold. Chief, that young man is very strong, and we were completely powerless to stop him. The Shi family disciple smiled bitterly, but at the same time, he thought to himself, if the other party was not strong, how would he have dared to break into the Shi family mansion? Of course, he did not think that the young man's strength was enough to contend with the chief of the Shi family. After all, the chief of the Shi family was a level 7 adept, and among the few of them who guarded the main gate of the family mansion, the strongest was only a level 3 adept of chi gathering. However, the fact that a young man could overpower them still shocked him, because the young man looked to be at most 16 or 17 years old. Even the most talented heir of the Chu royal family, at his age, could not possibly be as strong as him. The Shi family disciple thought to himself. Shi Hao snorted coldly and walked towards the hall of the Shi family mansion with a solemn expression. On the way, his anger gradually subsided, and his mind became clearer. Just now, when he heard that someone had broken into the Shi family mansion, his first thought was that the intruder was very daring, and then he flew into a rage. As a result, he had overlooked many things. Or rather, he had not had time to carefully consider some things. A young man, in the Shi family household, even the weakest of the collateral disciples guarding the door were at least level 2 adepts of chi gathering, and every batch of collateral disciples on duty had at least one level 3 adept of chi gathering. A young man is enough to overpower them. At this thought, Shi Hao's expression became serious. He did not think that the collateral disciple who had informed him would lie to him, because he knew that the collateral disciple would not dare to lie to him. Soon, when he was still some distance from the hall, Shi Hao saw an old man walking in the direction of the hall. The old man's expression was grave. Father. The old man was dressed in a loose gray robe, and he was burly and bore some resemblance to Shi Hao. It was Shi Hao's father, Shi Ji. Shiji was the previous chief of the Shi family, and the only level 8 adept in the Shi family. The Shi family was a tycoon family that had just been promoted 5 years ago. And the reason why the Shi family had been promoted to a tycoon family was that this old chief of the Shi family had attained level 8 5 years ago, leading the Shi family to become a tycoon family. Do you know who that young man is? Shiji asked solemnly as he looked at Shihao. I don't know. Shihao shook his head with a bitter smile. I asked carefully just now. The few of them together were no match for that young man. And among them, there was even a level 3 adept. Shiji's expression was fearful as he said, that means that young man is at least a level 4 adept, or possibly even a level 5 adept. A mere level 4 or level 5 adept of chi gathering is nothing, but a youth who looks no more than 16 or 17 years old, even if he is only a level 4 adept. Do you know what that means? Shiji's tone became more fearful as he spoke. At least, in the current generation of the country of Yinyang, I have never heard of a prince attaining level 4 at the age of 16 or 17. Shiji gasped, the fear in his eyes growing. I suspect he might be from the Valley of the Medicine Masters. The Valley of the Medicine Masters? As soon as Shiji finished speaking, Shihao's expression changed, and his eyes narrowed. The Valley of the Medicine Masters was a sect so powerful that the Shi family could only look up to it, and it was above the country of Yinyang, to the point that a word from the chief of the Valley of the Medicine Masters could change the ruler of the country of Yinyang. Even if he is from the Valley of the Medicine Masters, why is he looking for us? Shihao was panicking, completely panicking. He could not help but panic. Since the young man who seemed to be from the Valley of the Medicine Masters had come to them in such a manner, it meant that he had ill intentions and was not just a simple guest. Oof, that's what I should be asking you. Shiji's expression darkened, and he snorted coldly. He took a deep breath, as if gathering his courage, before he dared to continue to the drawing room of the Shi family mansion. Chapter 87. The Shi family mansion. In the living room. Before entering, Shi was still puzzled. Where did this youth come from? Not only did he injure a disciple of the Shi family who was guarding the gate, but he also trespassed into the Shi family's residence. Furthermore, he even dared to openly wait for them in the living room of the Shi family residence. Now, when he walked in and saw the person sitting arrogantly in the main seat of his living room, his expression instantly darkened. It's you. The old man beside Shi frowned as he saw the youth in white sitting in the main seat of the living room, and his expression darkened. He could not understand why this youth was here. Was it him who had injured the Shi family disciples guarding the gate, barged into the Shi family mansion, and asked him to come to the living room of the Shi family mansion? The old man could not help but think that the Shi family disciples guarding the gate were useless, unable to even stop a youth of 16 or 17. The person who had entered with Shi was one of the top 10 medicine masters of the Chu royal city, Xiao Chun, who was also one of the top 10 medicine masters of the Chu royal city in recent days. This was because he had cured a poison that even the other 9 of the top 10 medicine masters of the Chu royal city had not been able to cure, and it had only taken him a few days. These few days, Xiao Chen's medicine shop's doorstep was almost broken by the people who went there to buy antidotes. After news of Xiao Chun joining the Shi family spread, the Shi family's medicine shop was bustling with people, as if the medicine sold there was free. All this was because Yang Yunji, chief of the Grand Yang family, had announced that it was Xiao Chun who had cured him of the poison. Because of this, Xiao Chun had been glowing every day these few days, as if he had been reborn. Zhou Donghuang, was it you who injured the Shi family disciples and barged into the Shi family mansion? Shiryu asked in a low voice as he stared at the youth in white sitting in the main seat. Now, even though there were 2 beautiful girls standing behind the youth, he was not in the mood to look at them, because if it was really Zhou Donghuang who had barged into the Shi family mansion, it meant that Zhou Donghuang was not weaker than him. Xiao Chun might not know the strength of the Shi family disciples guarding the gate, but as the eldest young master of the Shi family, how could Shiryu not know? If he really broke into the Shi family, he would at least be a level 4 adept of Qi gathering, and no ordinary level 4 adept at that. While Shi was secretly shocked, he could not understand. Isn't this Zhou Donghuang just a country bumpkin from the inferior Yinfeng prefecture? Since when did an inferior prefecture produce such a person? Or maybe his background is just something he made up. Actually, he's from the royal family, and even the Valley of the Medicine Masters. Although Shi was young, he was more meticulous than most of his peers. Otherwise, he would not have been able to single-handedly force Xiao Chun, one of the top 10 medicine masters of the Chu royal city, to join the Shi family. Thinking that Zhou Donghuang might be from the Valley of the Medicine Masters, Shi Yu's heart seemed to be shrouded in a haze. Impossible. Definitely impossible. Shi Yu kept comforting himself. Xiao Chun, Yang Zishi, who was standing behind Zhou Donghuang, saw Xiao Chun, and her eyes turned cold. She could not help but curse. Medicine Master Xiao, one of the top 10 medicine masters of the Chu royal city, I never thought you would be so shameless. It was obviously Big Brother Zhou who cured the poison, and you still have the cheek to say you did it. Even I feel ashamed for you. Well, a little girl like you says doesn't count, Xiao Chun said with a grin. Xiao Chun grinned. No one would believe you even if you told them on the street. The world will only believe the words of the chief of the Yang family, Yang Yunji. If he says I cured it, then I cured it. As he spoke, Xiao Chun's smile grew wider. Hearing this, Yang Zishi trembled with anger. If she had not seen it with her own eyes, she would not have imagined that someone could be so shameless. Shameless. At this time, even Ren Jiapei, who was beside Yang Zishi, couldn't stand it anymore. She scolded, "You old fart, it looks like you don't have many years left to live. Aren't you afraid of going to hell for doing such a wicked thing?" "You are?" Xiao Chun recognized Yang Zishi, but he did not recognize Ren Jiapei. However, hearing Ren Jiapei curse him, his eyes flashed with a cold light. Medicine Master Xiao, she's the first young mistress of the Grand Ren family, Ren Jiapei. Sure, you reminded Xiao Chun softly. So it is the first young mistress of the Ren family. Xiao Chun looked at Ren Jiapei with a look of sudden realization. He continued to smile and said, "Miss Ren, I heard that you stubbornly took in this Yang Zishi. I advise you not to get involved in this mess. Otherwise, the Ren family's losses will only increase." As he said this, a cold light flashed in Xiao Chun's eyes, and the smile on his old face became more and more sinister and twisted. Although he was smiling, it looked worse than crying. Just then, 2 sets of heavy footsteps came from outside the hall. As Shi Yu and Xiao Chun instinctively turned their heads, they saw 2 figures walking in one after another. The one in front was an old man, and behind him was a middle-aged man. Both of them were well-built, and there was a resemblance between their brows, especially their noses, which were almost identical. "Grandfather, father," as Shi Yu spoke, the identities of the 2 people were revealed. They were the Shi family's previous patriarch, Shi Ji, and the Shi family's current patriarch, Shi Hao. Shi Hao. As Shi Hao entered, Yang Zishi's hateful gaze fell on him. It was this Shi Hao who had killed her 3rd uncle, Yang Yinchong. "Greetings, Grand Patriarch." Even Xiao Chun, one of the top 10 medicine masters of the Chu royal city, did not dare to slight Shi Ji, and he hurriedly bowed in greeting. Shi Ji was not only the Grand Patriarch of the Shi family, but also the pillar of the Shi family, a powerful level 8 adept. The Shi family had become a tycoon family entirely because of him. If, after 100 years, the tycoon Shi family did not produce a second level 8 adept, the Shi family would revert to being a grand family. Patriarch. Xiao Chun was more at ease in front of Shi Hao, the current patriarch of the Shi family. Medicine Master Xiao. Shi Ji nodded at Xiao Chun and walked past him and Shi Yu to bow to the young man sitting at the head of the table. Shi Ji of the Shi family greets, "Young master." "How should I address you, young master?" Shi Ji asked respectfully. Shi Hao was not surprised by the Shi family's respect for the young man, but Shi Yu found it hard to accept, but he knew why his grandfather was so respectful to the young man. His grandfather must have suspected that the young man was from the Valley of the Medicine Masters. Zhou Donghuang. Zhou Donghuang glanced at Shiji and spoke for the first time. You are the level 8 adept of the Shi family? Yes. Shiji hurriedly answered, not daring to be rude. Sure Hao, patriarch of the Shi family, greets young Master Donghuang. Sure Hao, the patriarch of the Tycoon Shi family, also bowed respectfully to Zhou Donghuang. Seeing this, Xiao Chun was completely stunned. Patriarch, what are you doing? This lad is just a lad from an inferior-level prefecture. Patriarch, you know him. He is a young man who cured Patriarch Yang Yunji of the Yang family of his poison, Medicine Master Zhou. Xiao Chun looked at Shi Hao, his face full of confusion. What? Xiao Chen's words caused Shi Hao's expression to change drastically. When he looked at the young man again, his gaze was filled with fear. He's that young apothecary? Didn't they say he was only from an inferior-level prefecture? How could someone from inferior-level prefecture attain level 4 or even level 5 of Qi gathering at such a young age? Shi Hao's heart trembled, and he felt his scalp go numb as he realized that he had kicked an iron plate this time. The young medicine master. The Valley of the Medicine Masters. With a flash of inspiration in Shi Hao's mind, these 2 points were completely connected. This would explain why this young man, with a level 4 of Qi gathering, could cure Patriarch Yang Yunji of the Yang family of his poison at such a young age. It was naturally not difficult for someone from the Valley of the Medicine Masters to do so. Young Master Donghuang, you are from the Valley of the Medicine Masters? Taking a deep breath, Shi Hao asked Zhou Donghuang nervously, holding on to his last shred of hope. If he was really a disciple of the Valley of the Medicine Masters, then he could only admit defeat this time. If he was not, then everything would be easy. The Valley of the Medicine Masters? Hearing Shi Hao's name, Zhou Donghuang was first taken aback. Then he laughed disdainfully. Why? Do you want to know if I am from the Valley of the Medicine Masters, so that you can plan your next step? Shi Hao smiled awkwardly at Zhou Donghuang's words. If you want to know if I am from the Valley of the Medicine Masters, go find Yang Yunji of the Yang family. I can't be bothered to make another trip to the Yang family. Today, I will settle this matter with the Shi family. I will go find Yang Yunji now. Hearing this, Shi Hao dared not delay and hurriedly turned to leave the hall. The Valley of the Medicine Masters? Just as Shi was looking at Zhou Donghuang in shock and uncertainty, Xiao Chen's gaze toward Zhou Donghuang was also changing rapidly, and his expression had become somewhat ugly. He could not understand. How did this young man get involved with the Valley of the Medicine Masters? What exactly is going on? Just then, Shiji looked at Shiryu and asked in a low voice. Grandfather. Shiryu looked at Zhou Donghuang carefully, then told Shiji everything that had happened in detail. Shiji was usually in seclusion and rarely cared about outside matters. Although he knew that Xiao Chun had joined the Shi family, he was surprised, but he did not know how Xiao Chun had joined the Shi family. Hearing Shiryu's words, Shiji's expression changed. He could not blame his grandson and son for this matter, because if it were him, he would have done the same thing. However, what was unexpected was that the young medicine master who had helped cure the Yang family chief, Yang Yunji, was actually from the Valley of the Medicine Masters. Grandfather, he might not be from the Valley of the Medicine Masters, Shiryu said softly. Chapter 88. Sister Zishi, Big Brother Zhou. Is he from the Valley of the Medicine Masters? Seeing that all 3 generations of the Shi family were afraid of the youth being from the Valley of the Medicine Masters, Ren Jiape could not help but ask Yang Zishi softly. I don't know. Yang Zishi's pretty face was also filled with confusion. I don't think he is. She still remembered that her big brother Zhou had told her that he had grown up in Yunfeng Prefecture, and this was the first time he had left Yunfeng Prefecture. Of course, the reason he had told Yang Zishi this was because this was indeed the first time he had left Yunfeng Prefecture in this life. In his previous life, he had traveled much further than he was now, and he had been taken to another faraway planet, Earth. No, Ren Jiape was a little disappointed, but she was not worried because the youth had already demonstrated his great power. Furthermore, the youth had dared to come to the Sure family despite knowing that there was a level 8 adept, which meant that he was not afraid of the Sure family. About 15 minutes later, the Sure family head, Sure Hao, who rode a Fergana horse to the Yang family, finally brought the Yang family head, Yang Yunji, over. He brought him all the way to the living room of the Sure family mansion. Sure Hao, you still haven't told me why you called me here in such a hurry. Yang Yunji was still yelling when he reached the hall of the Sure family mansion, his tone filled with confusion and confusion. You'll know when you go in, Sure Hao said in a low voice as he returned to the hall. Hearing this, Yang Yunji immediately followed him into the hall. Entering the hall, Yang Yunji immediately saw his niece, Yang Zishi, who had been chased out of the Yang family by him. She was standing at the head of the hall, looking like half the host. Seeing Run Jiapei beside her, he was not surprised because he already knew that this first mistress of the Ren family had taken in his niece, but that was not something he could interfere with. In the end, his gaze fell on the young man who sat at the head of the table like he was the master. It's you. The moment his gaze landed on the youth, Yang Yunji was first stunned, then said in disbelief, You? Why are you here? Yang Yunji found it hard to imagine that this country bumpkin from an inferior prefecture would be sitting at the head of the Sure family's guest hall. Moreover, now, even the Grand Patriarch of the Sure family, a level 8 adept, was standing below him, looking as if he was afraid of the youth. Could it be that he had made a mistake? Young Master Donghuang, I have brought the person. Now, can you tell me? Sure Hao stared at Zhou Donghuang and asked. Tell you what? Zhou Donghuang asked lightly. Young Master Donghuang, are you from the Valley of Medicine Masters? Sure Hao asked again. Valley of Medicine Masters. Initially, Yang Yunji's expression had already changed slightly when he saw Sure Hao, the patriarch of the Tycoon Sure family, being so respectful to the youth. When he heard Sure Hao ask the youth, his expression changed drastically. Medicine King Valley? Wasn't this kid a country bumpkin from an inferior prefecture? How could it be someone from Medicine King Valley? No, Zhou Donghuang said lightly. No. Sure Hao's eyes flashed, and everyone else present heaved a sigh of relief. They did not think that Zhou Donghuang would say no on purpose, because under such circumstances, it would be a miracle if he did not lie and say yes. Then, young Master Donghuang, which family are you from? Sure Hao asked again. There's no need to test me. Zhou Donghuang stood up without any warning and said lightly, I have no family backing me. As for me, I was born and raised in the inferior Yunfeng prefecture. I have a foster mother who used to be a disciple of a preeminent family in Yunfeng prefecture, but she has now left that preeminent family. Zhou Donghuang revealed all his background in a few words. If you really want to know what my background is, I, Zhou Donghuang, my background. As he said this, Zhou Donghuang's eyes flashed like the stars in the night sky. At the same time, a strong sense of confidence emanated from his body, as if there was nothing in the world that could frighten him. Chief Sure, I was wondering why you brought me here in such a hurry. So, it was because you thought that this country bumpkin was a disciple of the Valley of the Medicine King. You think too much. Disciples of the Valley of the Medicine King are not cabbages that can be found anywhere. Yang Yunji shook his head and smiled. If you are not from the valley, how dare you come to the Sure family and act so presumptuously? When Sure Hao looked at Zhou Donghuang again, his eyes turned cold, and, at the same time, he took a step forward and said coldly, Today, since you have come to the Sure family, don't even think of leaving. Sure Ji stood at the side, frowning slightly as he looked at the youth who had left his seat. This youth, if he did not have any background, where did he get such strong confidence from? He really could not understand. If he did not have any background to rely on, how could this youth be so confident? Deliberately mystifying? Bluffing? Then I would like to see, if I want to leave, how will you stop me? Zhou Donghuang strode toward Sure Hao. Just as Sure Hao was wondering where the youth's confidence came from, Yang Yunji laughed coldly. Lad, just you alone, there is no need for Chief Sure to do anything. I, Yang Yunji, can send you on your way. As he spoke, Yang Yunji's feet moved, and he used a lesser-grade swiftness technique to rush towards Zhou Donghuang. Whoosh! Yang Yunji arrived in front of Zhou Donghuang and struck out with his palm. The wind blew gently, and the power of a level 6 adept was fully displayed. Just as Yang Yunji's palm struck towards Zhou Donghuang did not even look at him, and with a jerk of his right arm, he struck out with lightning speed to meet Yang Yunji's palm. Bang! The palm met, and a loud sound echoed in the hall. Crack! Ah! Accompanied by the sound of bones breaking, Yang Yunji let out a blood-curdling scream like a pig being slaughtered. His entire body flew backward, smashing through a few screens in the living room along the way before landing heavily on the ground with blood spurting from his mouth. The arm that he had used to strike out had been pierced through the shoulder by Zhou Donghuang, and it was completely crippled. The huge living room fell into a dead silence at this moment. Big Brother Zhou, even the two girls who had been mentally prepared, could not help but gasp when they saw Zhou Donghuang injure Yang Yunji so badly with just a casual blow from him. Yang Yunji, as the chief of the Grand Yang family, was a powerful level 6 adept of qi gathering. But now, in front of their big brother Zhou, he was as vulnerable as a baby. How is this possible? Shiryu's expression changed. He had already been in disbelief when he had guessed that the youth before him was a level 4 adept of qi gathering. Now, with a casual strike from a youth, Yang Yunji, who was level 6 of qi gathering, had been injured so badly, which meant that the youth's level of practice was definitely above level 7 of qi gathering, perhaps even higher. This youth, could he be the reincarnation of a great adept? Xiao Chun looked at the youth in shock, and his heart trembled. Even in the Valley of the Medicine Masters, which was superior to the country of Yunyang, it was impossible for a youth of 16 or 17 years of age to have such a prodigy. Therefore, Xiao Chun could not help but guess that the youth before him might be the reincarnation of a great adept. Even a Khanate stage adept who was superior to an adept of qi gathering was not qualified to be called a great adept. A great adept referred to those who were superior to a Khanate stage adept. These beings could fly in the air, and they could even use their physical bodies to travel through the void and leave the planet of Ziyun for other planets. To the people of the country of Yunyang, they were legendary beings. Throughout the entire planet of Ziyun, there were not many such beings, and all of them were prominent figures on the planet of Ziyun. Shi Hao, chief of the Tycoon Shi family, level 7 adept of qi gathering. I heard that you are the most powerful level 7 adept in the Shi family. Zhou Donghuang had sent Yang Yunji flying with a single strike as he walked, but it did not affect his progress. In a moment, he was in front of Shi Hao. Sir, only when Zhou Donghuang was in front of him did Shi Hao come to his senses, and his face was filled with fear. Even he did not have the ability to injure Yang Yunji so casually with a single strike like the youth had. In the entire Shi family, perhaps only his father had the ability. Young Master Donghuang, have mercy. Just then, Shi Ji stepped forward. Now, he finally knew where the youth's confidence came from. Just as the youth had said, his background was himself. Based on the ability that the youth had just displayed, it meant that the youth was at least a level 8 adept of qi gathering like him. Although he found it hard to believe, he had seen it with his own eyes, and he had no choice but to believe it. What? Are you trying to stop me? Zhou Donghuang tilted his head slightly and glanced at Shi Ji. Then, without any warning, he moved. It was as if he had transformed into a ferocious beast, charging straight at Shi Ji. Seeing this, Shi Ji's eyes narrowed, and he did not dare to delay, preparing to attack with all his might. But his speed was still too slow. Just as he was gathering his strength, Zhou Donghuang had already sped up and was in front of him. Without using his hands or legs, he simply turned his body sideways and slammed his elbow into Shi Ji's chest. Bang! With a loud bang, Shi Ji flew backward as if he had been hit by a ferocious beast that was good at charging. He crashed into a huge pillar in the living room, leaving a deep human-shaped mark on it. The next moment, boom, kaboom! The entire living room shook as if there had been a violent earthquake, and it took a while for it to calm down again. Shiji's old body crashed to the ground, blood spurting from his mouth. His breathing was weak, and his face was pale. After struggling for a while, he managed to stand up. Father, grandfather. Both Hao and Yu's expressions changed drastically. Chapter 89. Humph! Zhou Donghuang's gaze turned cold, and he struck out with lightning speed. Before the patriarch of the great clan, Hao, could react, his hands formed into claws and grabbed hold of his arms. Swish! As Zhou Donghuang grabbed Hao's arms, Hao finally recovered from the shock of seeing his father, Ji, and his expression changed drastically. In that instant, he instinctively tried to shake off Zhou Donghuang's hands, but he found that no matter how hard he tried, his strength was like a rock sinking into the ocean, unable to make a single ripple. As for why this was happening, he was very clear. Zhou Donghuang's strength was far above his own. The strongest level 7 adept of the Shi family is only SOSO, Zhou Donghuang said calmly after allowing Hao to exert his strength. After allowing Hao to exert his strength, Zhou Donghuang spoke calmly. With a jerk of his arms, he actually lifted Hao's entire body and threw him behind him. The next moment, bang! Accompanied by a loud sound, it was Zhou Donghuang who, in the instant that he turned around, stomped his feet on the ground, causing the tiles to shatter into pieces. His entire body shot out, chasing after Hao, who had been sent flying by him. In the blink of an eye, Zhou Donghuang was already in the air above Hao's body. His slightly bent right leg suddenly straightened and landed on Hao's chest. Following that, Zhou Donghuang landed on Hao, landing right behind Yang Zishi and Ren Jiaopei. Boom! Another loud crash reverberated in the hall, and Hao's body was smashed heavily onto the ground by Zhou Donghuang. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood, following in the footsteps of his father, Ji, and being seriously injured. Zishi. Zhou Donghuang looked at the young girl who had turned around in fear and smiled at her. It's him, he killed your third uncle. Now, you can kill him to avenge your third uncle. Hearing this, the young girl's hateful gaze fell on Hao, and Hao's eyes narrowed in fear. Miss Zishi, spare me. Spare me. Now, the situation was completely under the control of the youth who was stepping on him. If the young girl before him really wanted to kill him, he would definitely die. I'm deeply sorry for the death of Third Master Yang. I can make it up to you. I can make it up to you. No matter what you want, as long as it is within my capabilities, I can give it to you. I can give you anything. In the face of life and death, Hao completely panicked. Big brother Zhou, help me kill him. The girl remained unmoved as she stared coldly at Hao. She felt no pity for the person who killed her third uncle, only hatred. All right, Zhou Donghuang nodded. Then, he exerted force with his foot, directly shattering Hao's heart. Hao's head tilted to the side, and he stopped breathing completely. Dad, how? With Hao's death, both Yu and Ji's expressions changed greatly. Their eyes were filled with sorrow and unwillingness, but they did not dare to show any anger towards the youth who had killed Hao. The youth's strength was too strong. With this youth's strength, not to mention killing Hao, even if he wanted to kill them, it would be extremely easy. Thump! After Hao's death, the girl knelt on the ground and bowed to Zhou Donghuang. Big brother Zhou, thank you for avenging third uncle. From today onwards, Zishi's life is yours. Silly girl, you don't have to do this. Zhou Donghuang helped the girl up and shook his head lightly. I am somewhat responsible for Third Master Yang's death. Avenging him today is not purely to help you. However, the girl's gaze on Zhou Donghuang was filled with unprecedented determination. Zishi, this Yang Yunji, how do you want to deal with him? Zhou Donghuang looked at Yang Yunji, who was barely able to stand. His eyes narrowed, and a cold light flashed across them. Just as Zhou Donghuang finished speaking, before the girl could speak, Yang Yunji's expression changed drastically. With a thump, he knelt on the ground, his body trembling. Zixi, I am your uncle. You can't kill me. Don't forget, I was the one who raised you. As long as you are willing, you can return to the Yang family at any time. After I return, I will immediately announce to the public that I have accepted you back into the Yang family. I was wrong. I was wrong. Give Uncle a chance. Give Uncle a chance. Seeing that the patriarch of the Tycoon Shi family, Shi Hao, had been killed, Yang Yunji was now completely terrified, and he frantically begged the girl for mercy. I really did not expect that you, Yang Yunji, would watch his third uncle was killed. You can ignore me as your niece. But third uncle, he is your younger brother. The girl looked at Yang Yunji and gritted her teeth, her body trembling in anger. From today onwards, I, Yang Zixi, will have nothing to do with you or the Yang family. Hearing this, Yang Yunji heaved a sigh of relief, because he knew that as long as the youth did not act on his own, his life would be spared today. After you return to the Yang family, prepare 5 million liang of silver. That is the money for your life today. Zhou Donghuang glanced at Yang Yunji casually and said, Later, I will get my men to collect it from you. Obviously, Zhou Donghuang had no intention of letting Yang Yunji off so easily. Coincidentally, the money he had brought from Yunfeng Prefecture was almost spent. 5 million liang of silver? Yang Yunji's pupils constricted, and he looked troubled. In the past, it would not have been difficult for the Yang family to produce 5 million liang of silver, but in the past 6 months, he had been relying on 10-year survival grass to keep himself alive, and the Yang family had spent almost all their money. Now, the Yang family really could not produce 5 million liang of silver at once. What? Are you planning to sacrifice your life for money? Seeing Yang Yunji's troubled expression, Zhou Donghuang looked at him deeply, his eyes flashing with murderous intent. Seeing this, Yang Yunji panicked. Young Master Donghuang, I will prepare it when I return. I will prepare it when I return. Now, Yang Yunji had already decided to sell off some of the Yang family's businesses to raise 5 million liang of silver for this malefic person. This malefic person was someone he could not afford to offend. Zhou Donghuang nodded his head in satisfaction, then looked at the old man, who had long been frightened to the ground, his face pale. Medicine Master Xiao Chun, is it? What instructions does young Master Donghuang have? Xiao Chun, who had originally thought that he would be spared, looked at Zhou Donghuang in panic when he heard his name called, his eyes filled with apprehension. I was the one who cured the poison, and you falsely claim that you were the one who cured it. Have you gained quite a reputation in the Chu royal city because of this? Zhou Donghuang asked meaningfully. Young Master Donghuang, in a moment, I will announce to the public that you were the one who cured Yang Yunji of the Yang family, and not me. Xiao Chen's expression changed as he said hurriedly, There's no need. Zhou Donghuang shook his head. Zhou Donghuang, do not care what the public says. The reputation you have gained, in the long run, will be worth at least 5 million liang of silver. As he said this, Zhou Donghuang looked deeply at Xiao Chun, and Xiao Chen's expression changed completely when he heard Zhou Donghuang's next words. 5 million liang of silver? This amount of money, he could afford it. But once he did, it would be equivalent to his many years of savings going down the drain. What? You can't afford it? Zhou Donghuang's eyes flashed coldly. Sensing Zhou Donghuang's murderous intent, Xiao Chun broke out in a cold sweat and nodded hurriedly. I can afford it. I can afford it. Money could be earned again if it was lost. But if it was lost, then there was nothing left. Xiao Chun understood this principle. Very good. Zhou Donghuang nodded in satisfaction. Later, I will send someone to the Shi family to collect the money for you. You'd better prepare it as soon as possible. If my man does not get the money by then, I will come to the Shi family to look for you. At that time, it will not be as simple as a mere 500 liang of silver. As he said this, Zhou Donghuang looked deeply into Xiao Chen's eyes, causing Xiao Chun to hurriedly reply, Young Master Donghuang, don't worry. I will prepare the money in 2 days. The Shi family, Zhou Donghuang's gaze fell on Shi, who was looking at his son Shi Hao's corpse with a face full of grief and anger. He said calmly, 10 million liang of silver to the Shi family is not much? As he said this, Zhou Donghuang's gaze fell on Shi, and his lips curled into a cold smile. If the Shi family is not willing to pay, you can just hand Shi over to me. Shi could be said to have played a role in adding fuel to the fire in this entire matter. Hearing Zhou Donghuang's words, Shi's expression changed, and he hurriedly knelt down in front of Shi with a look of fear. "Grandfather, save me. Save me," Shi said gravely. "Young Master Donghuang, don't worry. The Shi family will prepare 10 million liang of silver within 2 days." Today, even though he was a level 8 adept and the backbone of the Tycoon Shi family, he could only admit defeat, because the youth's ability was stronger than his. Even if the youth was not a level 9 adept, he was definitely one of the best among level 8 adepts, and he and the Shi family could not afford to offend him. Old Patriarch Shi is indeed straightforward. Zhou Donghuang smiled, then beckoned to Yang Zishi and Ren Jiapei, and swaggered off with them. As the three of them disappeared from sight, Shi immediately looked at Shi, his eyes flashing coldly as he said hatefully, "Grandfather, we must avenge father." "Avenge?" Shi laughed bitterly. "Even I am no match for him. Tell me, how can we avenge him?" "Grandfather, we can go to the Chu royal household to sue him." Shi said, "The Chu royal household?" Shi shook his head. "Not to mention the fact that he killed your father, it was just a normal revenge. Even if it was not a normal revenge, your father's death would not affect the Shi family. The Shi family is still a tycoon family, and the Chu royal household would not care." Shi was silent. "Our Yang family has missed out on a great opportunity. If there was anyone present who regretted it the most, it would be Yang Yunji, the patriarch of the Yang family. Never in his wildest dreams would he have imagined that the youth he had always looked down upon would be such a powerful and frightening figure. If the youth had really fallen in love with his niece, Yang Zishi, and stayed in the Yang family, he could definitely lead the Yang family to become a tycoon family. Chapter 90. After returning from the Shi family mansion, Zhou Donghuang began to focus all his energy on practicing. As for the debt with the Yang family and the Shi family, he had asked Fu to retrieve them. There was a total of 20 million silver taels, which made him rich again, even though he was originally struggling to make ends meet. The 2 million liang of silver that he had brought with him from Yunfeng Prefecture was almost completely spent. In his room, Zhou Donghuang, who was sitting cross-legged on the bed practicing, suddenly opened his eyes. When practicing the Lord of the Four Supremes, does the state of complete focus have to be triggered over time? The state of mind without distractions is all about calming one's mind. There are many medicinal powders that have the effect of helping to calm one's mind. Can I directly enter a state of no distractions by consuming those medicinal powders? Zhou Donghuang was now practicing the Lord of the Four Supremes, and once he entered the state of complete focus, his practice progressed at a speed that was incomparable to his usual practice. For example, when he had been in the intermediate prefecture of Guangling Prefecture, his practice had been at level 5 of Qi gathering. In the short span of 4 months, when he had reached the Chu royal city, his practice had advanced to level 7 of Qi gathering, breaking through 2 levels in a row. This was all because he had entered the state of complete focus, triggering the extreme speed of practice of the Lord of the Four Supremes. However, if he wanted to enter a state of complete focus, he would need to cultivate in seclusion, and he couldn't be disturbed too much by the outside world. Just now, Zhou Donghuang had an idea. Could he make a medicinal powder that could help him focus and calm his qi so that he could enter a state of cultivation with no distractions beforehand, so that his cultivation speed could be maintained at the limit of the Lord of the Four Supremes at all times? Let's give it a try. Zhou Donghuang found a pen and paper and wrote down the names of a bunch of herbs on the paper. Then he handed it to Fu and asked him to go out and buy all the herbs on the list. It would not be difficult to buy all the herbs listed in the medicine shops of the Chu royal city. Zhou Donghuang intended to formulate an elixir called concentration elixir, which would allow one to enter the state of complete focus in the shortest time possible upon consumption. In his memory, the spirit concentration powder was the best medicinal powder that could be formulated without the use of the true samadhi fire that was condensed from true essence. That night, Fu came back with the medicinal herbs. In less than an hour, Zhou Donghuang had formulated the concentrating elixir that he wanted and immediately consumed a bottle. After taking the spirit concentration powder and practicing, he was pleasantly surprised to find, with the help of the spirit concentration powder, his cultivation speed had reached the limit of the Lord of the Four Supremes in just a quarter of an hour. With this rate of practice, it won't be long before I can successfully attain level 8 of Qi gathering and become a level 8 adept with a strength of 8 bulls. After discovering that the concentration elixir was effective, even though Zhou Donghuang was as calm as still water, he could not help but smile. In the following period of time, Zhou Donghuang ignored the affairs of the world and immersed himself in a frenzy of training. The Chu royal city was as peaceful as ever. Whether it was the Grand Yang family or the Tycoon Shi family, everything was going according to plan. Everything was calm, and there was nothing out of the ordinary, nor was there any news. However, many of the Shi family members realized that they did not see the Shi family chief, Shi Hao, for a period of time. As for the whereabouts of the Shi family chief, according to the first young master of the Shi family, Shi Yu, he had gone out on business. And all this was arranged by the old chief of the Shi family, Shi Ji. If news of his son Shi Hao's death spread, it would definitely cause a huge uproar in the Shi family and cause unnecessary repercussions. That day, after the youth had left, he had ordered Yang Yunji and Xiao Chun to keep their mouths shut, completely sealing off the news of his son Shi Hao's death. Because of this, although Zhou Donghuang had displayed his prowess in the Shi family mansion that day, only a few people present knew about it. When Ren Jiaopei returned home, she did mention the matter to her father, the current chief of the Ren family. Her original intention was to prevent the Ren family from offending the youth by Yang Zixu's side, no matter what. However, the chief of the Ren family only laughed at everything she said and did not believe her at all. No matter what she said, the chief of the Ren family did not believe her. She was just short of bringing her father to her big brother Zhou and giving him a beating. In the end, although Ren Jiaopei was helpless, she knew why her father did not believe her. If he had not seen it with his own eyes, who would believe that a youth of 16 or 17 could easily defeat a level 8 adept? Moreover, that level 8 adept was the old chief of the Shi family, Shi Ji, who had led the Shi family to become a tycoon family 5 years ago. Zixi. Now, Ren Jiaopei would stay at Chuxiu Inn for a few days when she had nothing to do, and after 3 months, her relationship with Yang Zixi was no different from that of real sisters. I haven't seen Big Brother Zhou in a long time. Has he been practicing all this time? Yang Zixi nodded with a smile. When she heard Ren Jiaopei mention her Big Brother Zhou, her eyes narrowed into crescents, which was very beautiful. Some time ago, her big brother Zhou had imparted to her a new practice method and given her the shocking Qi-gathering elixir. In 3 months, not only had she successfully attained level 1 of Qi-gathering, but she was also not far from level 2 of Qi-gathering. At this time, she also realized that her big brother Zhou was not an ordinary person, at least not by the standards of Yinyang country or the Valley of the Medicine Masters. Even the juniors of the top families and sects on the planet of Ziyun, I'm afraid none of them can compare to Big Brother Zhou. This was not the first time Yang Zixi had such a thought, and at the same time, she felt more and more fortunate to have met Big Brother Zhou. Zixi, I can tell you like Big Brother Zhou. Ren Jiaopei smiled. How about it? When are you going to confess? Do you need my help? After Ren Jiaopei said this, she thought Yang Zixi would shyly deny it. However, not only did Yang Zixi not deny it, he even let out a long sigh. Sister Jiaopei, I am already very satisfied to be able to stay by Big Brother Zhou's side. As for anything else, I don't have any extravagant requests. From the moment Big Brother Zhou avenged third uncle, my life was Big Brother Zhou's. Even if I were to be his slave for the rest of my life, I would be willing. As she said this, the corners of Yang Zixi mouth subconsciously turned up in a bitter smile. If it had been 3 months ago, when she had just left the Yang family, she might have had the courage to confess her feelings and fight for her own happiness. But now, as she got to know Big Brother Zhou better, she felt that she and her Big Brother Zhou were from two completely different worlds. In front of Big Brother Zhou, she felt inferior and felt that she was not good enough for him. Perhaps only the daughters of the top families and sects on the planet of Ziyun were good enough for her Big Brother Zhou. Silly girl. Ren Jiapei did not know what Yang Zixi was thinking, and she shook her head. Since you like Big Brother Zhou, you have to fight for it yourself. Many times, happiness is in your own hands. Big Brother Zhou is so outstanding. If you don't make your move soon, won't you be letting others take advantage of you? Ren Jiapei was still trying to persuade her. Sister Jiapei, you don't tell me you also like Big Brother Zhou? Yang Zixi looked at Ren Jiapei seriously, and she lowered her head guiltily. Seeing this, Yang Zixi sighed to herself. Although Ren Jiapei didn't admit it herself, it was obvious from her expression. Just as the atmosphere between the two girls became awkward, the door to the master's room in the courtyard opened, and a figure dressed in white walked out. Miss Ren is here? This was the first time in 3 months that Zhou Donghuang had stepped out of his room, and there was a strange expression on his face. He had finally attained level 8 of Qi gathering. Big Brother Zhou. Zhou Donghuang's appearance took the two girls by surprise, and they immediately turned their attention to him. Big Brother Zhou. Yang Zixi left her seat and stood up. Her beautiful cheeks revealed a watery gentleness. Her gaze was slightly infatuated as she looked at the youth whose childishness had almost completely faded away. In 3 months, the young man had changed a lot, but he seemed more mature and more charming. Big Brother Zhou, aren't you too engrossed in your practice? Ren Jiapei sighed. In 3 months, I came more than 10 times, but I did not see you even once now. I finally understand why you have such power at such a young age. Of course, although she said this, Ren Jiapei knew in her heart. Most people, even if they worked harder than the young man before her, could not possibly have such power at his age. What time is it now? After 3 months of continuous practice, Zhou Donghuang could no longer remember what time it was, but according to Ren Jiapei, it should be around the middle of December. Big Brother Zhou, today is the 19th of December, 1228 of the Ziyun era. Yang Zixi said with a smile. Big Brother Zhou, since you have temporarily stopped practicing and left your room, you should go out for a walk. Otherwise, even if you don't feel suffocated, Zixi will. Ren Jiapei looked at Zhou Donghuang, and as she spoke, her eyes turned. There is a grand family gathering in the Chu royal city at the end of the month. Big Brother Zhou, will you and Zixi accompany me? I won't be going, you can bring Zixi. Zhou Donghuang shook his head. He had no interest in the grand family gathering. Big Brother Zhou, if I go with Zixi, what if we get bullied? Can you bear to see us get bullied? Ren Jiapei pouted and said in a coquettish tone. Chapter 91. Early morning, December 31st, 1228 of the Ziyun era. Chuxiuan. In the courtyard of one of the best guest rooms, a young man dressed in white was sitting in front of a stone table in the courtyard. His fingers were gently tapping on the table, and his gaze had become a little distant. Unknowingly, it's been more than a year since I've returned. December 12th, 1227 of the Ziyun era. Zhou Donghuang had unexpectedly been reborn after 1,000 years and had embarked on a path to change his destiny. In the blink of an eye, more than a year had passed. In the past year, many things had happened. Thinking back, Zhou Donghuang still felt like he was dreaming. But all of this was not a dream. It's been more than 8 months since I left Yinfeng Prefecture. I wonder how Mother and Xiaolu are doing? Thinking of Lin Lan and Yunlu, Zhou Donghuang's eyes flashed with concern. I should have brought them along. He had not brought Lin Lan and Yin Lu with him because he did not know that he could attain level 7 or even level 8 in such a short period of time. After all, in a place like the Chu royal city, without sufficient ability and with his family by his side, he would not be able to do as he pleased. After a moment's thought, Zhou Donghuang got up from his seat and entered his room. He wrote a letter and handed it to Fu. Fu, find a courier station and find one that travels on Fergana horses. Send this letter as quickly as possible back to Yunfeng Prefecture and into the hands of the Lu family chief, Lu Qinghu. Yes, young master. Ah Fu took the letter and left. In the Chu royal city, there were some larger courier stations that kept a group of messengers on Fergana horses. Of course, these messengers were very expensive. But Zhou Donghuang, who had 20 million liang of silver, did not lack for that little bit of money. After today, I will be considered an adult in this life. Returning to the stone table, Zhou Donghuang smiled as he remembered that today was the last day of the year 1228 of the Ziyun era. On the planet of Ziyun, 18 was considered an adult. Those below 18 were considered youths, but once they reached 18, they were considered to have officially entered the ranks of youth. Brother Zhou, not long after Fu left, Run Jiape came looking for him. Where's Zishi? Today is the day of the gathering of the descendants of the grand families. I've come to invite you to go together. Today, Ren Jiape was not dressed as casually as usual. She was dressed like Yang Zishi, and Zhou Donghuang was not used to seeing her like this. Sister Jiape. Ren Jiape's voice was not soft. As soon as she finished speaking, Yang Zishi heard her and walked out of the room. Today, Yang Zishi was wearing a snow-white dress with a white chiffon top. Together with her fair skin, she looked extremely holy. In addition to Yang Zishi's pretty face, this long dress made her look like a pure and holy saintess. She was aloof and inviolable. Wow! Seeing Yang Zishi's outfit, Ren Jiape's eyes lit up. Sister Zishi, you look really good today. Moreover, it suits your temperament. With your looks, even if you were dressed casually, you would have been able to outshine everyone else at today's gathering. With this outfit of yours, you're not giving those young ladies a chance. As Run Jiape spoke, it was as if she had completely forgotten that she was also one of the young ladies attending today's gathering. Yang Zishi's temperament was cold, and combined with her white outfit, she seemed even more aloof. Usually, in front of outsiders, Yang Zishi spoke little, or even did not speak at all. Only in front of Zhou Donghuang would she be like the girl next door. Moreover, it matches Brother Zhou's white outfit very well. As Run Jiape spoke, she looked at Zhou Donghuang with a teasing smile. Hearing Run Jiape's words, Yang Zishi's face blushed. Her lovely appearance made others want to rush forward, pull her into their arms, and kiss her fiercely. Brother Zhou, do I look good in this outfit? Yang Zishi looked at Zhou Donghuang as she tidied up her white dress and asked nervously. Today, she dressed up like this, not for others to see, but mainly for the young man before her to see. A woman would dress for the man she liked. This was the current Yang Zishi. Yes, you look good. Zhou Donghuang smiled and nodded. How could he not see through the young lady's thoughts? However, up until now, his feelings for the young lady were more like that of a brother and sister, and he had not touched that chord in his heart. The last time he had come out of seclusion, he had wanted to explain his feelings to the young lady, but he did not know where to start, so he had gradually put it aside. After this gathering, when we're alone, I'll make it clear to this girl lest she falls deeper and deeper. Zhou Donghuang sighed. He knew that some things, no matter how difficult it was to say, had to be said. But now, Zhou Donghuang did not know that the young lady had already fallen deeper and deeper. The young girl had already sunk so deep that she could not extricate herself from it. Let's go. In order to avoid the young lady's misunderstanding, Zhou Donghuang quickly withdrew his gaze from the young lady and got up from his seat. Zhou Donghuang intentionally avoided the young lady's gaze, and she could not help but smile bitterly. However, very quickly, her gaze became incomparably resolute. All right, let's go. Although Ren Jiape was usually carefree, she could tell that the atmosphere was not right now, and she hurriedly responded. She then walked over to the young lady, took her hand, and led the way out of the courtyard. Donghuang followed closely behind the two girls, his white robe fluttering like snow. There were many grand families in the Chu royal city, and the Yang family that Yang Zishi belonged to was only at the bottom of the grand families. Even the Ren family behind Ren Jiaopei, although they had 3 level 6 adepts, could only be considered a middle-class grand family. This was because the elite grand families usually had many level 7 adepts in their ranks. Even the superior grand families had at least 1 level 7 adept holding the fort. The gathering of the younger generation of the grand families was held once a year, and it was organized by the younger generations of the elite grand families in the Chu royal city, taking turns to hold it in their mansions. This year, the gathering was organized by the elite grand family, the Wei family. As a top grand family, the Wei family's mansion was far larger than the Yang family's and Ren family's mansions. Even when compared to the Tycoon Shi family's mansion, the Wei family was not that far off. Miss Run, after Ren Jiaopei displayed her invitation at the main entrance of the Wei family mansion, she led Zhou Donghuang and Yang Zishi in. As for the few guards at the main entrance of the Wei family mansion, their gazes were still fixed on the beautiful young lady in a pure white dress. This seems to be the Yang Zishi who was expelled from the Yang family by the patriarch of the Yang family. No wonder the first young master of the Tycoon Shi family has taken a liking to her. She is indeed breathtakingly beautiful. When she grows up, I'm afraid there will be no woman in the Chu royal city who can compare to her. That Miss Ren is also extremely beautiful, and when they stand together, they look like a pair of beautiful sisters. The young man in white behind them is elegant and has an extraordinary aura. I wonder which family he is from. Since he did not display his invitation, he must not be from a grand family, or at least not from the main branch. A few of the collateral descendants of the Wei family recognized Yang Zishi from their conversation. As for Zhou Donghuang, he was an unfamiliar face to them. However, for today's gathering, every descendant of a grand family could only bring 2 people. Therefore, even though Yang Zishi was no longer a descendant of a grand family, and Zhou Donghuang did not show his invitation, they did not say anything. Miss Ren, please come in. After entering the Wei family mansion, someone led the way to the place where the gathering was being held, in the spacious backyard of the Wei family mansion. Zhou Donghuang followed the 2 girls into the backyard, and at a glance, he saw that there were tables arranged neatly all over the backyard, filled with all sorts of food and drinks, very much like a buffet on earth. Oh, isn't this Miss Ren? The moment Zhou Donghuang and the other 2 arrived, a girl in a long green dress walked up to them with a servant girl. She looked at Miss Ren mockingly. Miss Ren, I heard that after you took in Yang Zishi, you caused the Ren family to lose a lot of business with the Shi family. The girl in the green dress had delicate features, but compared to Ren Jiaopei and Yang Zishi, she was a far cry. Now that she had appeared, she could not stop chattering and had the potential to be a shrew. Zhou Donghuang had noticed that this girl in the green dress, who was obviously ignoring Yang Zishi, had looked at Yang Zishi with jealousy after they had appeared. Zheng Qiuha. Ren Jiaopei looked at the girl in the green dress and laughed coldly. If I remember correctly, Sister Zishi gave you quite a lot of makeup and helped you a lot, right? Before Sister Zishi was chased out of the Yang family, you treated her like a sister, but after she was chased out of the Yang family, you firmly refused to let her in. I, Ren Jiaopei, do not want to be associated with an ungrateful person like you. Get lost. The girl in the green dress was called Zheng Qiuha, and she was the 3rd mistress of the Grand Zheng family. The Zheng family? Zhou Donghuang glanced at Zheng Qiuha. He remembered very clearly that when Yang Zishi was chased out of the Yang family, the first place he went to was the Zheng family. It seemed that he had gone to look for Zheng Qiuha. Like the Yang family, the Zheng family was only at the bottom of the grand families. Because of this, seeing Ren Jiaopei's domineering attitude, Zheng Qiuha's expression turned ugly, but she did not dare to block Ren Jiaopei's way and obediently moved to the side. The Ren family was much stronger than the Zheng family. Third mistress. This first mistress of the Ren family is so stubborn. Sooner or later, she will be dealt with by the young master of the Shi family. You don't have to be angry with her. The servant girl behind Zheng Qiuhe comforted her softly. Umph. I'll wait to see the day when Ren Jiapei is unlucky. Chapter 92. The circle of the grand families of the Chu royal city was not big, but it was not small either, and the descendants of the grand families all had their own circles. For example, Yang Zishi had been a descendant of the bottom of the Grand Yang family, and those who were close to her, such as the third young mistress of the Zheng family, Zheng Qiuhe, were also from the bottom of the grand families. Ren Jiapei's circle consisted of the descendants of the middle grand families, and was on a higher level than Yang Zishi's circle. Sister Jiapei, this person beside you must be Lady Zishi? Sure enough, hearing people by their reputations is not as good as meeting them in person. She is indeed a peerless beauty. A young man in green clothes, about 20 years of age, glanced at the girl beside Ren Jiapei with some amazement, but quickly withdrew his gaze. Although a beauty was good, she was not someone he could lay his hands on. This beautiful girl was the woman that the first young master of the Tycoon Shi family, Shi Yu, had taken a fancy to. This was no secret in the Chu royal city. Ren Jiapei nodded and introduced him to the girl. Sister Zishi, this is the second young master of the Hu family, Hu Qing. The girl glanced at Hu Qing and nodded lightly in greeting. Her cool demeanor was like the first bloom of a lotus, keeping people at arm's length. And this is? At the same time, Hu Qing's gaze fell on the youth in white beside the two girls, his eyes flashing with curiosity. He is my big brother Zhou, not someone from our circle. When Ren Jiapei said the three words, big brother Zhou, her tone was filled with respect. Zhou. At the same time, Hu Qing noticed that when the girl beside Ren Jiapei looked at the youth, the coldness in her eyes disappeared and was replaced by gentleness, as if she was looking at her lover. Brother, may I have a word with you? Hu Qing's eyes flashed as he asked Zhou Donghuang with a smile. Zhou Donghuang was stunned at first, then nodded lightly and walked to the side, with Hu Qing following. Brother. Hu Qing walked to Zhou Donghuang's side and said directly, as far as I know, in the Chu royal city, or even in the country of Yinyang, there is no grand family with the surname Zhou. I advise you to stay away from Yang Zishi. She's the woman that the young master of the Tycoon Shi family, Shi Yu, has taken a liking to. If he finds out that Yang Zishi has feelings for you, he won't let you off. The Hu family and the Ren family have been friends for generations. I see Jiapei as my own sister. Since you are her friend, I need to remind you. Hu Qing reminded. You asked me to step aside just to talk to me about this? Zhou Donghuang was taken aback at first, and then he smiled lightly. Thank you for the reminder. However, whether Shi lets me off or not, I don't care. Shi? The young master of the Tycoon Shi family. If he remembered correctly, Shi Yu's father, Shi Hao, had died at his hands 3 months ago. At that time, the level 8 adept of the Shi family had been present as well, and he had seen him kill Shi Hao with his own eyes, but he had not dared to make sound. However, hearing Hu Qing's words, Zhou Donghuang could not help but laugh bitterly to himself. Now, even someone who had just met him in Yang Zishi for the first time could tell that Yang Zishi had feelings for him. Brother, I've said all that needs to be said. What you do next is up to you. Hu Qing shook his head, feeling that the young man before him was ignorant. In his opinion, he had already done his best to warn Zhou Donghuang on account of Ren Jiapei. If Zhou Donghuang wanted to die, there was nothing he could do. If Sister Jiapei did not have the Ren family behind her, her rash act of sheltering Yang Zishi 3 months ago would have been enough to doom her. Even so, the Ren family has lost all opportunities to work with the Shi family. This young man has no background, and he still dares to flirt with Yang Zishi. He's seeking his own death. As time passed, the backyard of the Wei family household, as the gathering place for the descendants of the Grand families became increasingly lively. When Zhou Donghuang and the other two arrived, there were only a few descendants of the Grand families present. About an hour later, there were already more than 10 descendants of the Grand families present. Among them, there were also the daughters of the lowest Grand families who had rejected Yang Zishi after she had been chased out of the Yang family. However, not every daughter of the Grand families who had been close to Yang Zishi in the past was like Zhang Qiuhe. There were one or two who took the initiative to approach Yang Zishi and apologize to her, at the same time explaining their difficulties. Of course, there were even more like Zhang Qiuhe, who completely ignored Yang Zishi, as if they had never had any relationship with her. If it had been the Yang Zishi of the past, she might have been affected by this. However, after 3 months, her heart was as calm as ever, because she had long ago thrown all of this to the back of her mind and did not care. Those daughters of the Grand families who had been close to her in the past, whether they apologized or ignored her, were no longer important to her. Now, all she cared about was the young man in white who was standing in front of a table filled with fruits not far away, eating some fruits. "Sister Jiaopei, do what you need to do. I'll go look for Brother Zhou." After saying goodbye to Run Jiaopei, the young girl walked over to the young man, standing not far away. As the young girl walked over, Zhou Donghuang, who had been invisible in the eyes of the onlookers, broke into a smile and immediately became the center of attention. "Who is that?" Earlier, other than Ren Jiaopei, Yang Zishi was cold to everyone else. But now, she's smiling in front of this young man. This young man in white. Who is he? Among the grand families of the Chu royal city, is there such a person? The attention of the descendants of the grand families all fell on Zhou Donghuang, all of them curious about his identity. However, after a while, no one recognized this young man in white. It was as if the young man in white had appeared out of thin air. This Zhou Donghuang is out of luck. Seeing Yang Zishi approach and Zhou Donghuang become the center of attention, the second young master of the Hu family, Hu Qing, shook his head and sighed. In his opinion, it would be fine if this Zhou Donghuang did not attract attention. Once he attracted attention, it would undoubtedly be a disaster for him. "Brother Hu Qing, do you know him?" Hu Qing was talking to a young man of about 18 or 19 years old. When he saw Hu Qing looking at the white-robed youth and sighing, he asked curiously, "Not really, but he is Jiaopei's friend, and I spoke to him just now." Hu Qing shook his head. "Who is he?" Looking at Yang Zishi, it is obvious that she is in love with him. The youth asked as he shook his head. If the first young master of the Shi family, Shi, were to see this, he would probably explode in anger. His surname is Zhou. What kind of background could he have? Hu Qing continued to shake his head. "Surname Zhou." The youth frowned slightly as he racked his brains. In the country of Yinyang, from the imperial court to the various royal residences, and even the tycoon families and grand families, there did not seem to be a family with the surname Zhou. No background. Why is he so close to Yang Zishi? When the youth looked at Zhou Donghuang again, he shook his head slightly, a look of pity in his eyes. No background, and yet he was so close to Yang Zishi, whom the first young master of the Shi family, Shi, regarded as his exclusive property. Was this not courting death? "Zishi, this apple is not bad. Do you want one?" Zhou Donghuang nibbled on the apple in his hand, as if there was no one else around. As he chewed on the apple, he smiled and asked the young girl who was walking over. "Sure." The young girl's smile was like a flower, and it was as if she had transformed from a cold goddess to a girl next door in an instant, stunning the group of grand family youths. "Here." Zhou Donghuang picked up an apple from the fruit platter on the table and handed it to the young girl. The young girl reached out to take it and slowly chewed on it. The scene seemed to freeze at this moment. A young girl dressed in pure white and a young man dressed in robes whiter than snow stood facing each other, each holding an apple in his hand and nibbling on it. All the surrounding gazes seemed to be completely ignored by the two of them. At this moment, it was as if there were only the two of them left in the world. "Brother Wei, who is this young man?" In a corner where the elite grand family youths were gathered, a handsome young man dressed in a silver robe asked the young man beside him curiously. The young man was handsome, with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes. He was dressed like a scholar in white, and he held a folding fan in his hand. He was the host of the day, the first young master of the elite Wei family, Wei Hongtao. I don't know him. Faced with the silver-robed youth's question, Wei Hongtao stopped tapping the folding fan in his hand and shook his head. You don't know him? Then how did he get in? The silver-robed youth was stunned. I'll find someone to ask. Very quickly, Wei Hongtao called over the Wei family youths who were in charge of today's gathering. From them, he found out that the young man dressed in white had entered with Ren Jiape, the first young mistress of the Ren family. He came with Ren Jiape? His surname is Zhou. The silver-robed youth raised his eyebrows. It seems that he is not a member of a grand family. At least, he is not a member of a grand family or above. As soon as he finished speaking, his eyes lit up again. Zhang Yongshan of the Zhang family has gone over to that young man. Usually, he likes to get close to Shiryu and is always at his beck and call. Today, it seems that he wants to stand up for Shiryu. Under the gaze of the group of grand family youths, a young man of about 20 years of age with a medium build walked toward Zhou Donghuang. Young man, if you don't want to die, you'd better stay away from my sister-in-law. The young man walked up to Zhou Donghuang and stared coldly at him, threatening him in a cold voice. Sister-in-law? Zhou Donghuang was stunned. She is my sister-in-law. The young man looked at Zhou Donghuang and pointed at the young girl in front of him. Zhang Yongshan, don't talk nonsense. Chapter 93. Yang Zishi, it is your good fortune that Brother Shiryu has taken a liking to you. Don't be so ungrateful. Zhang Yongshan stared at Yang Zishi with a dark expression and said coldly, I've already asked clearly. This kid in front of you is not from a grand family or above. What's so good about him that you would rather choose him than Brother Shiryu? Zhang Yongshan's voice became even colder as he spoke. Shiryu. Yang Zishi shook her head, and when her gaze returned to the youth, she revealed a look of infatuation. How can he compare to my big brother Zhou? The young girl's actions were a public display of her affection for Zhou Donghuang. She had completely let go of her last shred of feminine restraint. Immediately, there was an uproar. Sister Zishi. Although Ren Jiape had expected that the young girl would one day confess to big brother Zhou, she had never imagined that the day would come so soon. At that moment, she felt empty in her heart, and a look of disappointment involuntarily floated onto her face. Yang Zishi, has she really fallen for this youth? This youth's surname is Zhou. In the country of Yunyang, there is no grand family with the surname Zhou. This means that he is at most a preeminent family disciple. Yang Zishi would rather be with a preeminent family disciple than with a tycoon family's first young master, Shiryu. If Shiryu were here, he would probably want to kill this youth. Although the group of grand family disciples present had felt that Yang Zishi treated the youth in white differently and had guessed that she might have fallen for him, it was just a guess. Now, hearing Yang Zishi's words, they were completely certain. Yang Zishi really did like this youth. At this moment, all the daughters of the grand families looked at Zhou Donghuang with pity. Even the young masters of the grand families looked at Zhou Donghuang without a shred of jealousy, only pity and schadenfreude. This kid is dead meat. In the distance, a young man from a grand clan sneered. He turned around and left the Wei clan's back courtyard. After leaving the Wei clan's mansion, he mounted his Fergana horse and galloped towards the Shi clan's mansion. When cousin Shiryu arrives, I'll see how he dies. In the backyard of the Wei family household, Zhang Yongshan was first stunned when he heard the young girl's words, but quickly recovered. Bitch, I'll help Brother Shiryu teach you a lesson right now. Zhang Yongshan glared at the young girl and roared. His body suddenly moved towards the young girl. Then he raised his hand and swung it towards the young girl's face. Although the young girl's level of practice was close to attaining level 2 of Qi gathering, she was still too slow to react to Zhang Yongshan, who was already a level 3 adept. By the time she reacted, Zhang Yongshan's hand was only a few inches away from her face. She could even feel a gust of wind blowing against her face. That was the wind brought up by Zhang Yongshan's hand. However, even so, the young lady's expression did not change at all. She was as calm as before because the young man she admired was by her side. The youth gave her an absolute sense of security. Ha! The crisp sound of a slap that everyone expected did not ring out. What entered their ears was a soft sound. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, just as Zhang Yongshan's hand was about to touch the young girl's beautiful face, his wrist was grabbed by a hand that shot out like lightning. This hand that had shot out like lightning was like a pair of iron pincers, forcefully clamping down on Zhang Yongshan's hand, so that Zhang Yongshan's hand could no longer move forward. So fast. First young master Wei Hongtao of the Wei family, as well as the juniors of the elite families, had a look of shock in their eyes. The speed of the youth's attack was as fast as lightning, and even their attention could not keep up with the speed of the youth's attack. Of course, to them, this was because they had not been paying attention to the youth from the beginning. Otherwise, their attention would not have been unable to keep up with the speed of the youth's attack. But even so, they still felt that the youth was not weak, at least not weaker than Zhang Yongshan. If the youth ability was weaker than Zhang Yongshan's, it would be impossible for him to do this. So fast, this youth's ability is actually not weaker than Zhang Yongshan's? How is that possible? He looks like he is not of age yet, at most 17 years old. The scene before them caused a group of Grand Family juniors to gasp in shock. Only Rin Jiaopei was not surprised, because she knew how frightening her big brother Zhou was. Just as everyone was gasping in shock. Crack! Without any warning, the crisp sound of a bone breaking suddenly rang out, causing everyone's scalp to go numb. Ah! The shrill scream of a pig being slaughtered was followed closely by the sound of a bone breaking. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the youth in snow-white clothes with a calm expression casually twisted Zhang Yongshan's hand into two, directly breaking Zhang Yongshan's hand. So ruthless. Seeing this scene, everyone's pupils constricted and their hearts trembled. They were all frightened by the youth's ruthlessness. You're not frightened, are you? As the youth in question, after casually pushing Zhang Yongshan down, he asked the young girl with a smile. His calm demeanor caused everyone to involuntarily feel a chill in their hearts. One moment, he had broken someone's arm, and the next, he was talking and laughing as if nothing had happened. Who is this young man? With Big Brother Zhou here, Zishi has nothing to fear. The young girl smiled sweetly at the youth, her eyes filled with tenderness that seemed capable of melting anything. Sir, isn't this too much? Just as everyone was shocked by Zhou Donghuang's methods, a low voice rang out. Following that, a young man dressed like a scholar in white walked out, holding a folding fan in his hand. It's the first young master of the Wei family, Wei Hongtao. Wei Hongtao is today's host. This youth in white, acting so violently at his gathering, is no different from slapping him and the Wei family in the face. However, this youth in white is really powerful, even stronger than Zhang Yongshan, and Zhang Yongshan has just attained level 3 of Qi gathering. He is at least an elite among level 3 adepts, otherwise he would not have the ability to injure Zhang Yongshan to this extent. So what? This first young master of the Wei family is an elite among level 4 adepts. Wouldn't it be easy to deal with him? As Wei Hongtao walked out, the gazes of all the scions of the grand families turned to him. Wei Hongtao, the first young master of the elite Grand Wei family, the first of the younger generation of the grand families of the Chu royal city. As long as he was in the circle of the grand families, no matter where he went, Wei Hongtao would be the center of attention. As Wei Hongtao walked out, most of the young ladies of the grand families, including third young mistress Zheng Xiuhe of the Zheng family, looked at Wei Hongtao with infatuation. This was the man they dreamed of conquering. Very quickly, Wei Hongtao came to Zhang Yongshan's side, frowning slightly as he looked at Zhang Yongshan, who was rolling on the ground in pain, before turning his gaze to the youth in white. Sir, didn't you hear what I said? Isn't this too much? Wei Hongtao spoke again, this time with a slightly heavier tone. His voice was extremely deep, as if giving off an invisible pressure. However, the youth still ignored him, as if completely ignoring him. Crazy. This youth is crazy. He dares to ignore first young Master Wei like this? Does he think that first young Master Wei is someone like Zhang Yongshan? Zhang Yongshan is only the young master of the lowest grand family. And this first young Master Wei is the first young master of an elite grand family. One is heaven, the other earth. Who is this youth? Isn't he too arrogant? He even ignores first young Master Wei's words. The signs of the grand families stared at the youth as if they had seen a ghost. They could not understand how this youth could be so daring. Just as Wei Hongtao's expression darkened further, Ren Jiapei walked up. Big brother Wei, Sister Jiapei, I know that he was brought here by you. However, his actions today were a little overboard. He must give me and the Wei family an explanation. Wei Hongtao said in a low voice. Even if you plead on his behalf today, it will be useless. Ren Jiapei smiled bitterly. Did this Wei Hongtao think that she had stepped forward to plead on Big Brother Zhou's behalf? She had stepped forward only because the Wei family and the Ren family had a very close working relationship. If possible, she did not want the Wei family to provoke her Big Brother Zhou. Even the Tycoon Shi family did not dare to have any thoughts of revenge when their patriarch had been killed by her Big Brother Zhou. It was a mere grand Wei family to them. Zishi, this place doesn't feel interesting. Why don't we go out for a walk? The youth's white robes fluttered in the wind as he asked the young girl with a smile. The young girl nodded lightly and responded obediently. You want to leave? A cold light flashed in Wei Hongtao's eyes. He closed the fan in his hand and moved slightly, preparing to make the youth stay. At that instant, a voice could be heard all of a sudden. Kid, my big brother is already gone to find Cousin Shiryu. If you stay here obediently and wait for Cousin Shiryu to come, you might be able to keep your life. If you dare to leave, given Cousin Shiryu's temper, you will die without a doubt. After the voice sounded, a figure slowly walked out. It was a youth dressed in a gray and white robe. It's the young master of the Grand Tan family. Tanli, although the Tan family is only a mid-level grand family, because they're in-laws with the Shi family, their status in the Chu royal city is no less than that of the elite grand families. The circle of the grand families in the Chu royal city was only so big, and everyone present recognized Han Li as the young master of the Tan family. Big Brother Wei, leave this matter to Cousin Shiryu to settle personally. Tan Li looked at Wei Hongtao. All right. Chapter 94. Shiryu. Hearing Tan Li's words, Zhou Donghuang smiled faintly. Even if someone really went to inform Shiryu, would he dare to come? Zishi, let's go. Zhou Donghuang bade farewell to the young girl before leading her out of the backyard of the Shi family mansion. No matter how Tan Li tried to use the Tycoon Shi family's influence to threaten them, the golden couple didn't even look at him from start to finish. And Tan Li naturally did not dare to go forward to stop them. Even Zhang Yongshan, who was much stronger than him, had been beaten to such a state. If he went forward rashly, given the other party's vicious nature, he was worried that he would follow in Zhang Yongshan's footsteps. Seeing the two of them leave, Wei Hongtao's gaze turned cold. He wanted to stop them, but Ren Jiapei stopped him in time. Big Brother Wei, you should first see if Shiryu dares to come today before considering whether to make an enemy out of Big Brother Zhou. Ren Jiapei walked up to Wei Hongtao and said softly, before chasing after the young couple. Big Brother Zhou, Sister Zishi, wait for me. Because of Ren Jiapei's words, Wei Hongtao did not stop the two of them like the others thought he would. From what Sister Jiapei said, Shiryu does not dare to come. As the first young master of the Wei family and the first of the younger generation of the grand families of the Chu royal city, Wei Hongtao was naturally not a fool. Of everyone present, besides the young man in white, he knew everything about them. Shiryu did not dare to come because of the grand signs present, not because of him, but because of the young man in white. If he can really make Shiryu afraid to come over, Then, who exactly is he? Or perhaps, Sister Jiape deliberately deceived me in order to save him? Now, these two voices kept echoing in Yu Hongtao's mind. Let's wait for a while and see if Shi Yu will come. Wei Hongtao thought to himself, Big Brother Wei, why didn't you stop him? Yes, Big Brother Wei, that kid's actions today are a slap in the face to you and the Wei family. If you let him go just like that, you and the Wei family will lose face. Many disciples of the Grand families looked at Wei Hongtao in confusion. They did not know why Wei Hongtao did not stop the youth. Even Tanli frowned slightly and looked at Wei Hongtao. Big Brother Wei, why did you let him leave just like that? Upon hearing Tan Li's words, Wei Hongtao was astonished. Tan Li, didn't you just ask me to hand this matter over to your cousin Shi Yu to handle personally? Since you've said so, I naturally have to give Shi Yu face. Could it be that, if he leaves, Shi Yu won't be able to do anything to him? The great young master of the Tycoon Shi family shouldn't be unable to find such a young man, right? Wei Hongtao asked. Of course not. Tan Li's gaze turned cold as he said in a frosty voice, If he dares to leave today, given my cousin Shi Yu's temper, he's dead meat. At the same time, upon hearing Wei Hongtao's words, the signs of the Grand family's present came to a sudden realization. So it turns out that Big Brother Wei didn't keep that youth because of Shi Yu. Didn't I say that if Big Brother Wei wanted to keep that brat, how could he just swagger away like that? Hearing the whispers of the crowd, Wei Hongtao smiled faintly, knowing that he and the Wei family's reputation had been preserved. After instructing a Wei family scion to send Wu Yongshan back to the Wu family, Wei Hongtao smiled at the crowd and said, It's rare for everyone to gather together. Let's continue chatting. Don't let this little episode spoil your mood. The Shi family mansion. Tan Ji, the first young master of the Grand Tan family, and the nephew of the second master of the Shi family, Shi Yan's wife, naturally entered the Shi family mansion unimpeded. Even the Shi family members who saw him along the way would greet him warmly and respectfully. Cousin Shi Yu. Tan Ji went straight to the Shi family's first young master, Shi Yu, and told him everything that had happened in the Wei family mansion's back courtyard in full detail. Cousin Shi Yu, that brat is too savage. As the saying goes, look at the master before beating the dog. You must not let him off for humiliating Wu Yongshan like that. Tan Ji did not notice Shi Yu's increasingly ugly expression as he continued to speak angrily. Seeing that Tan Ji was about to continue speaking, Shi Yu shouted coldly, Enough! Cousin Shi Yu? Tan Ji finally noticed that something was wrong with Shi Yu's expression. What's wrong with you? Shi Yu took a deep breath and said in a low voice, Cousin Tan Ji, don't go back to the Wei family mansion. I hope Tan Li is not blind enough to provoke that youth. Otherwise, his death will be in vain. As he said this, Shi Yu's eyes were filled with fear. After more than 3 months, hearing about that youth again, Shi Yu could not help but recall the scene of his father, Shi Hao, being killed by that youth. Even his grandfather, the strongest in the Shi family and a level 8 adept, was no match for that youth. Hiss! As soon as Shi Yu finished speaking, Tan Ji's expression changed drastically. At the same time, he subconsciously sucked in a breath of cold air. Cousin Shi Yu, that young man, what is his background? Cousin Tan Ji, there are some things that I can't tell you without my grandfather's permission. Shi Yu looked at Tan Ji sternly and said in a low voice, Just remember, don't go back to the Wei family mansion today. Go back to the Tan family and wait for Tan Li to return. If Tan Li provokes that youth and dies in the Wei family mansion, he can only blame himself. Once news of Tan Li's death spreads, tell your father, even my grandfather would not dare to offend that youth. Your father will understand when he hears this. After Shi Yu finished speaking, he let out a long sigh and turned around to return to his room, leaving Tan Ji with a lonely silhouette. Whoosh! Tan Ji's expression changed again as soon as he heard Shi Yu's words. He knew his cousin Shi Yu's character very well, and he was not one to be taken advantage of, but today, at the mention of that youth, his cousin was like a mouse seeing a cat. More importantly, Cousin Shiryu said that even the Grand Patriarch of the Shur family would not dare to offend that youth. The Grand Patriarch of the Shur family was someone who had led the Shur family to become a tycoon family 5 years ago, and he was a level 8 adept. If not for the ban from the Imperial Court of Yinyang country, the power of the Grand Patriarch of the Shur family could easily wipe out the entire Tan family. On the way back to the Tan family mansion, Tan Ji prayed in his heart, "I hope Shaoli didn't provoke that young man. Even if he did, I hope that the young man won't hold it against Shaoli." Now, Tanji finally realized the seriousness of the matter. At the same time, he regretted bringing his third brother Tan Li to the grand gathering organized by the Wei family. If he had not gone, his third brother Tan Li would not have been in such danger. But that youth, who is he? Despite the lingering fear in his heart, Tanji's heart was still filled with curiosity. "Miss Ren, please return to the Ren family first." After walking out of the main door of the Wei family mansion, he said to Ren Jiape, "I have something to say to Zishi alone." "All right." Ren Jiape nodded, and after bidding farewell to the young girl beside Zhou Donghuang, she turned and walked in the direction of the Ren family mansion. As she turned around, Ren Jiape's lips curled into a bitter smile. Now, beside big brother Zhou and sister Zishi, had she become so unnecessary? Zishi. After Ren Jiape left, Zhou Donghuang and the young girl walked side by side for a while, and he took a deep breath before speaking. "Big brother Zhou, I'm listening," the young girl said softly. Zishi, actually, Zhou Donghuang did not know how to continue. Now, if he had a choice, he would rather fight a petty consummation adept of the Qi gathering than express his feelings to the young girl. "Big brother Zhou, if you have anything to say, just say it. You don't have to worry about anything with me." The smile on the young girl's face was still there, and her understanding demeanor was pitiful. Zishi. Zhou Donghuang stopped abruptly and looked at the young girl who had stopped as well. With a serious expression, he said, "I know your feelings. It's just that, towards you, I feel for the time being, I only see you as a sister and not. At this point, Zhou Donghuang could not go on. "Big brother Zhou, is that all you wanted to say to me?" The young girl asked with a slight smile. Seeing that the young girl's expression did not change and her smile, Zhou Donghuang was stunned for a moment before nodding. "Yes, big brother Zhou, Zishi understands." The young girl nodded. "Furthermore, you also said it's only for the time being." This time, it was Zhou Donghuang's turn to be stunned. This seemed to be very different from what he had imagined. Shouldn't a young girl be sad? "Big brother Zhou, I'm a little tired. I want to go back and rest." The two of them walked in silence for a while, and the young girl spoke first. "All right." Zhou Donghuang nodded and returned to the inn with the young girl. When they reached the courtyard of the guest house, the young girl went straight to her room. Just as Zhou Donghuang heaved a sigh of relief, his amazing hearing, which had been baptized by the Lord of the Four Supremes, vaguely heard the sound of sobbing coming from the young girl's room. Although the young girl had purposely lowered her voice with his current hearing, he could still hear it clearly. Perhaps the young girl did not even know that he could hear her sobbing. So, her behavior just now was all an act for me to see. Zhou Donghuang smiled bitterly and shook his head. "What an understanding girl. I'd better go out for a walk." The young girl's sobbing made Zhou Donghuang's heart ache, but he was also helpless. In the end, he could only choose to temporarily escape because he really did not know what to do. He could not possibly force himself to be together with the young girl, could he? Chapter 95. Although Zhou Donghuang had stood at the pinnacle of the universe in his previous life, he was only strong in martial arts and alchemy. He could be said to be a complete idiot when it came to relationships between a man and a woman. If I had known this would happen in my previous life, I would have chosen one of the geniuses sent to me by the great families and supreme sects of the Star Domain to develop my relationship with. That way, I wouldn't have to be so passive in this situation. Zhou Donghuang was still sighing as he walked out of Chuxiuan. Staying in the courtyard, Listening to the young girls sobbing made him feel bad, so he decided to go out for a walk. As he strolled along the way, Donghuang was a little distracted. It wasn't until a voice entered his ears that he came back to his senses. Have you heard? Yesterday, someone discovered that the spirit energy in the lost forest suddenly became abnormal. It is said that this is either the birth of a spirit fruit or the birth of a connate stage demon. The voice came from a carriage, and it was the voice of a middle-aged man. Of course, it was also because Zhou Donghuang's hearing was extraordinary, or he would not have heard the conversation in the carriage. It can't be a connate stage demon. Another voice came to Zhou Donghuang's ears. In the Lost Forest, the strongest are the two golden-crowned eagles. And those two golden-crowned eagles are only petty consummation of the gathered qi, not even great consummation of the gathered qi. How can they break through and become a connate stage demon? This morning, our Ouyang family sent 2 level 9 elders to the Lost Forest to investigate. It is said that the Chu royal family also sent people. Did the Liu family make any moves? I just heard this news from you. However, this morning, I did see the head elder and third elder of the Liu family leave the family in a hurry. Then they must have gone to the Lost Forest. Who cares, anyway? Even if there is any treasure, it will not be ours. As the carriage moved further away, the voices in Zhou Donghuang's ears grew softer. Ouyang family? Liu family? As far as Zhou Donghuang knew, both the Ouyang family and the Liu family were elite tycoon families with many level 9 adepts in the Chu royal city, and were not comparable to the bottom tycoon families like the Shi family. Zhou Donghuang was completely attracted by the main point of their discussion. The Lost Forest? Abnormal spiritual energy? The Lost Forest was located to the north of the Chu royal city, and it was a vast forest. Not only were there many ferocious beasts, but there were even some demons that were gifted and had the ability to cultivate. The demons in the Lost Forest range from level 1 of Qi gathering to petty consummation of Qi gathering, but there were only 2 petty consummation demons, the masters of the Lost Forest, the 2 golden-crowned eagles. Every part of a demonic beast was a treasure. The higher the cultivation of a demonic beast, the more valuable certain parts of its body. There was a saying on Earth, where there was business, there was killing. It was the same on the Ziyun planet. Because certain parts of the demon beasts were in high demand on the market, many martial adepts took the risk and entered the Lost Forest to hunt the demon beasts. Some succeeded in killing the demon beasts and made a fortune, while others failed and died in the Lost Forest. All in all, the Lost Forest was a very dangerous place. Especially in the depths of the Lost Forest, the territory of the 2 petty consummation demons, the golden-crowned eagles. Even the most powerful martial adepts of the Chu royal household did not dare to enter lightly. There must be a reason for the abnormal spiritual energy. The possibility of a connate stage demon appearing can be ruled out. It must be the birth of a spirit fruit. At this thought, Zhou Donghuang's eyes lit up. A spirit fruit that could cause the spiritual energy in the Lost Forest to be abnormal must be at least of the same level as the 10,000-year red fruit. And to him now, it was definitely a treasure. I don't want to return to the inn for now. And since I have nothing better to do, I'll go take a look. The Lost Forest was only 100 miles from the Chu royal city, and with Zhou Donghuang's current speed, it only took him about an hour to reach it. This was even when Zhou Donghuang did not travel at full speed, as if he were on a sightseeing tour. Otherwise, it would not have taken him so long. The Lost Forest was a dense forest, and the environment inside was almost the same. After entering, if one did not mark the path, it was easy to get lost. The spiritual energy here is starting to become abnormal. Not long after entering the Lost Forest, Zhou Donghuang felt the abnormality of the spiritual energy in the air. Compared to the average person, he was more sensitive to the abnormality of the spiritual energy. The spiritual energy seems to be flowing into the depths of the Lost Forest. It looks like there really is a spirit fruit there. Zhou Donghuang's eyes lit up, and with a flash of his body, he moved like a bolt of lightning towards the depths of the Lost Forest. Zhou Donghuang's level of practice was now at level 8 of the gathered qi, and his qi alone was enough to give him the strength of 8 bulls. coupled with his extreme muscle strength and the use of second-grade swiftness techniques. No one in the country of Yunyang below the level of petty consummation of the qi gathering could match his speed. Of course, Zhou Donghuang could also use first-grade swiftness techniques, but first-grade swiftness techniques consumed too much energy and were not suitable for him to use for a long period of time. Although second-grade swiftness techniques were not as good as first-grade swiftness techniques, he could use them for a long period of time, and they were more efficient. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Everywhere Zhou Donghuang passed, it was as if a gust of wind had swept past. The flowers and grass withered, the trees shook, and the wild beasts scurried away in fear. Even the ordinary demons gave way. This was because Zhou Donghuang's speed was too fast, and he was like a bolt of lightning flitting through the lost forest. Neither wild beasts nor demons dared to approach him. Along the way, Zhou Donghuang also saw many adepts hunting wild beasts and demons. However, his speed was so fast that even if the adepts sensed the movement of his figure passing by the time their attention had shifted, he had already disappeared from their line of sight. I'm almost there. After about 15 minutes, Zhou Donghuang had entered the depths of the lost forest. There were very few demons here, and he only saw one or two every once in a while, and they were extremely strong, at least as strong as an ordinary level 8 adept. At the same time, Zhou Donghuang could sense that he was about to reach the source of the spirit in the lost forest. Zhou Donghuang's eyes were filled with anticipation. In the deepest part of the lost forest, there was a lake so clear that one could see the bottom. From afar, it looked like a piece of jade embedded in the ground. And now, on one side of the lake, spirit was flowing endlessly into a beautiful figure sitting cross-legged on the side of the lake. It was a woman in a light green dress. She looked to be in her early 20s. Her eyebrows were like a painting, her nose was high, and her lips were bright red. She had a beautiful face that could topple cities, and she exuded a cold aura. The woman's long hair was like a waterfall, and she wore a light green hairband. Her long hair flowed freely behind her, moving without any wind. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Now, a spirit vortex had formed above the woman's head, and all the spirit in the lost forest was flowing endlessly into the vortex, then into the woman's body. The woman's cold face was flushed from time to time, and from time to time, the blush faded away. If one looked closely, one could see that not only her face, but her fair hands and legs also looked the same. It was as if she had been poisoned, and she was suppressing the poison in her body. On one side of the lake, there were two large trees leaning against each other, and there was a huge nest on each tree, like a giant bird's nest. Around the lake, a white fog rose, completely isolating the lake from the outside world. Not only did the white fog block the vision of the outside world, but the wild mosquitoes and flies that got close to the white fog would also be strangled to death by the white light blades that suddenly appeared in the white fog. There was a terrifying, murderous intent hidden in the white fog. The rising white fog was like a huge bell, enveloping the lake and the woman in front of it, as well as the two trees, isolating them from the outside world. Whoosh, whoosh. Outside the white fog, two giant eagles with golden crowns were circling the white fog. Every time they rushed towards the white fog, they were forced back by the white light that flashed out of the white fog. Second brother, give up. One of the goshawks with a darker golden crown spoke to the other goshawk with a lighter golden crown in the demon beast language. Big brother, could this be the legendary formation? The latter asked. Isn't it obvious? The former sighed. But isn't a formation something that only the legendary primal core stage can set up? The latter asked again. I suspect that the human girl who stole our territory is a primal core stage martial artist. The former said, It can't be. That human girl looks to be in her early 20s. How could she be a primal core stage martial artist at this age? Don't forget, when she first arrived yesterday, she sent us flying with a wave of her hand. If she had not intended to kill us, we would not have survived. If she really is a legendary martial artist who has entered the primal core stage, why would she want to steal the territory of small demons like us? Looking at her yesterday, she must have been injured. Perhaps she is just using us to recuperate and will leave when she recovers. I hope so. Obviously, these two giant eagles with golden crowns were the masters of the Lost Forest, two famous demons who had attained the petty consummation stage of the Qi gathering. The imperial court of Yinyang had once sent a great consummation adept of the Qi gathering to kill these two demons, but to no avail, as the eagles had the advantage of flying. Chapter 96. Boom! Kaboom! The ground trembled as a series of earth-shattering noises rang out, causing Zhou Donghuang, who was rapidly advancing, to involuntarily stop in his tracks as his gaze landed in front of him. With just a glance, Zhou Donghuang saw a huge figure behind a bamboo forest. With a single charge, it was as if it had transformed into a moving mountain peak, knocking three figures into the air. This is a grizzly bear. As Zhou Donghuang focused, he saw the huge figure clearly. It was a huge black bear with long fangs and a tuft of white fur on its forehead. Immediately, Zhou Donghuang's eyes lit up. The grizzly bear's gallbladder was a very precious herb, and in his hands, he could even turn it into an elixir that could temporarily increase the strength of his qi. Furthermore, the increase in the strength of his qi would be more than 500 kilograms. Most importantly, there would be no side effects. Just as Zhou Donghuang was staring at the grizzly bear, the three people who had been sent flying by the grizzly bear had looks of despair in their eyes. Patriarch, second elder, and I will hold him back. Quickly run. Seeing the grizzly bear striding towards them again, picking up speed and about to charge again, the old man in green said to the middle-aged man as he wiped the blood from his mouth, "Patriarch, leave quickly." The other old man in blue stepped forward and blocked the middle-aged man. Although his injured body was still trembling, he stood straight like an immovable wall. "If you want to leave, let's leave together." However, the middle-aged man was unwilling to abandon the two of them. Compared to the two old men, the middle-aged man's injuries were the lightest. "Patriarch, in the Tang family, we're the only three adepts above level 8 of Qi gathering. If the three of us die here today, the Tang family will become a grand family," the old man in green said anxiously. "At that time, the three of us will become the sinners of the family. Patriarch, you are a level 9 adept. As long as you are alive, even if we are gone, the Tang family will still be the tycoon family it used to be." Seeing the grizzly bear charge again, the old man in blue said anxiously, his pupils constricting, "Patriarch, please put the family first." As soon as the green-clothed old man finished speaking, his entire body shot out with a resolute expression, and he flashed toward the robust grizzly bear as if he was not afraid of death. The blue-clothed old man also moved at almost the same time, similarly not fearing death. "Great elder, second elder." The middle-aged man's eyes almost split apart when he saw this scene, and he gritted his teeth before turning around in the end with the intention of leaving. Now that things had developed to this point, although he still didn't want to abandon the two elders, he also knew that he absolutely couldn't let them down. If he also died, the two elders would have died in vain. Whoosh! Almost at the instant the middle-aged man turned around from the corner of his eyes, he happened to see a white figure shoot out from the bamboo forest like a bolt of lightning, directly charging towards the two old men's vigorous grizzly bear. Bang! With a loud bang, the grizzly bear moved 3 to 4 meters horizontally, passing by the two old men. Not only did it miss its charge, but it even rolled twice due to the inertia of its huge body looking very pathetic. Immediately, the middle-aged man turned around in a panic. With just a glance, he saw that there was an additional figure in a snow-white robe not far from the two old men. When he saw that it was only a young man, the middle-aged man couldn't help but be dumbstruck. Even the two old men who had just regained their senses were also dumbstruck when they saw the young man's appearance. Roar! It was only when the robust grizzly bear's angry roar that the three of them came back to their senses in a panic. As soon as they regained their senses, they saw that the robust grizzly bear's huge eyes were filled with bloodlust. When it pounced again, it charged towards the young man at an even faster speed. Faced with the robust grizzly bear's charge, not only did the young man not avoid it, but he also flew forward and charged towards the robust grizzly bear. Under the gazes of the three bystanders, the young man's figure seemed very small in front of the robust grizzly bear's hill-like figure. It was like the difference between a 3-year-old child and a burly man. So fast. At the same time, the three of them realized that the young man's speed was even faster than the furious charge of the robust grizzly bear. This made their hearts skip a beat. The robust grizzly bear was invincible among the level 9 demons in the Lost Forest. Apart from the two golden-crowned eagles, it was the absolute overlord of the Lost Forest. The adepts in the country of Yingyang who had not attained petty consummation of a chi gathering would not dare to provoke the robust grizzly bear. Watch out! Just as the young man was about to collide with the robust grizzly bear, the middle-aged man instinctively cried out in warning. At this moment, the hearts of the three of them were suspended in their throats at the same time. Whoosh! Just as the young man was about to collide with the robust grizzly bear, his feet tapped the ground at the same time, and he moved in a strange manner to avoid the robust grizzly bear. Bang! As the young man and the robust grizzly bear brushed past each other, his right arm jerked, and he punched the robust grizzly bear's head with a loud, dull thud. Roar! The robust grizzly bear let out a pained cry, and its huge body was carried forward by inertia for some distance before it crashed to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. It's dead. The three men standing at the side stared with wide eyes, shocked and incredulous at the scene before them. The robust grizzly bear was dead? Given the robust grizzly bear's ability, even the best adepts of petty consummation of a chi gathering would not be able to kill it. This was because it was not only strong, but also had a thick hide and a formidable defense. But now, in the blink of an eye, the robust grizzly bear was dead, and it had died at the hands of a young man. Is he from the Tycoon Tang family of the Chu royal city? Zhou Donghuang used the first-grade fist technique, beating the bull through the mountain, to ignore the robust grizzly bear's defense and kill it by smashing its brain. He then glanced at the three men standing by the side. I have something to do now. Take out the gallbladder of the robust grizzly bear and send it to room 3 of Chushio in tomorrow. As for the other parts of the robust grizzly bear, you can deal with them as you see fit. As he finished speaking, Zhou Donghuang continued deeper into the Lost Forest as he realized that he was about to reach the source of the spirit absorption. Through the conversation between the three men, Zhou Donghuang already knew where they had come from, so he was not worried that they would steal the gallbladder of the robust grizzly bear. Only when Zhou Donghuang's silhouette disappeared from their sight did the three men regain their senses and look at each other speechlessly. After a moment, the middle-aged man was the first to regain his senses. He swallowed hard and said with some difficulty, "Head elder, second elder, we're not dreaming, are we? A young man killed the robust grizzly bear in a single move?" The middle-aged man's face was full of disbelief. "Chief, we also feel like we're dreaming. But the problem is this is not a dream." The old man in green reached out and tore at the flesh on his face. He could not help but laugh bitterly at the excruciating pain. Looks like he also went for the spirit fruit that caused the spirit energy in the Lost Forest to change. The old man in blue sighed. "Let's go back. Not to mention the fact that we are so injured that we have no advantage in obtaining the spirit fruit. Even if we were not injured, with that young man and the people from the Chu royal family around, it would still be difficult for us to obtain the spirit fruit." The middle-aged man laughed bitterly. His words received the agreement of the two old men. The three of them were the chief of the Tycoon Tang family of the Chu royal city, Tang Linyan, head elder Tang Yusin, and second elder Tang Yong. They were the three pillars of the Tang family. Tang Linyan was a level 9 adept, while Tang Yusin and Tang Yong were both level 8 adepts. The Tang family was not considered a top tycoon family in the Chu royal city, but it was still a superior tycoon family, far superior to the bottom tycoon families like the Shi family. Today, Tang Linyin and the other two had come for the spirit fruit that caused the spirit qi in the Lost Forest to become abnormal. However, before they could see the spirit fruit, they had unluckily encountered the only great strength grizzly bear in the Lost Forest. However, although we did not get the spirit fruit, our gains are not small. The entire body of the grizzly bear is a treasure, and even if we leave the most valuable part, the gallbladder, to that young man, we have earned more than 1,000,000 liang of silver on this trip. Tang Yong laughed. The entire body of a level 9 grizzly bear, including the gallbladder, was worth more than 2,000,000 liang of silver. Even excluding the gallbladder, the rest of the body was worth more than 1,000,000 liang of silver. Second elder, we cannot take advantage of this. Tang Liunian shook his head. Don't forget, if not for that young man, we would not have survived. Deep in the Lost Forest, beyond the white fog, as if sensing something, the golden-crowned eagle with the deep golden crown on its head suddenly flapped its wings, and like a bolt of lightning, it sped off in a certain direction. Second brother, someone is trying to barge into our territory. This golden-crowned eagle warned the other golden-crowned eagle as it flew out. The other golden-crowned eagle's eyes flashed fiercely, and it too flapped its wings and followed its elder brother like a bolt of lightning. Not long after the two golden-crowned eagles flew out, a white figure sped out of the white fog from another direction. It was Donghuang, who had rushed over after killing the grizzly bear. This is a matrix? Looking at the white fog in front of him and the wild mosquitoes and flies that were killed by the white blade of light as they approached, Donghuang's eyes narrowed. Why would something like a matrix appear here? Even the most ordinary of matrices required inner yuan to set up. Chapter 97. At the Wei family mansion. In the backyard. Didn't the first young master of the Tan family, Tan Ji, go look for Shiryu? Why isn't he here yet? Many of the scions of the grand families who had been waiting to watch the show were puzzled when Shiryu and Tan Ji did not appear. It's been so long. Even if that Tan Ji walks slowly from the Wei family mansion to the Shi family mansion, it would be enough time for him to go back and forth several times. What's going on? Could it be that Shiryu met Yang Zishi and the rest on the way here? That's possible. Most of the scions of the grand families whispered among themselves. No one thought that Shiryu did not dare to come, only that something special had happened. Shiryu was the first young master of the Tycoon Shi family, and the youth in white was not even from a grand family. Normally, no one would think that Shiryu would not dare to come. Looks like Sister Jiapei was not exaggerating. If there was anyone present who thought that Shiryu would not dare to come, it would be the host today, the first young master of the Wei family, Wei Hongtao. Today, when the youth in white was about to leave, he had wanted to stop him, but had been stopped by the first young mistress of the Ren family, Ren Jiapei. At that time, Ren Jiapei had told him out of the blue that Shiryu would not dare to come. Naturally, he did not believe it, but now it seemed that what Ren Jiapei had said was most likely true. That youth, who is he? Wei Hongtao did not believe that it could be such a coincidence. The Chu royal city was huge, and the possibility of Shiryu bumping into the youth on the way here was very small. Furthermore, even if they did bump into each other, why didn't the first young master of the Tan family, Tan Ji, come back to look for his younger brother, Tan Li? Wei Hongtao glanced at Tan Li and saw that when he was talking to the others, he was also saying that his cousin Shiryu must have bumped into that youth on the way here. With nothing to see, many scions of the grand families looked at the sky and went up to bid farewell to Wei Hongtao. That Yang Zishi would rather like an ordinary youth than young Master Shiryu. Don't you think she's being cheap? The third young mistress of the Zheng family, Zheng Qiuhe, said with a mocking smile. In Zheng Qiuhe's eyes, even the descendants of aristocratic families were no different from ordinary youths. I've heard her say that she dislikes young Master Shiryu for being too fickle. How many capable men don't have multiple wives? In my opinion, that young Zishi is just pretending to be virtuous. Perhaps, when a youth beside her dies at the hands of young Master Shiryu, she will know that in this world, one's background is the most important. Not bad. That youth's martial Dao talent might be good, but if he can't grow up, what's the use? How dare he flirt with Yang Zishi? Since this matter has reached young Master Shiryu's ears, he will definitely die. Now, the people who were mocking Yang Zishi along with Zheng Xiuhe were all daughters of noble families who used to call Yang Zishi sisters. In the past, Shiryu had taken a liking to Yang Zishi, causing them to feel jealous. However, in the past, Yang Zishi was also the daughter of the Yang family, and her status was equal to theirs. Although they were jealous, they did not dare to show it. Now that Yang Zishi had been expelled from the Yang family, they no longer had any scruples and began to vent the hidden jealousy in their hearts to their heart's content. Deep in the Lost Forest. In front of us is the territory of the two golden-crowned eagles. We have circled around their territory, and we can confirm that the location of the spirit fruit's emergence is within their territory. Outside the territory of the two golden-crowned eagles, the master of the Lost Forest, there were a few people standing at several places, looking into the forest with fearful expressions. Commander Shui, the spirit fruit should be within the golden-crowned eagle's territory. Should we take the risk and enter? An old man with white hair and brows dressed in a long gray robe asked gravely as he looked at the burly figure in front of him with his back to him. The burly figure was a middle-aged man of about 50 years of age, with a square face and fierce eyes. He was dressed in silver light armor, and a long sword hung at his waist. He was a commander of the Chu Royal City Guard, Shui Meng. Shui Meng was also one of the few petty consummation adepts in the Chu royal household, and he was here on the orders of the Chu king. There's no chance. Shui Meng sighed. Just as the gray-robed old man was puzzled by Shui Meng's words, he saw a huge black shadow flying towards them like a bolt of lightning from the bamboo forest in the distance. And in the blink of an eye, it was in the air, not far away. The black shadow was a giant black eagle with a golden crown on its head, flapping its wings as it circled in the air in front of them, staring at them coldly. Whoosh! In a moment, another black shadow flew over, and another identical giant black eagle appeared, but the color of this giant eagle's crown was not as deep as the previous one. Gulp, seeing the two giant black eagles circling in the air in front of them, the old man swallowed hard, because he knew that these are the masters of the Lost Forest, the two golden-crowned eagles of petty consummation. Gentlemen, we have no intention of trespassing on your territory. Shui Meng cupped his hands in salute to the two giant black eagles circling in the air in front of him and spoke first. Just as the gray-robed old man thought that the two golden-crowned eagles did not understand Shui Meng's words and thought that Shui Meng was wasting his time, the two golden-crowned eagles glared at them fiercely, then turned and flew away. Did they understand? The gray-robed old man's eyes widened in disbelief. After a moment, he could not help but ask Shui Meng, "Commander Shui, didn't you say that only Khanate stage demons could develop intelligence? Why do I feel that these two golden-crowned eagles already have intelligence?" Generally speaking, demons could only develop intelligence after attaining the Khanate stage, and not all demons could develop intelligence after attaining the Khanate stage. It depended on their bloodline and talent. Normally, only Khanate demons can develop intelligence, but the two golden-crowned eagles in the Lost Forest are different. Although they are only demons of petty consummation of the Qi gathering, they have already developed intelligence. Shui Meng said, "Let's go back. Since the spirit fruit has been born in their territory, it is not something we can spy on. Even if all the petty consummation adepts of the king's mansion came together, it would be difficult to snatch the fruit from the mouths of the two golden-crowned eagles, much less me, a petty consummation adept." At the end of his speech, Ming let out a long sigh and turned around to leave. The old man reluctantly looked inside again, then turned around and followed Ming's footsteps. Even Ming, a petty consummation adept, did not dare to enter the territory of the two golden-crowned eagles, so a level 9 adept like him would be courting death if he entered. As Ming and the old man turned to leave, the people from the elite tycoon families and superior-level tycoon families of the Chu royal city also stopped outside the territory of the two golden-crowned eagles. Initially, they were still considering whether they should take the risk and enter. However, when they saw the two golden-crowned eagles flying past them, their expressions changed completely, and they hurriedly turned to leave, deeply afraid that the eagles would attack them. Not long after, the two golden-crowned eagles circled their territory, scaring away all the people who had been attracted by the unusual spirit energy of the Lost Forest. These fools, they must have thought that some spirit fruit has been born in the Lost Forest. The golden-crowned eagle with the dark gold crown on its head could not help but curse in demon language, its tone full of mockery. If they knew that the cause of this phenomenon was a woman of the primal core stage, they would probably wet their pants in fear. The other golden-crowned eagle said, "Something's wrong." Suddenly, the golden-crowned eagle in front narrowed its eyes. "Second brother, there's movement inside. Someone has intruded into our territory." Immediately, the two golden-crowned eagles turned and flew deeper into the territory. However, when they reached the depths of the territory, beyond the white fog, they saw something. A white figure passed through the white fog and entered the white fog. Strangely, the white fog seemed to completely ignore him and did not produce any sharp white blades to attack him. How is this possible? Seeing this, the two golden-crowned eagles looked at each other, their eyes narrowing as they saw the disbelief in each other's eyes. Could it be that the spell has failed? In a moment, the two golden-crowned eagles also wanted to enter, but as they neared, they were forced back by the white blades of light that came out of the white fog. The white blades of light were as sharp and frightening as before. Could it be that we can enter from there? The two golden-crowned eagles tried to enter from where the white figure had entered, but they were still forced back by the white blades of light. The white blades of light in the white fog were so powerful that they were no different from the blades of chi released by a Khanate stage adept, and they were far from being able to withstand them. That kid just now, how did he get in? If I'm not wrong, he seems to be just a youth. The two golden-crowned eagles stared at each other, their eyes filled with confusion. They could not understand how a youth had managed to enter the spell before them. The white fog completely blocked their vision, and the two golden-crowned eagles could not see what was going on inside. That scary woman must have set up this spell to prevent anyone from entering. Once that kid enters, he will definitely be killed by that woman. The two golden-crowned eagles thought so. Just now, under the watchful eyes of the two golden-crowned eagles, the person who had entered the spell was none other than Donghuang. Although Donghuang was currently only an adept of the Qi gathering stage, he had 1,000 years of memories from his previous life. However, with 1,000 years of memories from his previous life, although he was not very proficient in formations, the formations that appeared in the depths of the Lost Forest were only of the lowest grade. Chapter 98. There's a lake. After passing through the spell, Donghuang saw a lake so clear that he could see the bottom. In front of the lake were two large trees leaning against each other. However, very quickly, Donghuang's gaze was drawn to the figure sitting cross-legged on the other side of the lake. This was a young lady about 20 years old. She wore a light green dress and had long hair that cascaded down her back. Her eyebrows were like a painting, her nose was high, and her lips were bright red. She was extremely beautiful. Her peerlessly beautiful cheeks were slightly cold, imperceptibly revealing a kind of iciness that kept people at a distance of 1,000 miles. Poison. In the blink of an eye, Donghuang noticed that the lady's exposed snow-white skin would blush from time to time. The blush would disappear in the blink of an eye, but it would quickly reappear. Furthermore, the frequency of this happening was increasing. Zhou Donghuang had just taken 2 steps in the direction of the lady when she suddenly opened her eyes. Her beautiful eyes were like pure and flawless gems, instantly attracting Zhou Donghuang's attention. Like a finishing touch, the woman at this moment completely displayed her peerless beauty. Whether it was her temperament or appearance, she was even more eye-catching than the proud daughters of the great clans and supreme sects of the Starfield in his previous life. However, very quickly, this pair of pure and flawless eyes turned crimson again. She stared at him coquettishly, and the atmosphere suddenly became ambiguous. Scram! As the lady opened her mouth with some difficulty, she let out a low growl that came from deep within her throat. The crimson color in her eyes temporarily disappeared, as if they had instantly turned back into pure and flawless gems. At the same time, there was a look of anxiety and panic in the depths of her eyes. Not long ago, Luo Qinghan had already made up her mind to continue struggling for a while. If she still could not suppress the effects of the yin-yang elixir in her body, she would use her last shred of rationality to self-destruct her primal core. The destructive power of the self-destruction of the primal core would not only blow her body to smithereens, but it would also completely destroy the entire area that was covered by the spell. However, what she did not expect was that in the burial ground that she had prepared for herself, a youth would suddenly appear. Didn't she set up the spell? How did this youth get in? However, right now, she had no time to explain too much to the young man. She only wanted the young man to stay away from the burial ground that she had prepared for herself. With the young man here, although she could also self-destruct her primordial core, she did not want to harm the innocent. Wow, Scram! The woman blurted out, and a terrifying sound wave swept toward Zhou Donghuang, causing his eardrums to rupture instantly. Blood flowed from his ears, and at the same time, it caused his internal organs to tremble. He could not help but open his mouth and spit out a large mouthful of blood. She's a primal core adept. Zhou Donghuang's eyes narrowed. He had never imagined that this girl, who looked to be in her 20s at most, would actually be a primal core adept. Based on the environment and heritage of Ziyun, it was impossible for such a young primal core adept to appear. Thus, there was only one possibility. This woman came from outside the planet of Ziyun. What poison did you get? I might be able to help you. Although the woman's voice had injured Zhou Donghuang could see a trace of determination and reluctance in the depths of her eyes. It was not difficult to tell that she had something that she could not speak of, seeing that the young man had no intention of leaving. Luo Qinghan had wanted to send him flying, but before she could activate the inner yuan in her primordial core, she realized the power of the yin-yang elixir in her body had become even more overbearing as she was distracted, and it spread through her entire body, causing her to feel dizzy. Whoosh! Just as Luo Qinghan's eyes were dazed and her body swayed, Zhou Donghuang had already flown out to support her as she was about to fall. The masculine aura that rushed towards her caused the power of the yin-yang elixir in Luo Qinghan's body to boil even more, causing her consciousness to become increasingly blurry. Go, go! Luo Qinghan gently bit her tongue, temporarily clearing her mind as she shouted at the young man who was supporting her. You've been poisoned by the yin-yang elixir? At this time, Zhou Donghuang finally confirmed the poison that the woman had been poisoned with. Strictly speaking, this was not a poison, but a very overbearing aphrodisiac known as the yin-yang elixir. It was colorless and odorless. Unless one was a divine transformation adept or above, anyone who was careless with the yin-yang elixir would be poisoned. The simplest way to neutralize the yin-yang elixir was to combine yin and yang. However, Zhou Donghuang also had other ways to neutralize the yin-yang elixir. Just bear with it a little longer, give me an hour, and I can help you force the power of the yin-yang elixir out of your body. Just as Zhou Donghuang finished speaking and was about to use his qi to help the woman force out the yin-yang elixir, the woman's pure and flawless eyes were completely captivated. Her gaze was seductive as it landed on Zhou Donghuang. The fair skin on her body was flushed red. In the next moment, Donghuang felt a huge force pushing him down. He wanted to resist, but the woman's strength was much stronger than his. He was completely powerless to resist. In his previous life, he had viewed primordial core adepts as ants. And now, in front of a primordial core adept, he was no different from an ant. Oh no, she's completely under the control of the yin-yang elixir. Seeing the woman transform from a pure fairy into an enchanting demon, pouncing on him and using her inner yuan to bind him, Donghuang's expression changed. Wake up! I can use other methods to help you neutralize the effects of the yin-yang elixir. No, no way. In the blink of an eye, 2 hours had passed. The woman sat by the lake with her clothes in a mess. She looked at the red roses scattered on the messy ground in front of her, and then looked at the young man who was sitting cross-legged not far away, completely immersed in his cultivation. I shouldn't have cared about him just now. Thinking back to when she had first seen the young man, Luo Qinghan's mouth twitched, and a look of regret flashed across her eyes. Just now, she had already planned to self-destruct her primordial core, but because of the young man's intrusion, she had temporarily given up on the idea of self-destructing her primordial core. And at that moment, the effects of the yin-yang elixir had taken the opportunity to completely control her. Although she could not remember what happened next, she could still remember bits and pieces. Coupled with the scene before her, it was not difficult for her to guess what had just happened. Luo Qinghan's expression turned cold, and she raised her hand as fast as lightning. Her inner yuan burst out of her body and wrapped around her palm. With a light blow, she could end the life of the young man before her. But in the end, she put down her hand. Forget it. At the end of the day, this matter has nothing to do with him. In fact, he is just a victim. Perhaps the heavens sent him to help me neutralize the effects of the yin-yang elixir, because they did not want me to self-destruct my primordial core. Since the heavens have not forsaken me, I should return to the Tianxian planet and settle the score with that vicious woman. Luo Qinghan's eyes flashed coldly, and with a shake of her body, she rose into the air and disappeared behind the clouds. Luo Qinghan, the second daughter of the Luo family on the Tianxian planet, was also a proud daughter of the Luo family. Her martial arts talent was so high that she easily surpassed the younger generation of the Luo family, including her eldest brother. She was publicly recognized as the top of the younger generation of the Luo family. At the age of 20, she had already entered the primordial core stage and was the youngest primordial core adept in the history of the Luo family. A few days ago, Luo Qinghan's best friend had invited her to share a meal, but she had not expected that her best friend would put the yin-yang elixir in the wine then, when the effects of the drug had taken effect. She had seen the man who had pursued her for a long time, but had been firmly rejected by her. With the help of her best friend, the other party had wanted to have sex with her. She had suppressed the effects of the yin-yang elixir all the way to escape, and had even used up all the spirit stones she had on her to cast a concealment spell around herself. Only then had she been able to successfully escape to the nearest interstellar teleporter. Indiscriminate teleportation. She had stepped onto the interstellar teleporter, and in order to avoid leaving any traces, she had chosen to indiscriminate teleportation, allowing the interstellar teleporter to send her to any galaxy, as well as any planet within that galaxy. Then, Luo Qinghan had been indiscriminately teleported to the planet of Ziyun, appearing near the Chu royal city. She had landed deep within the Lost Forest, snatched the resting place of the 2 golden-crowned eagles, and set up a spell in an attempt to neutralize the effects of the yin-yang elixir in her body. However, the effects of the yin-yang elixir were too strong, and seeing that there was no hope of neutralizing it, she had decided to self-destruct her primal core to preserve her purity. She, Luo Qinghan, would rather die than allow anyone to sully her flawless body. However, she had not expected that just as she was about to self-destruct her primal core, a young man would suddenly barge in, causing her to feel compassion for him and temporarily give up on the idea of self-destructing her primal core. And it was this moment that led to something that should not have happened between her and the young man. Zhou Donghuang. Not long ago, when she and the young man were making love, Luo Qinghan had learned his name from him. However, in her opinion, she and this young man would never cross paths again in this lifetime. When the shirtless young man awoke from his practice, it was already evening, and the sky was filled with a red glow, making it seem as if the entire land had been dyed red. Even the white fog formed by the surrounding spell could not block out the glow of the red glow. She left. Looking around, he did not see any sign of the woman, and looking at the gradually thinning white fog, Zhou Donghuang knew that the woman had left without saying goodbye. Tianxin Planet, Luo Qing'an. This was all the information that Zhou Donghuang knew about the woman, including her name and background. Just as he had guessed, the woman was not from the planet of Ziyun. Looks like this is the first time. Looking at the bloodstains on the ground in front of him, Zhou Donghuang shook his head and smiled bitterly. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.